Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay. And I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator. Breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget. Comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Good morning, everybody. This is June, the head mod boss and partner with Angela for the streaming of this week. Glad to see you all can make it. Today we're going to have a little bit of a fun day. We're starting out with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons bench trial, but then once the Sandwall trial will start, we will go over to there. We believe that is jury instructions and closing arguments. And then we'll be popping over to the Judy Church trial. I got it backwards. It's Judy Church, then it's Megan. If they're both in doing jury instructions and they're doing while they're on closing arguments, we will do the closing argument. Depending on the jury instructions, we may stay with the Fitzsimmons, but we will end up with the Fitzsimmons trial. There is no trial in Hawaii today due to the inclement weather of flooding and rain. So again, please keep them in your prayers. Please let us know if our sound is good. And right now we are in a hold pattern, but we will go ahead and start sharing the screen.
I'll figure it out.
And you can kind of see ghost shadows in the window.
I mean, we're gonna have a lot, so just keep going.
Like up to 137.
Yeah, that's just. You mind? Like, the ones that say Mr. Driscoll.
Oh, like,
Yeah. Just like 2 or 3. He's, chief, he said 9:30.
He's on?
9:30.
I heard. Okay.
No, the jury pool room is calling. Maybe they're looking for you.
Calling for me?
I don't know.
Joey Post calling for looking for me?
They didn't say, but there was a call here, so.
Oh.
Said 9:30. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good morning, Angela. This is interesting. This is something that we don't normally see. Normally they just cut right into the bench.
Thanks, Peggy.
What a confusion in the morning.
Good morning. Yes, I kind of noticed it sounds like they've got a little trying to figure everything out this morning.
No, I don't know where he is.
So we're going to be in for an interesting day. With all the trials that we have, thankfully, hopefully, too, we'll be in closing arguments today. And then we'll only have 2 thumbnails for tomorrow.
That's like the first, that's like the first punch in the button. Somebody comes in and you're not supposed to. All the butterflies.
Why didn't the judges back
No, it's just.
there? It was so nice. Oh, he's so I have a question for you.
Yeah. Ready, Katie? You just go for it. Okay. Just have it ready, Peggy.
Hey, it says district again.
All right, switch it over.
What is that? I think it's the sun.
Yeah. I made that for you.
Teresa, you get called down. 5 more minutes, folks. Teresa.
You can take this one because it was making a little. Okay. Okay. No stress. If worst case scenario, you can take this.
Court is back in session. May you see the silence all cell phones?
Your Honor, good morning. We're back on the record with case on
Good
trial.
morning. Good morning to all.
Morning, Eric.
Are there things we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Just one, Judge. There's a couple of things at some point we need to discuss today, but only one before we bring the jury in. And I did speak to defense counsel about this morning. With Michael Hawkins, who's going to be one of the witnesses this morning, I do expect that he would, if the court allows it, testify in connection with, we did that motion in limine with regard to Michael Hawkins, where the court said that he could say that Mr. Fowler told him that he thought Miss Church was poisoning him. He was also ill at that time and described his symptoms to Mr. Hawkins, and I would expect that he would testify in a way similar to Leroy Fowler III, where he describes those symptoms based on that statement that he was ill. And I did it's been provided in discovery a long time ago. I should have raised it in motion in limine. I apologize for not doing so.
So Hawkins just made some observations of
They're not
Mr. Fowler?
observations. I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
They're not observations. He does make observations, but in those I think there's no issues about. But Mr. Fowler, the decedent, did describe the symptoms that he was feeling. And I would ask that he be able to discuss, relay those symptoms.
So what I excluded were two statements made immediately proximate to the statement attributed to Mr. Fowler that he believed Miss Church was poisoning him, which was, I feel better when I leave her house, and I think she may be putting it in my milkshake. So I ruled those ones out, and these are other statements that Mr. Fowler made at various times to Mr.
Correct.
Hawkins about his present physical condition at whatever time he made the statements.
It was at the same time as he made the statements about he thinks she was poisoning him.
Okay. And what were the statements?
That he was throwing up, vomiting, dizziness, diarrhea, having a hard time breathing.
Okay. All right.
And he observed some of those things as well, particularly the hard time breathing.
As he was talking to Mr. Fowler, he
That
observed.
same day.
All right. Okay. So you're contending that those are admissible as statements of present physical condition.
Yes.
Okay. Do any counsel wish to be heard? I think they do fit within the hearsay exception. Mr. Norkunis?
I'd be doing Mr. Hawkins, Judge.
Okay.
There is a transcript of his statements to the police relative to these. He did buttress some of that in a subsequent interview, I think in the past week, 4 years later on some of these. But his transcript really just says, he wasn't feeling well. I don't recall him specifically talking about noticing that Mr. Fowler himself was physically ill. He had talked about the days leading up to, which I would be asking him about, November 11th, and he seemed fine. He was over the house doing some work with him, and he was not complaining about anything, and no problems whatsoever there. All of these others are at other times.
Right.
And two of them take place when they're at Barbara's house, which would be, in my opinion, an issue where he's trying to impress upon Barbara, when I come here, I'm well. When I'm there, I'm ill. And it's terrible type situation. Mr. Hawkins is present, and it's three of them discussing it.
The three of them being Hawkins, Mr. Fowler, and Miss
Randall.
Randall. Okay.
But
But at present, the statement that I feel better when I'm away from Miss Church's house is not in. That's all right.
And I've told Mr. Hawkins, he can't mention the milkshake statement. He can't mention the feel better unless defense counsel asks him about it.
Okay. All right. I'm glad he's been so instructed. All right. Well, let's bring our jury in. We'll proceed. Oh, Ms. Trasnik?
Your Honor, my only question is I had provided the court what I believe was the redacted copies of the text messages between Barbara Randall and Mr. Fowler. And I will be putting them in through her this morning as the first witness. So I just wanted to make sure that,
You need him back.
no, I have them.
Oh.
I just wanted to make sure that if they were consistent with the court's ruling.
I read through them and consistent with which ruling?
We had originally provided the court 16 pages, and based on the court's review of those 16 pages, the court had indicated which messages Your Honor believed would be admissible, and I redacted out Ms. Randall's portion. You could see that there's a text thread there, I guess, but there's no content. So I just wanted to make.
Oh, yeah. I was actually thinking about something else. I was looking at this Celebrite extraction report. I did look through that, and that was consistent with what I had
Just
said.
wanted to make sure.
We can discuss it later, but I went through the Celebrite extraction report regarding the texts between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler in that 10-day period up to November 22nd, 2022, and we can discuss those at some point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I be heard on the Barbara Leroy text that the prosecutor just mentioned?
Yes, you may.
So I also have been provided with the redacted versions, meaning Leroy Fowler's statements in blue are in. What was redacted out was Barbara's green. I think they are consistent with the court's ruling, and just we would maintain our objection to those. And I think these statements also qualify under the limiting instruction that the court had given, I think, once earlier in the case. That was a few days ago, and now we've had several days of testimony, different witnesses, a weekend break, and here we are Monday morning. And we're going to have a few more of these, at least through Michael Hawkins later today. So I would request that full limiting instruction be given again today when these come in as to the proper use, and then either the full limiting instruction when Michael Hawkins, if he testifies about similar statements that qualify under this exception, or at least a reference back to the same instruction, which will be fresher in their mind.
I gave sort of off the top of my head a limiting instruction when Ms. Carbone was testifying, and it attributed a statement to Ms. Church that also included a statement that she attributed to Mr. Fowler. I gave the limiting instruction there. I intended to give it when Mr. Hawkins testifies about the statement that I ruled was admissible, because those statements purportedly by Mr. Fowler, I think, come in only as the jury assesses his state of mind in the period of time before his death. The statements, remind me, the texts, Ms. Strasnick, that you're talking about, or Mr. Scully that you're talking about, are what? Because I don't have them right in front of me.
So they're all medical statements that he made to her over text about his medical conditions. I can't piss. It's really hard to piss.
Because the reason I ask is because the limiting instruction applies to certain statements that aren't coming in under that statement of physical condition. I think. So your view is the limiting instruction would apply to that particular proposed exhibit.
My view is that these should come in with a limiting instruction that they're admitted for the limited purpose of showing his
State of mind. All right. Any objection to that, Ms. Strasnick?
I think they come in for the truth. They're an exception to the hearsay rule. I don't think that the content of these need to be limited.
That's why I asked the question. I'm giving the jury's going to hear various statements attributed to Mr. Fowler. Some come in for one reason, some come in for another. Those that I'm admitting, because they go to his state of mind, are limited to just that. Those that are coming in under a recognized hearsay exception, like statement of present physical condition are in for all purposes, including the truth of the matter asserted. So I'm not inclined to give the instruction, Mr. Scully, for this particular proposed exhibit. I will give it again when Mr. Hawkins testifies. And I want to just take a moment to discuss that limiting instruction before I give it. But I don't think it applies to the statements in the exhibit that Ms. Strasnick was just discussing.
Could I be heard on that one
Go
more
ahead.
time, Judge? So I do think there's additional statements, and I'll defer to the Commonwealth that they would be seeking to introduce through oral testimony of Ms. Randall today that are basically that at a prior time, Leroy told her that he thinks Judy was poisoning him. I'm not sure if they intend to elicit that. That's why I'm flagging it.
Okay. I don't think I was aware of that.
I actually told her not to say that.
Okay.
She is going, I told her, I don't know what's going to happen, but I went through the observations she made of his health in terms of what we've discussed, in terms of feeling a lump in his stomach, throwing up, all of those medical things that she observed. But I told her she could not say that he said that he believed that the defendant was poisoning him.
All right. So she's been instructed not to say that. If it comes out, we'll deal with it. If it did come out, the limiting instruction absolutely applies to that statement, Mr. Scully.
Right.
But I'm hoping it doesn't come out because that's what she's been instructed.
Thank you very much. And I would request, because these statements were intermingled in one of her recorded interviews, I think the prosecutor can lead her through the episodes where she observed his stomach hurting and protruding and being hard. And I think if they're going to get into there's a few things, and I don't object to leading. They're going to come in one way or the other.
All right. Well, that's good to know. So, Ms. Strasnick, you have that leeway when you get to a dicey area where you're afraid she might forget your agreement that she wouldn't testify to that one statement. Let me just ask, in terms of the limiting instruction for when Mr. Hawkins testifies, is there any objection to the draft that I had proposed?
No, Judge.
All right.
No, Judge.
Very good. All right. Then that's well given. All right. I think our jury's been waiting for a little while. Let's get them down. All right. All set. What's today's date? Or was 23rd?
The 23rd, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, for the judge. Be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We were just ironing out a few issues, counsel and I. Since we last saw each other on Friday afternoon, has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? Since we last saw each other, has any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case? No. Excellent. We're continuing with the presentation of the Commonwealth's case. The prosecutors may call you their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Barbara Randall, please.
Right this way.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Just follow me. Watch your steps as you come around. Gonna make yourself comfortable in this chair. I'm gonna ask you to make sure you speak in that microphone.
Yes.
One of the other issue teachers, again, was still talking.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We're gonna go right through. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Could you introduce yourself to the members of the jury, telling them your name and then spelling it as well?
My name is Barbara Randall. The spelling is Barbara-Randall.
Miss Randall, how old are you?
64,
Where do you live?
Seabrook, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Seabrook, New Hampshire?
Pretty much all my life.
Do
But
you live with anyone or by yourself?
by myself?
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children?
2.
And how old are they?
Tommy would have been 48 and Casey is 39.
Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes, I do.
How many grandchildren do you have?
5.
And approximately how old are they?
Oh, goodness. 13, 12, 8, 7, and 4.
Do you currently work or volunteer in any way?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I work at a hair salon.
How long have you worked at the hair salon?
For the last 5 or 6 years.
For the last 5 or 6 years, what have you been doing at the hair salon?
I just kind of look over the whole place, answer the phone, whatever needs to be done.
Prior to the 5 to 6 years that you've been at the current hair salon, what was your career when you were younger?
Hairdresser my whole life.
How long were you a hairdresser?
36 years.
And at some point, did you retire from that and now you work part-time at the hair salon that you just
Yes.
described?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Well, I was born in Montana. Then we moved to Hampton, Hampshire. Then we moved to Hampton Falls. And then we moved to Seabrook, where I've been majority of my life.
Did you know an individual by the name of Leroy Fowler?
Yes.
How was it that you knew him?
I had a relationship with him.
When did you first meet Mr. Fowler?
Oh, I'd say probably 20 years prior.
Prior to what? Prior to your relationship with him?
Yes.
What were the circumstances in which you met him 20 years prior to starting a relationship with him?
Well, when I was working at the hair salon, I took a part-time job working at a Keno place, and I met him there.
How would you describe the relationship you had with him at that time?
Fine. Nothing. I mean, I didn't really even talk to him in the Keno place. I had just seen him and.
Ms.
At
Randall,
some
I'm just
point-
going to ask you to try to speak right into that
Oh,
microphone. I just want to
yes.
make sure everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Can everyone hear? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Strassing.
At some point after that 20-year period, did you reconnect with Mr. Fowler in some way?
Yes, I did.
What were the circumstances in which you reconnected with him?
What do you mean? How I did?
Yeah, how'd you reconnect with him?
Through Facebook.
And did you reach out to him or did he reach out to you?
He reached out to me.
As a result of him reaching out to you, when approximately was that? What year, if you remember?
Oh, it was like 8 years ago.
8 years ago from now or 8 years ago from when he passed away?
Both. I mean, it was about 8 years ago.
Okay. And at some point after he reached out to you, did the two of you meet up in person?
Yes.
Did you begin a relationship with him?
Yes, we did.
How long were you in a relationship with him prior to him passing away?
8 years.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with him?
Off and on.
What do you mean by off and on?
There were good times and there were bad times.
Would he stay at your house?
Yes.
How often would he stay at your house?
He'd stay a couple nights, then he'd go home.
Where was home?
At my house. Oh, his house? At Judy Church's.
Who was Judy Church?
His other girlfriend.
And you were aware of Miss Church being his other girlfriend from the time you started seeing him after he Facebook messaged
Not in
you?
the beginning, no.
How long after you started, when you reconnected with him, did you become aware of Miss Church?
I would say within 6 months,
How did you become aware of her?
probably through conversation with him or something.
You said that he would come to your house and stay for a few days and then leave?
Yes,
How often would he come and go from your house?
numerous times.
Did he ever live with you?
Not really.
What types of things would the two of you do together when he was at your home?
We did everything. I mean, there was never a boring moment with him. My grandkids were a huge part of our lives.
What types of things would you do with your grandkids?
Oh, we do rail trails from here, from Seabrook to Newburyport. We take bikes down, then we go sledding, yard sailing, and just everyday things.
How would you describe the relationship he had with your grandchildren?
Excellent. Very, very good.
Where was he living at the time? Do you know the address that he was living?
Down Salisbury Beach.
And he was living, you said, with Miss Church?
Yes.
Did you know her?
Before this, no.
At some point, you said you became aware of her. At any point, did you
Yeah.
meet her?
I guess, yeah. Down the road, yes. I did. I mean, physically seen her, yes.
Did you ever have conversations with her?
Not really, no. Not that I can recall.
Do you know, did you have a nickname for her?
Yes,
What was the nickname you had for her?
Grandma,
Why'd you call her Grandma?
because she looked like one.
How would you describe the relationship you had with Miss Church?
Not existing.
Did you, during the course of your relationship with Mr. Fowler, did you ever buy him expensive things?
No,
Did you ever buy him a house,
no,
a car,
no,
a motorcycle?
no.
When he was at your home, what types of things would he eat or drink?
He always drank milk, and he would drink Coke.
Did you know him to ever drink alcohol?
Maybe 3 times that I knew him in the 8 years.
And when he did drink during those 3 times, what did you see him drink?
Beer.
Were you aware if he used any drugs or narcotics?
Yes.
What were you aware of?
I was aware of cocaine, and he was prescribed Percocet.
During your time with Mr. Fowler, did he ever make any comments to you about being depressed or wanting to kill himself?
No.
How would you describe Mr. Fowler's personality when he was with you?
Fine.
Were there times, you said that the two of you are on and off, correct?
Yes.
How often would you be on and off during the course of the 8 years?
Sporadically.
Was there a time about a year prior to Mr. Fowler's death that he went to Florida?
Yes.
And were you aware that he was going to Florida?
Yes.
How did you feel about him going to Florida?
I told him to go. Have a good time.
And why was that?
Because I was done with it. I didn't want the back and forth anymore. It was over to me.
And when you say over, how many times would you and Mr. Fowler be over and then get back together?
Numerous.
So when you would tell him it was over, was it ever really over?
No.
When Mr. Fowler would tell you it was over, was it ever really over?
No.
Who would always be the one to come back?
Him.
When he went to Florida about a year prior, so about 2021, how did you know he came back?
I picked him up
Where did you pick him up?
at the airport.
And did he call you and ask you to pick him up?
Yes.
How long had he been in Florida, prior to you going to pick him up at the airport?
I want to say a couple days, maybe 3, tops 4.
When he came home, did he come home alone?
Yes.
How long after he came home do you know who he went to Florida with at that time?
Yes,
Who?
Judy Church.
How long after he came home did Miss Church come home, if you know?
I'd say immediately.
Did you also become aware of a plan that Mr. Fowler had to go back to Florida and move there in November or around November of 2022?
I was aware it was going to happen, yes.
And how did you react to that?
Told him to go.
Was that for the same reason that you said?
Yes.
During the course of your relationship with Mr. Fowler, did he ever propose to you?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you say yes?
I did the first time. The second time I must have said yes, but I don't really remember.
And then is it fair to say that after you said yes, the relationship went off again?
Probably after, obviously, yeah, after that.
I want to specifically talk to you about the time period leading up to Mr. Fowler's death on November 13th of 2022. About a month prior to his death, did he ever complain to you about his health while you were in person with him?
Yes.
Specifically, did he complain about his stomach?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jurors what did he tell you? Did he ask you to do something?
Well, it was really hard. It was bloated and it was like super hard. And he kept saying, feel the slump, feel the slump.
And did you feel the lump?
Yes, I did.
And could you feel that it was hard and bloated like you just described?
It was hard and it was bulging. You could see it.
And did that go on for a period of time that he would ask you to feel that lump?
Not that I recall.
Were you able to push on it in any way?
Yeah, I did push on it that day.
Did he make other complaints to you around that time about his health?
Just that he was tired. He didn't really feel that good here and there.
Did you make observations of him being tired?
Not really. He wasn't as get up and go maybe, but it was the day,
At some point around that time period, did you observe him throw up?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jurors what you saw? What were the circumstances?
He had just walked in my house and he was normal and he was talking, and within 10 minutes he just threw up. It just projectiled out of his mouth, like a circle of it.
Is that what you mean by projectile? There was a circle?
Yeah.
And had you ever seen him throw up in any way before?
No.
How did he react? What observations did you make of him when he was throwing up like that?
Well, he was embarrassed of the mess he had made on the floor. And I was like, I don't care, what's going on? And he said, I don't know.
At some point, did he also have concerns when he used the bathroom? Specifically as it related to having a bowel movement?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury, what did he show you after he had a bowel movement?
He went in the bathroom and he hollered to me and I went over and he goes, look, see, I told you. And he had wiped himself and it was on the toilet paper. There was blood.
How many times would you say that you observed blood on the toilet paper while he was at your...
One time.
Is it fair to say that you and Mr. Fowler would also text message?
Oh, yeah.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Arnold, I'm going to show you a series of text messages. I believe you've seen these before. If you could just look at them and just read through them to yourself. portions of a conversation that you had with Mr. Fowler in September of 2022 relative to his health.
Yes.
These could be marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may. Rights preserved, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Scully.
Exhibit 31, so now. Thank you. Yeah, with the court's permission, if I could publish
Yes, you may.
Exhibit 31, and just for the record, it's 5 pages. We're gonna do this again. I'm not sure this is going to be very clear. If I could just read the portions of the text messages into the record.
You may.
This is from September 8th, 2022. And these are from Mr. Fowler to you, correct?
Yes.
I can't piss. It's really hard to piss. I have to force myself to piss, and I can't. Next text is, it hurts to try. The next text message from that same date at 3/26/16. I don't know, but I read up on prostate cancer, and I have 6 out of 10 signs. Prostate cancer makes your bones hurt and your back and hips mostly. I'm telling you, I know something's definitely wrong. I'm getting sicker by the week and now by the day. I'm so drained right now. I've done nothing all day. Ms. Randall, I want to talk to you about the last time you saw Mr. Fowler. Do you remember the last time you saw Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
When was that?
Say probably 4 days before he passed.
Where did you see him?
He had came to my house. I was taking my girlfriend's grandson out to lunch, and I was headed out the door, and he was coming in. And I said, Leroy, I'm going to go take Liam out to lunch. I said, and I'll be back. If you want to follow me, you can, but that's what I'm doing.
And prior to him showing up at your house before you were taking Liam to lunch, had the two of you had some type of argument or disagreement in the days prior to him showing up at your house?
Oh, yeah. We were fighting over something. I don't recall what it was.
So was it another time that you were off
Yes.
and it was him that showed up at your house?
Yes.
Had you done anything in terms of his ability to text you or communicate with you during that time?
Yeah, probably, but I had my phone blocked.
And when you block your phone, what did that mean?
He couldn't reach me.
And then he showed up at your house?
Yes.
Did he follow you when you went to lunch with Liam?
He didn't follow me there, but when I got done, I went back to my girlfriend's house with her grandson and was waiting for her to come home. And he kept riding by her house.
Did you have any communication with him, or did you just see him driving by?
I just seen him driving by.
At some point, excuse me, did you in fact unblock him?
Yes, on his birthday.
And how many times did you unblock him on his birthday?
Twice.
Why twice?
Once I had called and just said happy birthday and blocked him again. And then my grandkids all called him and said happy birthday. And then I blocked him again.
And is it fair to say that you never heard from him that day?
Not that I remember, no.
At some point, did you become aware that he was in the hospital?
Yes.
Do you remember not what they told you, but who told you?
Little Leroy called me.
Was that on his birthday or at some point prior?
They are.
I believe it was prior to him passing.
Ms. Randall, would you just, again, try to move up to that microphone? People are having some hard time hearing you.
It was, I would say when he was in the hospital, he had told me they were transporting him from Newburyport to the other hospital.
And that was at some point Friday night of his birthday?
Yeah.
Leading up to his birthday, you had indicated that there had been an argument, there was blocking going on. Did you think that your breakup with Mr. Fowler at that point was permanent?
I never knew.
Was it ever permanent?
No.
If I may have one moment.
Come in.
Do you remember where you were the Thursday prior to Mr. Fowler's birthday, which would have been November 10th, the night before he went to the hospital?
No.
Were you at Mr. Fowler's house in any way?
No.
Did you ever go to 108 Central Street in November of 2022?
No.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Scully, your witness?
Good morning, Ms. Randall.
Good morning.
My name is Liam Scully. I represent Judy Church along with attorney Stan Norkunis.
Yes.
You and I have never had a chance to speak before, right?
No.
But you've been to many of the court proceedings prior to this trial
Yes.
over the time, and you've seen me in court and I've seen you around, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a few questions for you as follow-up. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. And before I do, I just want to ask you about your prior interviews with law enforcement in this case. So after Leroy Fowler died, you were interviewed by police for the first time by Detective Brian Verney on November 16th, 2022. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded on body camera, and you were told about that. You remember that?
Yes.
And you didn't have a lawyer at that time. You would just come in for some questioning voluntarily, right?
Yes.
And at that time, a transcript was eventually made of that interview that you did. Is that right?
Yes.
And have you had a chance before your testimony or at some point during the pretrial lead up to this to review that transcript?
I think so. I'm not positive.
Do you remember reading words on a page and this was
Yeah.
an interview that took
Yeah.
place?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, in fact, there was a second interview that you did with law enforcement again, right?
Yes.
And this time, Brian Verney was there, but also Trooper Lewis Williams was there and he conducted the interview, right?
Yes.
And again, that was at a police station, right?
Yes.
And recorded again on body camera, right?
Yes.
And that time you brought a lawyer with you,
Yes.
Pam Rogers, right?
Yes.
Is she present in the courtroom today?
No, she is not.
Okay. And you brought her and you participated in another but longer interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, a transcript would have been made eventually of that longer interview. Do you remember that? And have you had a chance sometime prior to your testimony to review that transcript?
I believe I have, yes.
Okay. All right. So just starting with some basics. So you said presently 64 years old, right? And you grew up in Seabrook
Yes.
and you still live there?
Yes.
And you own the space you live in?
Yes.
Is that a trailer style home?
Yes.
Okay. And growing up, you, as an adult, you became a hairdresser
Yes.
and worked as a hairdresser for many, many years.
Yes.
And then eventually worked in the salon in more of an all-purpose capacity. Is that right?
Yes.
By the time Leroy passed away, 2022, were you working still as a hairdresser, or had you transitioned to? Yeah. Had you transitioned to your more all-purpose role, if you remember,
I was the all-purpose role.
in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct examination that the first time you met Leroy Fowler was about 20 years before any relationship with him blossomed. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And you mentioned on direct examination something about a Keno place. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember having a girlfriend or somebody who was inviting you to play cards or poker, and you decided to go, and Leroy ended up being there at that time?
That's not how it went.
Okay.
It was a gentleman. His name was Brett, and he was on Facebook saying he was going to have a Texas Hold'em game, and I knew Brett.
Okay, so it was Brett, not Bev.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you agreed to go.
I said, yeah. I said, I'll come there and I'll win every game.
And you met Leroy, right? He was there.
No, I didn't physically go there.
Oh, you didn't go there?
No, not at all.
Did you meet Leroy Fowler in connection with that game?
Yeah, well, that's how he seen my name, he said, was through that text.
And was there an occasion where when you first met, you spent the night together as just friends on a couch?
Yes.
Okay, was that in connection with that game or later?
That was way before.
Way before the game?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game even occurred, you had met Leroy Fowler on a prior occasion. Is that right?
Yeah.
How many years prior to your relationship with him was that?
Oh, geez, many.
30 or 40?
Probably 30.
Okay, so just to kind of get my bearings, so 30 or so years before any relationship, you had met him on an occasion.
Yeah.
And was that just what was the nature of that occasion?
It was social.
So, okay, social. Yeah. And you guys hit it off on that occasion, ended up sleeping on a couch together.
Yes.
As friends.
Yes.
And then didn't reconnect again. Is that fair?
No. Right.
And the next time you reconnected was on this poker game. Is that right? Or he saw you relative to that?
That's when he saw my name. Yes.
Okay. But you still hadn't reconnected in person, right?
No.
So when was the first time you reconnected in person?
I would say days after that phone call when he texted me through Facebook.
Okay, so if I've got this right, there was a poker game being started on Facebook.
Yeah.
And he saw that you were in the mix for that.
Yes.
And at some point he just called you?
He texted me, I believe.
He texted you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't have my number.
And you hadn't spoken to him in many, many years.
No.
And that text was the start of what became your relationship with him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you living at that time?
At my home, 238 Walton Road, Seabrook.
Okay. And did he approach you as sort of a person to potentially have a relationship with or ask you out on a date at some point? How did it go from the first text to the first date?
He kind of not a first date, but, kind of going that way.
Okay. And eventually did something along the lines of a first date happen?
Yeah.
And so you started seeing Leroy Fowler at that point, right?
Yes.
And that, you had said that you were in a relationship with him for about 8 years. He died in 2022. So do you think that relationship started in 2014 or so?
Yes.
And was on and off for the next 8 years is how you described it, right?
Yes.
And at some point during that relationship, did you become aware that in fact he was living with someone named Judy Church?
Yes.
He had another girlfriend.
Yes.
How long were you in the relationship with Mr. Fowler before you realized that he was living with Judy Church?
Within the first year, probably
Okay.
the first 6 months.
Okay, so So it's fair to say for somewhere around 6 months or maybe even as long as a year, you didn't know that Judy Church existed.
No,
You didn't know her from any other circles.
nope,
And as far as you knew, you were starting this relationship with Leroy Fowler
yes,
and continuing that relationship, right? And then you found out at some point that he was in a much more serious relationship with this
Yes.
woman, Judy Church,
yes,
and that he lived with her,
yes.
right? And you came to know a decent amount about Judy Church, right?
Yes,
You knew that Judy had a husband named Rusty, right?
yes.
And that Leroy had a woman, I don't think he was married, but Julie Hawkins, you know who that is?
Yes,
And that eventually Leroy and Julie Hawkins broke up,
yes,
and that Leroy and Judy got together.
yes,
And when they first got together, they were living in Rusty's house and Judy's house,
yeah, yeah.
right?
Well, he was at first,
Not at first, but then he moved in. Well, he moved
Then
in
he
as a
moved-
tenant, right?
and then he moved Julie in.
Moved Julie in
Yeah,
And then-
downstairs.
downstairs.
He
And-
was working on their downstairs apartment.
Okay, so wait, I'm not talking about 108 Central Ave. I'm talking about
No,
the
I'm
house
not.
that Rusty and Judy owned and lived in.
That's
as
the house
husband
I'm
and wife.
talking about.
So let me ask the next question here. So what you also learned was that Judy and Leroy left those relationships to start their own relationship.
Yes,
And that Judy left her husband
yes,
and they had a son together. You know, his name is Douglas.
yes,
And that they moved out together and then started to, purchased and started to work on 108 Central Ave, right?
yes,
All right. And you know that property.
yeah.
You've been to that property.
I've been by it, yes.
Well, you've been
Yeah.
in the tenant area in the back, the
Yes,
cottage.
One time, yes.
Okay. And you went in that cottage when Leroy and Judy were in Florida?
No, Leroy was with me. I'm not sure where she was.
Okay.
A friend of mine lived there.
Yeah. Cousin?
Yeah, it was his cousin, not mine.
Oh, Leroy's cousin.
Yes,
Okay. And so the two of you, Judy was away,
yes,
and the two of you went to Judy's house.
to that cottage, yes,
It was her cottage,
yes,
and you went inside and spent time.
yes,
Did you ever go into the main house?
no,
Okay. So you also, Judy becomes a rival. Is that fair to say?
in the beginning, yes,
Yeah. Well, she left her family to be with Leroy, right?
yes,
And you came on the scene and suddenly there was a triangle, right?
yes,
And you started to refer to Judy as grandma, right?
yes,
And that wasn't a compliment, right?
no,
That was meant to be insulting, right?
per se, yes,
And she referred to you as the C word. You learned
Yes.
that, right?
yes,
And Leroy would tell you that that's what she referred to you as.
yes,
Because you never talked to her in that era.
no,
He would just tell you, Judy calls you the C word.
yes,
And so we've got Leroy sort of in the middle, and now he's living with Judy, right? You come on the scene, you learn about Judy, right? And you can, yes?
yes,
And you continue this relationship with Leroy.
yes,
And you start to refer to Judy as grandma.
yes,
And you start to form some more opinions about her as a rival in terms of Leroy's affections, right?
yes,
And you believe that Judy comes from money
yes,
and that her sister is a psychiatrist and her other sister is a professor
yes,
and that she has, you think, 2 master's degrees
yes,
and that she owns rental properties from when she was married to Rusty back in Everett, right?
yes,
And that she had sold those and come into cash.
yes,
And as a result, Judy had, in your mind, financial strength that you didn't have at that
Yes.
time.
yes,
And she was in a position to buy things that you couldn't buy, right? And is it fair to say that when you met Leroy, he was working construction,
yes,
he was riding a motorcycle,
Yes,
right? His health appeared when you first started dating him pretty good,
yes,
kind of a rugged guy.
yeah,
But over the years, like everybody, he declined some, right?
yeah,
He had heart issues.
yeah,
He got a pacemaker.
yes,
He had back issues,
yes,
hip issues,
yes,
Achilles issues. You remember his
yes,
Achilles?
yes,
Yeah. A host of other issues that he would go to the doctor for, right?
yes,
And eventually he was unable to work, so he got himself on disability income, right?
yes,
And food stamps,
yes,
had a food card.
yes,
And so it appeared to you that he was somewhat financially dependent on grandma, on Judy.
yes,
And then, so was the relationship that he lived with her for stability, and then whenever he got bored with her, he would come visit you for fun.
yes.
All right. And he would just come and go as he wanted, right?
Not pretty much as he wanted, but as much as I allowed. I mean,
Well,
he would come and then we'd talk and then he'd leave and just went back and forth that way.
you told the police that if you locked the door, he would just kick it in.
Yes.
So you didn't have the ability to just stop him on your own.
No.
And he wouldn't oftentimes announce his presence like, hey, I'm coming over for a
No.
few days. He would just show up when he was in the mood to.
Yes.
And you would welcome him in and spend time with him.
Yes.
And you knew that Judy didn't like this.
Yes.
You knew it was hurting her, right?
Yeah.
You knew that she had given up her family for this guy.
I didn't really think about all that.
Well, you know Judy.
Yeah. Well,
You know she gave up her family for Leroy.
Yes.
You know Leroy was living with her.
Yes.
You know financially she was providing the money to keep Leroy afloat,
Yes.
right? And she's waiting back at her house where she lives with Leroy, but he was just going to your house anyway
Yes.
for years, right?
Yes.
Did you give some thought to how that affected or how that would affect Judy?
I would say sometimes.
Did you like the relationship you had with Leroy in that dynamic?
No.
Did you want more?
No.
You said you accepted a marriage proposal 2 times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you said yes because you wanted more in the relationship and wanted to take the place of Judy, right?
I just wanted it to be he and I. Yes.
Right. So you wanted it to be you and Leroy, right?
Yes. Yes.
Judy wanted it to be her and Leroy.
Yes.
And the two of you guys pretty much hated each other virtually, right?
Yes.
You weren't communicating with her.
No.
And she wasn't communicating with you.
No.
And you would see each other in very random occasions, right?
Yes.
You remember Leroy had a black motorcycle?
Yes.
And Judy used to ride on the back of that?
Yes.
And you used to ride on the back of that?
Yes.
Remember one time when Judy saw you riding on that motorcycle?
Yes.
You remember the white motorcycle that she bought for Leroy after that incident?
Yes.
So when she saw you riding on the back of Leroy's motorcycle that she bought for him, the black one,
Yes.
because she didn't want to sit in the same seat, she was so mad, she bought him another one,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And Judy and Leroy had a dog named Salt, right?
Yes.
It was a rescue dog,
Yes.
a big dog that they adopted together when they were starting their little family, right?
Yes.
Because they weren't having kids at that age.
No.
So they got a dog
Yes.
and they moved that dog into 108 Central Ave.
Yes.
But Leroy used to bring the dog over to your house.
Occasionally.
And you knew Judy didn't like that.
I didn't really think about it.
In fact, you learned on one occasion that Judy made Leroy shampoo the dog to clean him because he had just been at your
Yes.
house. Right?
Now that you say it, yes.
Yeah. This is what Leroy would tell you as well. This is how you learn this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He would come to you and snitch on her.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of playing one person off the other, right?
Pretty much.
Kept his position nice and strong.
Yes.
There was even a voodoo doll. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so there came to be at some point a voodoo doll, if you want to call it that, a sock doll with your name on it, right? And I'm putting on the overhead exhibit 7, right? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right, so the way you recognize that is actually Leroy showed that to you.
Yes.
Again, he's letting you know, even though Barbara didn't communicate that with you, right? I'm
No.
sorry, Judy didn't communicate that to you,
No.
but he's letting you know, oh, wow, Judy's really mad and hurt, right?
Yes.
And your name is on this. It says Barb, right?
Yes.
And he even told you, Leroy told you, that Judy wants me to get some of your hair to put on here,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But Judy never tried to approach you with this or do anything with this, right?
No.
And this was many years before Leroy died.
Not many. I would say within the last couple.
At least 2 years before.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so these things would happen, these insults, whether it's salt or whether it's the motorcycle or a doll, but nothing physically happened between you and Judy.
No.
And you wouldn't start texting each other the bad names you had for each other or the like during that era.
No.
So for 8 years, you were separated rivals, virtual rivals, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were aware at some point when you were dating Leroy that he had a tattoo of the word Judy on his heart, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you made him remove that tattoo.
Yes.
And in fact, he did remove the Judy tattoo, right?
Yes.
And you were aware through Leroy that Judy had a tattoo of Leroy on her side.
Yes.
And so you made him remove that tattoo as a condition of his marriage proposal to you, right?
No.
That you weren't going to marry somebody with another woman's name on his heart.
No.
And in fact, you don't remember it that way?
No.
And didn't you videotape that marriage proposal and he shows you that, look, I don't have Judy on my heart anymore?
Yes.
Okay. So that did happen. He removed the tattoo at your request and then got down on a knee and proposed to you.
Not in that day like that. No.
Well, it takes a little while to remove a tattoo.
He removed it, probably the day before.
Okay.
But it wasn't my threat to him. I won't marry you until you remove her name.
Well, you hadn't married him or said you would marry him while that tattoo was on him.
He hadn't asked me.
And the very next day after he removes it, he asked you to marry him.
Yes.
And you say yes, but you never get married.
No.
Now, are you aware also that Judy hung a picture of you on the refrigerator of the
Yes.
house? There were 2 refrigerators in the house, right? The main refrigerator, and then Leroy kept a second refrigerator.
Yes.
And you're aware of that second refrigerator. Did you ever see it?
No.
Do you know what he kept in it?
No.
And that was a picture that Judy had found where you weighed about 200 pounds from a previous time in your life, right?
Yes.
And she hung that up with arrows, sort of pointing in an insulting way at
Yes.
calling you fat. Is that right?
She had arrows pointing to bad hair day, bad legs.
Right. And that was 4 years prior when that picture was up to Leroy to 2022.
I don't know if it was 4 years, but yes,
Okay.
it was prior.
All right. So you don't have a memory of whether that was 4 years ago, right?
Not really. I
All right.
mean, it did happen.
If I showed you your transcript, might that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Second interview, page 20.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
All right, I'm just going to show you a transcript here of your second interview, page 20. And just read those sections and take your time and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that in fact it was 4 years prior to 2022 that picture was up on the house at Judy's house?
Yes.
And that's what you had told police at the time of one of your interviews, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 2022, well, you testified about, on direct examination, about a trip to Florida that Judy and Leroy made when he flew back and you picked him up at an airport, right?
Yes.
Is that Logan Airport?
Yes.
Okay, that was one of several trips to Florida, right?
Yes.
And in 2022, they made a much longer trip to Florida, right?
Yes.
That's when they bought the Florida house.
Yes.
And you became aware that that house was purchased.
Yes.
And in fact, it was your thinking that Judy timed that trip so that he would be away from you on your birthday in February, right?
Yes.
Your birthday's February 14th.
Yes.
They had gone down actually the very end of December of 2021,
Yes.
around Christmas. He was gone. And he wasn't home for your birthday.
No.
So he left in December with Judy, and he was there in January,
Yes.
and he was there in February, right?
I got, yeah.
And then March.
Okay.
They bought a house during this trip,
Yes.
and you know Judy paid cash for that house.
Yes.
And they bought Leroy came home in a big black, I think, Dodge Ram pickup truck, right?
Yes.
And Judy paid cash for that for him.
Yes.
And that became Leroy's truck.
Yes.
And Leroy and Judy co-owned that house in Florida.
Yes.
And when they came back, it would have been end of March, somewhere in that ballpark.
I guess, yeah.
All right. And this caused a rift between you and Leroy that was ongoing throughout the year of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that year became very tumultuous for you two. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And you started having, with Leroy, big fights and lots of breakups starting in May of 2022, right?
We always did, yes.
Okay. Okay. And on one occasion, he was also accusing you of being with someone named Kenny.
Yes.
That was in May of 2022, right?
If you say so, yes.
Well,
yeah, I mean, he did. I'm not sure what month it was.
may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
If I showed you text messages between you and Leroy in May of 2022, would that potentially refresh your memory?
Yeah, of the month.
All right. So these are some text messages. You referred to Leroy in your contacts as ex-Leroy, correct?
Yes.
And you see here that he was, well,
read this to yourself, please.
This
Blue
one?
text is from Leroy, green is your reply.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that in May of 2022, Leroy was at least accusing you of being with someone named Kenny?
Yeah, I said yes to that. I just wasn't sure of the month.
That's what I said, May
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
That's the month it was.
Yes.
And that led to some significant arguing and a breakup, right?
It always did.
It always did. But you got back together, right?
Yes.
And in June, another fight occurred that led to another separation breakup between you guys, right?
Yes.
And that one centered around him doing Percocets. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Did he have?
We probably had an argument over it. I'm not sure the months.
Okay. He had an ongoing problem with Percocets, right?
Not ongoing. He got them prescribed from the doctor.
Okay. Well, he got them anyway, right?
Well, for pain, yes.
Yeah. And did he get any from you?
Me, no.
Okay. So if I suggested to you that on June 26, 2022, you texted to him, you don't give a fuck about me. Hope you enjoyed the perks. You just use me because you've always put me second. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, if you say so, yeah.
I'll just approach and see. Up top.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So does that refresh your memory that you had sent him that message in June? In fact, June 26th of 2022?
Yes.
And that was in connection with another breakup, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you never knew whether this breakup was going to be the real breakup or whether you would reconcile, right?
Right. Yes.
They felt real at the time.
Yes.
There was another breakup in July. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You do? Okay. And
Said we were always breaking up.
okay, so you don't doubt that. And that,
No.
that again, you texted him, F you, Leroy, enjoy Florida. Go to Florida.
Yes.
And this started to emerge as a thing because you were aware that there was a plan for Judy and Leroy to relocate to Florida permanently.
Yes.
And so in 2022, that became another issue between you and Leroy.
One of many, yes.
One of many. Now, August of 2022 was a rough month for Leroy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He was using cocaine, right?
Yeah.
He was using Percocets, right?
I don't know at that point. In August of 22?
Yeah.
No, not that I am aware of. That I know of.
I'm going to show you a text message from you to him right here, August 24th.
Okay.
Okay. text message from you to him is, I need some money, I can get you Coke and perks.
Did I say Coke? Cookies, I meant.
You meant cookies.
Yeah, not cocaine.
So you meant cookies and Percocets,
Yeah,
not cocaine and Percocets.
no.
And you needed money to buy cookies.
For what?
You needed money to buy cookies.
No, it was just a phrase, a fun phrase I used.
Okay, but the message says, I need money, $2
Yes,
signs.
yes,
I can get you
yes.
Cook, meaning Coke, and perks.
No, I didn't mean Coke. I meant cookies was just a phrase I would use, calling them that.
So just perks.
Yeah,
All right. Leroy was also, you described him as not a drinker, but by August of 2022, he was having episodes of drunkenness, right?
I seen one.
Okay.
Now,
What did you see?
he had showed up at my house again, obliviated.
Yeah.
But that was really the only I ever seen him drunk.
Okay.
He wasn't a known drinker at all.
Right. But there was this one time you saw him in August where he looked drunk to you.
Yes,
And you drink alcohol, right?
yes,
Okay. So he had all the hallmarks of a drunk at that time. Slurring his speech, smelled like alcohol, right?
well, nobody smelled, but yes,
Okay. You had no doubt he was drunk.
yeah,
And you would, and that was a relatively new phenomenon.
yeah,
Him drinking to that excess.
yeah,
And then there was another occasion not long after that where he had a blackout episode where he went to Newburyport overnight, didn't remember how he got there, where he was, who he was with, what he had done, and contacted you to help get his motor day, right?
yeah, I think, yeah,
So there was this time you observed him being drunk, right? Right?
yeah.
And now there's this other time that he talks about this blackout episode in Newburyport, right?
Yes,
In September, he was violent towards you, correct?
yes,
He hit you and he pulled your hair
yes,
and he threw you down.
yes,
Was that the first time he had been physically violent towards you?
pretty much.
So there had been others?
No, not to that extent. No.
That was the worst one.
Yeah,
So by the time you get to September, your relationship is hitting an all-time low.
yes, it always was.
And you're breaking up again with him, right?
Yes,
But then reconciling again sometime later than that, right?
yeah,
In October.
okay,
Is that right?
yeah. I mean, like I said, we did it all the time. I don't know what months to what months.
And in these breakups now, as you started getting closer, you were aware that Leroy and Judy were going to move to Florida
Yes,
and that they had at least started putting that plan in motion with respect to packing, right?
yes,
And that part of your fights with Leroy was, go to Florida. I'm all done with you.
yes,
And he would text back or communicate with you, I'm going to Florida,
yes.
right? And the bitterness still ensued between you and Judy in the background.
Yes,
You'd say, go to Florida with that grandma.
yes.
She'll take care of you with her money, stuff like that. Right?
I don't know if I went to that extent, but yes.
Okay, that was the sense behind it, right? And then on November 5th, Leroy sent you a text message that was a breakup text message from him to you, where he said to you, the trailer's all packed and I'm leaving.
Yes,
That was November 5th, right?
okay.
Do you remember it that way?
I remember it being said. I don't remember the dates.
but it was right there in that time period.
Okay.
And then, well, okay. So he texts you on November 5th. Okay, I promise you never ever will, that he means see me again. This is the last time you'll ever hear from me. Goodbye.
Okay.
Remember that? And I'll just show you the text message, which is in blue. You remember the message, but the date is on there as well.
Yes.
Okay. So that was November 5th, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And that was the last breakup. Right?
Yes.
You had him blocked for a while, but you texted him back, leave me alone, fuck you, do what you have done the last 3 beautiful days, fuck you, told you this time's different, done.
Yes.
And that was your final breakup text to him on November 8th, right? And after that, you never saw him again.
No.
There was that one episode that the prosecutor and you described in direct examination where he had come, he seemed to be following you around, right?
Yes.
You were going out to lunch with your girlfriend's
grandson,
Liam,
Yes.
and told Leroy, follow me if you want, right?
I said, you can follow me if you want. Yes.
Yeah. And was that an episode where he smashed up your fence?
Yes.
What happened?
My girlfriend came home and we left and we went out. He followed us to my house and I got out of my car. I had seen him behind her car following us. So I went to the lights, went home fast, got out of my car, locked it. She pulled in and I jumped in her car and then we left and went out for the night. And when I came home, my whole fence was smashed in. Not damaged, but just like pushed over.
And did it appear a motor vehicle struck it?
Yes. I knew he had done it.
Yeah. Was he drunk?
I didn't see him. No, I'd say no, but
And in the aftermath of that was the text I just read to you about being done, right?
yes.
And after that breakup, as far as you knew, the plan was he was moving to Florida with Judy and everything was packed and he was going on his birthday or that weekend.
Yes.
And that would have meant from her perspective, she finally outlasted you.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Esty.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that when you and Leroy would fight and break up, it was because he was jealous of other men that he thought you were with?
Yes.
He wasn't leaving you and breaking up with you because he was in love with Judy, was he?
No.
He just didn't want you to be with anybody else
Right.
because he wanted to be with you.
Yes.
And despite that you were just asked about on November 5th, he did come back to your house after that, after it was done, on the day that you took Liam to lunch, right?
I seen him that day. That was the last time I'd physically seen him.
And You were asked about the black motorcycle. Judy saw you driving on his black motorcycle, so she bought him a new one.
Yes, because I had rode on his black one.
What did she do to that? black
Objection, sidebar, please.
Yes?
We do have some room, so I'm going to go ahead and fast forward past all of this so we can get back to when they're
I
active.
thought it was pathetic what was going on.
Why was you said that there was a rivalry between you and Judy only at the beginning? Why was that?
Because after that, I felt bad for her. I thought it was pathetic what was going on.
And is that how you felt up until and through Leroy's death, that what was going on between the two of you with Leroy was pathetic?
Yeah.
And you were asked about text messages, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at some point the Massachusetts State Police asked you if they could search your phone and do a download of the phone?
Yes.
And you consented to let them do that?
Yes.
You cooperated with them?
Yes.
Did you also cooperate with them and provide a DNA sample when it was requested?
Yes.
You were asked about having an attorney present for that second interview by the name of Pam Rogers. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know Pam?
She comes into the hair salon where I work at.
Why did you bring her to that interview?
Just for backup, just to make sure, I've never been through anything like this in my life.
I want to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Is it fair to say that, how did you have Judy's phone number in your phone?
From her, we exchange numbers for different appointments and what have you too.
No, sorry, Judy, not Pam. Judy.
Oh, I
What was the contact in your phone? Was it Grandma?
Yeah.
And at some point in August of 2022, did Grandma text you?
Yes.
Now I'll approach, Your Honor. I'm just going to show you 3 text messages from August 6, 2022. Are those text messages that Grandma sent your phone?
Could you say that one more time, Ms. Strasnick? I was speaking to Ms. Draper.
Right, are these text messages that Grandma sent her cell phone on August 6, 2022?
August 6th?
Yes. Those are the text messages?
Yes.
If these could be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They may.
Exhibit 32, so marked. And with the court search, I'm going to try to play them on the computer instead of the Elmo. I think they might be easier to see and read.
Okay.
So these are the text messages and they're dated August 6, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Grandma or the defendant had reached out to you and had a conversation with you about Leroy, right?
Yes.
And nowhere in the text messages are you writing back to her, correct?
No.
And she said, got a million more if you want them, but hey, keep the lying sack. I've got a better life without him. I think you can relate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then she sends you something that says, Leroy to me. I love you, hon. Promise I will get things done tomorrow so we can finally get back that correct?
Yes.
And then the last message from August 6, 2022 at 5:35 in the morning. He will tell you to block me. He's going to try to win you over with more lies. Tell you how horrid I am. Believe me when I say he tells horrid things about you too. He's playing us both with lies upon lie. He brought me to the Leo's ball game. He told me to do Leo's concert. He's a coward, plain and simple, and it's time we both toss him out. If you are unwilling, I completely understand. He's got you snowed. Me no more. Bye you will eventually. Did he tell you he loved you more than anyone ever? He only loves himself. Those are the messages that she sent.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Could I have
Yes.
that exhibit? Just leave it on the screen, please. Yes, please. I just have a couple of follow-ups just on exhibit 32, okay?
Yes.
So this was a rare communication from Judy Church to you via text message, right?
Yes.
And what had happened was Leroy was with you for one of those few days that you talked about, right?
Yes.
And Judy's hurt
I guess. Yeah.
and she's angry.
I guess.
And what that shows you is that the rivalry is still on.
Objection.
Sustained.
And in fact, she calls Leroy a coward for the way that he treats both of you women.
Yes.
She's right, isn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
That was cowardly of him.
Objection.
That's
Sustained.
how she
Sustained.
looked at it.
Sustained.
I don't.
You don't have to answer that.
A real man would have made a choice.
Objection.
Mr. Scully, I will sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. You may step down, Ms. Randall.
May I return the exhibit to the table?
Yes, you may.
Michael Hawkins?
Do me a favor and stand on that blue line, okay?
If you face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? You may be seated.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name, please?
Michael Hawkins, Hawkins,
Sir, how old are you?
47,
And where do you live?
Salisbury.
Okay. And how long you lived in Salisbury?
25 years?
Okay, so for a lot of your life?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
Lowell, Salisbury.
Okay. Are you doing any work right now?
Yeah, construction
How long you been a construction worker, sir?
since I was 15.
So that's kind of what you always do for work?
Yes.
All right. Now, is that like on your own or with a company?
On my own right now.
Any particular types of construction that you sort of specialize in or whatever?
Siding, framing, roofing.
Where did you learn to do that sort of work, sir?
From my stepdad, Leroy.
Oh, and so when you say Leroy, you're talking Leroy Fowler.
Yeah, Leroy Fowler, I guess you would say he's the second.
Okay. And it has been a little confusing at parts during the trial because of the junior, senior, the third kind of thing. So you thought of Leroy, your stepdad, you called him as Leroy Fowler Jr.?
Yeah.
Okay. and his son Leroy as Leroy the third.
So little Leroy is the youngest.
Okay.
Big Leroy was the middle, and then old man Leroy was the older one.
The grandfather.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how they were referred to.
All right, and just for ease of communication today, if I say Leroy and it's not clear which one I'm talking about, please let me know if you're confused.
Yes.
But I will try to remember to say Big Leroy, meaning Leroy Fowler, your stepdad. Okay.
All right.
All right. And so, how did you first meet Big Leroy?
So I met Big Leroy through a friend of mine, Danny Bonds, which is little Leroy the Third's brother.
Okay.
I was friends with him, and then I became friends with his mom, then eventually Leroy,
Okay.
little
And-
Leroy.
And you said you're currently 47. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And if Leroy were still alive today, he would be about 58 or 59. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he wasn't that much old, 10, 11 years older than you.
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah.
But you still kind of thought him as your stepdad?
Yeah. Well, my dad died young, and he was in my life the longest. At first, I didn't. He was
Yeah.
more of a friend, but
And what was it about his relationship? So he ended up having a relationship with your mom?
yeah,
And who was your mom?
my mom was Julie Hawkins.
Okay. And so Big Leroy and Julie had a relationship for a number of years. Is that fair to say?
15, 17 years,
Okay.
something like that.
And did you live with them during the course of their relationship, or were you old enough that you had sort of moved on to your
In and
own-
out.
In and out.
In and out. But for a while, I was living there. Pretty much when little Leroy Jr. came to live, the third,
Yep.
I kind of went on my own. It was a small place.
Sure. Okay. And so you said that Big Leroy taught you a lot of the construction work that you know today. Is that fair?
Yeah.
How did he, how was it that he came to sort of teach you that stuff?
He brought me to work. I was getting in trouble. Never really stopped getting in trouble, but I used to get in trouble a lot. And he said, "You got to work. If you're not going to go to school, you're not going to, you're going to stay here. You got to work."
Okay. And so he took you to the jobs that he was doing, back 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even more than that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you just kept doing that sort of work
Yeah,
as
I
you got
liked
older?
it. I enjoy it.
Okay. Now, in the time frame just before Mr. Fowler's Big Leroy's death, were you seeing him? Were you guys in contact during that time?
Yeah,
frame?
we were in contact, not as much as we used to be, but we were definitely in contact. He had worked with us in Vermont. We were building a grow facility up there. He worked there with us. I worked on his house. I did some bending some metal and putting fascia and rake on and stuff like that.
When you say his house, are you talking about?
Well, his and Judy's owned together.
Okay, so the one over on Salisbury Beach on
Yeah.
Central Ave.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that he was doing some work with you up in Vermont.
Yeah.
What were you guys? What were you building up in Vermont?
We were building a grow facility, like marijuana grow facility.
Okay. And were you staying up in Vermont during the time frame that you were building this house, or were you just driving up there?
We
every
would
day?
drive up, stay a couple days, and then come back.
And did you and Big Leroy drive up together?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during one of those drives, did Big Leroy tell you something that he was sort of concerned about regarding his relationship with Judy?
Yeah, he said he thought she was poisoning him.
Okay. And do you remember what time frame that was in relation to his death? So he died on
He
died on November 13th, 2022. Do you remember about when that was in relation to the
Let's see, maybe October.
Okay. And was that on one of these drives that you were talking about?
Yeah,
up to
it was a
Vermont?
long drive. It was like a 2-hour drive there, 2.5 hours. So, we would talk, and it came up in conversation,
Okay. And did he tell you sort of the symptoms that he was feeling as a result of not feeling well?
He said his stomach was bloated, stomach pains,
Judge, I would object
dizziness.
to that.
No, I'm going to overrule that. But I want to give the jury an instruction about the statement that was just attributed to Mr. Fowler by Mr. Hawkins. So I want to give what's known as a limiting instruction regarding this testimony that you just heard from Mr. Hawkins. I gave an instruction earlier. You may recall when Tammy Carbone, Mr. Fowler's sister, was testifying, and she related at that time a statement that she said Miss Church had made to her, which included something that Mr. Fowler purportedly had said to Miss Church. It's for you to determine whether and to what extent you credit the testimony that you've just heard of Mr. Hawkins regarding this statement that he says Mr. Fowler made, just as it was up to you to determine whether you credited Ms. Carbone's statement, or testimony rather, about Ms. Church's statement. But to whatever extent that you do credit Mr. Hawkins' testimony, you may only consider the statement that he has attributed to Mr. Fowler for a limited purpose, which is as evidence of Mr. Fowler's state of mind prior to his death. You may consider Mr. Fowler's state of mind in assessing whether or not he ingested ethylene glycol knowingly and intentionally, but you may not consider the statement for the truth of his stated belief regarding the defendant, Ms. Church, and her conduct. That would be an impermissible and forbidden use of that evidence, and it would be unfair to Ms. Church. So you may only consider that statement for that one limited, narrow purpose. Now, Mr. Camellia is going to ask Mr. Hawkins about some additional statements. These other statements don't have that same limiting instruction. I just want to make that clear. You consider these for whatever purposes you think are relevant. Go ahead, Mr. Camellia.
So you were getting ready to describe for us, sir, the symptoms that Mr. Fowler told you he was having at that time that you had the conversation about the poisoning when he said he was sick.
He was just saying that he would feel dizzy, his stomach was bloated, diarrhea, throwing up. Just I think that's about it.
Did he mention having a hard time breathing?
Yeah, he did say he was having a little bit of a hard time breathing.
All right. And so you guys were you staying together at a hotel or a motel
Yes.
out there?
Yeah.
And did you make any observations that night of any what appeared to be health problems he was having at that point?
Yeah, he was having a hard time breathing that night. He was having a terrible time breathing, moaning in his sleep. Yeah, I checked. I got up and checked on him once because it was, it was kind of. But then the next day he was a little bit under the weather, but he seemed all right. He seemed like he was breathing fine.
Okay. Now, I had asked you when that conversation took place, and you said you thought maybe sometime October. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. So we had gone up there
Well,
twice.
let me stop you for one sec.
Right.
You remember talking to the police on November 12th, 2022. Do you remember that, having that conversation
Yes.
with the police?
Yes.
And that was recorded. You're aware
Yes.
that that was being recorded. Page 5. I got it. Okay. And if I were to show you that that transcript from that conversation with the police, would that help you remember exactly when that conversation took place?
Yes, it would.
All right, let me just point you to page 5 and starting right here, just read that to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that help refresh your memory about how long before Leroy died that this conversation took place?
Yes.
And what was it, sir?
It was, I would say, probably towards the end of October.
Okay. All right. Now the week that Leroy, Mr. Fowler ended up going to the hospital on November 11th and died on November 13th. The week leading up to that, and again, I'm talking about Big Leroy here, obviously.
Yes.
Had you seen him at all during that week?
I think I've seen him a couple of times. So I like I said, I did work over at the house, and then they were giving me a van. He was giving me his van, and for payment for doing the work, like kind of like payment. But
Sorry, I didn't hear what that was.
he was kind of giving me his van for like payment
Yep.
for doing the work, like
Okay.
I didn't need the van, but he didn't want it anymore. So it was kind of like doing him a favor and kind of doing me a favor at the same time.
Okay. What kind of work did you do on the house?
I put I bent aluminum metal to put up on the fascia and rakes, fix some of the stuff that was dented on the house, just kind of repairs,
Okay.
fix
And-
maybe the gutter.
And where was this white van that he was going to give you?
It was not, I'm not sure if it's their driveway, but a driveway right out front of the house. If you look to the right, there's a driveway that's all sand.
All
It's
right.
parked there.
And did the van need any work to sort of get it?
Transmission, there was something wrong with the transmission. It was leaking. So it needed a line. I ended up putting a line on it and stuff like that.
And did you and Leroy have a conversation about what work you were going to need to do on the van to sort of get it
Yeah, he
going?
told me it needed oil change, that there was some rot. Not sure exactly what the van needed. I didn't end up really doing any of it and get rid of it. So
All right. Did was working on cars or vans or motorcycles something that you and Mr. Fowler, Big Leroy, used to do together?
yeah, we would here and there, not all the time, but if something broke on a car or my mother's car or something, he would either fix it or ask me to go fix it. Or if I didn't know how, he would show me or
He would actually teach you how to do some of
Yeah.
these repairs to the vehicles and stuff?
yeah.
All right. Now, over the course of now we're talking 6 to 8 years before Mr. Fowler's death, did you get the chance to observe him with both Judy? Did you know who Judy Church was?
Not until my mother passed.
Okay, but after your mom passed in 2017. correct?
Yes.
And after that, did you meet Judy Church?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know what the nature of her relationship with Big Leroy
Yeah.
was?
I knew of the relationship between them before they passed, but I didn't know her.
Okay.
Me and my mother weren't talking, or I wasn't talking to Leroy at that point in time.
Okay. Well, so I'm talking about after that. Did you get? So you knew who Judy was,
Yes.
and did you know that he was also seeing Barbara Randall?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the opportunity at some points in time to observe the two different relationships?
Objection, Judge.
He may answer yes or no if he did, but I may have to see counsel at sidebar. You may answer the question whether you had an opportunity
Yes.
to observe. Okay.
Okay. And how would you characterize the relationship? Let me see how I'm gonna say this. How would you characterize how Judy acted towards towards Big Leroy, towards Mr. Fowler?
Objection, Judge.
All right. Let me see counsel at sidebar.
Now, sir, in the years after your mom died and Big Leroy was dating Judy, fair to say you spent time with both of them together. Is that fair?
I would say more with Barbara and Leroy
Okay.
than I did with Judy.
Okay. How many times? How
Judge,
often?
Judge, maybe he lean forward and speak into the mic, please.
Yes.
More with Barbara than Judy and
Okay.
Leroy.
How often would you go over to the house on Central?
I think I was there maybe 5 or 6 times, not too many times.
Okay. And did you have some conversations with Judy on some of those occasions when you went over to the house?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. And did you sometimes see both Barbara and Judy at various places around town?
Yeah.
Texted with Miss Church on occasion?
Yeah, I think so. Not very often. Not very often. I mean, there was a couple, but I don't even kind of remember what they were about.
Okay. And how would you characterize the relationship, the way that so just start with Miss Randall. How did Miss Randall act in her relationship with Big Leroy?
Judge, you can't note my objection.
I do. You may answer.
I would say Barbara, she definitely wanted to be with Leroy, but she could take it or leave it. If he was gonna do what he was doing, then he could go back to Judy.
Okay. How about Judy? Did she feel the same way?
Judy was a little bit.
It's overruled. You may answer.
Judy, she was a little bit more aggressive, I would say. She would follow him around, drive by Barbara's house, show up
Actually,
places
Judge,
they
yes,
were
that'd
at.
be stricken.
Um, let me just ask, are you saying that based on what she told you, or you saw, what's the basis for
I've
saying
seen
she,
her drive by when I was there. I've watched her drive by.
is that the basis for you saying she would drive by his house?
Yeah, Barbara's house.
All right, I will allow
I
that.
seen it once that she drove by.
Okay.
She went by, turned around, came back by.
I will
You know,
allow that to stand. Next question, please.
All right, thank you. Now, did Leroy drink much?
Not much. I, as far he used to never drink, but then I think he started drinking a little bit. But I don't. He never drank with me, really. No.
Okay.
So
You knew that he used cocaine from time to time. Is that fair?
yeah,
Okay. What sort of drinks and food did he like?
sugary drinks. He liked sugar. Chocolate milk, Pepsi, root beer, Powerade, Gatorade.
Did you ever know Leroy to take anything sort of in place of alcohol, or any random things in place of alcohol or cocaine?
No.
Did Leroy appear at all suicidal to you in that last week of his life?
Objection.
Overruled. You may give your perception if you saw anything about him that appeared suicidal.
No, maybe a little confused, but not suicidal. No.
Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Mr. Narkunis.
Thank you, Judge. You indicated that, Mr. Hawkins, you believe Judy Church drive by once when you were at Barbara's house.
Yeah.
And that would have been over the relationship was what, 10, 12 years?
Barbara and you.
Judy and Leroy Senior, right? And then the relationship started in 2012 with Barbara?
I don't know when any of the relationships started. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't around at that
On
point.
years, right?
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Many years, right?
Yeah,
Not 2 years, not 3 years, not 4 years, not 5 years, right?
I would say it would be many of years.
Recall thinking once you saw her drive by the home, right?
Once I was there, I wasn't there all the time.
That's obviously you couldn't see her drive by if you weren't there, sir, right?
I'm talking
Yeah,
about,
one of
so
the
I seen
times-
her one time when I was there, drive by.
Over all of the years that you visited to Barbara, correct?
I didn't visit Barbara for years. I had just met Barbara after my mother died in 2017.
And from 2017 to 2022 is 5 years, right?
Yep,
All right. So during that 5-year period, we're narrowing it down. When you were there, you saw her drive by once, you believe, right?
yes.
And Barbara lives where, sir?
Walton Road, I believe.
And it's a common road within the city, in the town of Salisbury?
It sure is.
Okay. A lot of traffic go by on that road?
Yeah, there's a school there.
If you're going to other places or other events or other stores, you might get on that road?
I would
Correct?
say, yeah.
All right.
I would suppose, yeah, there's nothing down there besides the school. But yeah,
Now, in 2022, you went in and you gave a written statement, or you gave a recorded statement to the police department, correct?
yeah,
November 12th, 2022, right?
yeah,
And that took place at private house, right?
sure, yeah.
And that was the home of Mr. Eaton, right?
Yes, it was.
And present also at that point in time was Leroy the third, correct?
Yes.
Tammy Carbone, right?
I didn't see Tammy, no.
Tammy was there giving a statement that day?
she might have been there earlier in the day or maybe in another room. When I came in, the cop took me into a separate room. I came in the door, went into another room. I didn't,
Within the house, right?
within the house,
All on
yes.
the same floor, right?
Yes. I don't know the layout of the house. It was my first time being in it, but yes,
Who called you to come to that meeting?
my little brother, little Leroy.
And Leroy, to your knowledge, had set up that meeting with the police, right?
Yeah, because I didn't want to come forward.
And you had had some conversation with Leroy the third before you got there, right?
Yeah,
About what was going on, what do we think happened, right?
yeah,
Now, and afterwards, you all talk again, right? After you all gave your statements, correct?
I think I left right away. I didn't stick around too long.
Would it be fair to say that you understood the purpose of the meeting to be able to help the police in the investigation of why Leroy Senior died, right?
I don't know if I was helping or not. I was just telling what was said to me.
The question was, you knew the purpose was to do that, correct?
Was to go speak. My little brother, we had spoke about
Sure,
this.
let me ask you the question, all right? You went
Judge,
there.
objection. Can he answer the question?
Well, it depends whether he's answering or not, but
Sounded like he
you
was.
if
trying.
you have to give him I think Mr. Narkunis at least sensed that he wasn't about to answer the question that was put. Put another question and let's see where that takes
Went
us.
to the home of William Eaton to speak to the police, correct?
Yes, and then
And you understood the purpose, lean forward into the mic, sir. You understood the purpose of that to be to see if you could assist them as they investigate why Leroy Senior died.
yes,
correct?
yeah,
And so therefore you came there to give them whatever help, whatever knowledge you had that could assist them.
yes,
correct?
yes,
Now, you were then asked about, as part of that meeting on that, back in November 12th of 2022, about going up to Vermont, right?
yeah,
And at that point in time, you told them you thought it was 2.5 weeks earlier than November 12th, correct?
yeah. It could have been.
All right. And
I wasn't sure of the
Judy
exact
just showed you
date.
the transcript and you
I'm
saw.
not. I wasn't sure of the exact date that we went. I'm still not sure. It's not like I kept a date of when there's a lot of jobs in between.
Fair to say that on November 12th of 2022, your memory was better of what took place in the previous 2 weeks.
Yeah.
than it would be today in 2026, correct?
I would say, yeah.
And when they asked you, when do you thought that was on November 12th, you thought it was perhaps 2.5 weeks earlier, right?
Yeah.
But then they asked you to explain what took place then, right?
Yeah. I guess, yes.
You talked to them about a conversation, just yes or no, sir. You talked to them about a conversation you had with Leroy Senior, correct?
Yes.
Here today, when Mr. Camilio asked you about that, you indicated you thought that he had told you that he was having vomiting problems, correct?
Yep.
I'm throwing up and I don't feel well, correct?
Yep.
And I get sick in relation to that, right?
Yes.
And this was on the ride from Salisbury to Vermont, correct?
Yes, it was.
Well, the grow facility was in Vermont, right?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of where we left from. I'm trying to remember where we met at. But yes, it was from Salisbury to Vaughan. It might have been Newton that we met and we drove together, but I think it was Salisbury.
Well, it's a long time ago again. It's
Yeah.
hard to remember all these things, right?
Not everything, but little details like that, yeah.
And in terms of, again, the meeting, they told you it would be helpful to them if you told them everything you could remember, correct?
Yes.
And they also told you at the end of that meeting, is anything else that comes to your mind, call us. And they gave you a business card, right?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that in the context of that meeting, you never told them back in 2022 about anything happening in the hotel? You never told them about any type of observations you made that evening of Senior, correct?
Correct.
And
I don't know if that's correct.
well, let me show you the transcript, sir. When they ask, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
paragraph here. Read that to yourself, sir, and then look up when you're done.
Yeah, I guess.
And that's, sir,
Just for the record, Judge, can I ask what page?
that's page 5, and that would be
Thank you.
lines 11 through 17. And that was the extent of what you told the police back in 2022 about your memory of that trip, right?
So I didn't want to.
Sir, what's in the is that it that you told them then? That's the question.
Yeah, I guess if that's what it says in the transcript.
Did Mr. Camilio or anybody else from his office give you an opportunity to look at this transcript prior to coming in here today?
No.
I told you, sir, there's no other place in there where you mention anything else about anything happening in Vermont. But you have a better memory here today, 4 years later, about additional information that took place at the hotel?
I didn't want to talk to the police at all. Wanted nothing to do with this.
Well, you actually gave them like 30 pages of material, sir, right?
Probably conversations along when they're asking a lot of questions and I'm answering.
So you're driving up for 3 hours. You indicate to them there's no disability of Mr. Fowler's, Leroy Fowler III on the trip up. You don't stop. He doesn't say, I'm sick, let me get out. Any of those things, correct?
No, none of it.
And you're going up there to do a construction project, right?
Yes,
And you left at 4:30 in the morning, right?
yes.
And you get up there and you work for what, 8 hours?
I think the first day we didn't work 8 hours.
You work 8 hours.
There was stuff that wasn't there that we needed.
Well, you didn't tell anybody that he couldn't work when you get up there. You didn't say,
No,
hey, it's Mr. Camilio, right?
I never said he was sick when he went up there. I said he had a hard time breathing that night. I don't know what was the matter with him.
Could it have been the cocaine that he takes?
He didn't take none when he was with me unless he was doing it somewhere else.
How would you know that, sir?
I just said unless he was doing it somewhere else.
How would you know he didn't take it up there when he was with you?
I said he didn't take it with me in my vicinity.
Were you doing it also at that time?
No, I don't do cocaine.
So at the times that you're observing him, did he go into the bathroom when he was up there with you?
Yeah, sure.
Did you go into the bathroom with him?
No, that's what I'm saying. He could have done it when I wasn't there.
How long had you known Mr. Leroy Sr. to be doing cocaine?
You know, honestly, I think maybe 2002, maybe he started doing it.
How many years?
I'd say it'd be 23, 21, something like that. 20.
And also doing Percocets?
I never knew him to do Percocet.
Now, when you also saw him in the days immediately leading up to November 11th when he went into the hospital, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe I was there working on the house.
And he came by a couple of times, and you encountered him when you were working on the van, right?
Yes.
And you thought that was Wednesday or Thursday of that week, right?
Yes.
And you told the police he was fine then, right?
Yeah. Didn't seem
You
like
said, he said he was all right and everything was going good, right?
Yeah.
And on November 10th, you also talked to him, right?
If it says so there, it's been a while.
And he also told you at that time that he was feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Now, while you were working on the van out there, you were also doing some sort of engine repair?
I think it was low on oil and the transmission line was broken.
You were trying to check on the fluids, right?
Yeah.
Did you check on the brake fluid? Did you check on the transmission fluid?
I checked on the brake fluid. I checked the transmission fluid.
You checked the antifreeze, right?
No, I didn't. It really wasn't overheating, so that wasn't the problem. So I didn't check any of that. No, it was. I think it was the brakes, the transmission, and that's it. I think. I mean, it was a piece of shit.
If he wanted to work that weekend, right? And when you were talking to him, you told the police he seemed fine when you were asking him those questions, right?
Yeah.
And you were asked about his favorite drinks, and you came. One of his favorite drinks was red Powerade, correct?
Yeah, he preferred that one. He would drink them all, but he preferred that color.
Well, right. You were asked if there was a particular color that he liked best, and you said that was red Powerade, right?
Yeah.
Now, you indicated that growing up, Mr. Fowler came, Mr. Leroy Fowler Sr. came to live with your mother, right, Julie?
They lived together. He didn't come live in our home, but they lived together. They moved together into the same place together.
They didn't live in the same house, but they lived together?
He didn't come live at, my mother didn't have her own place, and then he came and moved in.
Okay.
They went and lived in a motel for a while together.
And how many years did that go on, their relationship?
Pretty much till she died. Well, she was with Judy. Well, he was with Judy. He was still kind of with my mother.
So he left your mother to go with Judy, right?
Yeah.
Action, Judge. That was not the answer.
No, well, that was not, yeah, that was certainly not consistent with what Mr. Hawkins had just said. Mr. Marconis,
May I proceed with that question?
go ahead.
He left your mother to go live with Judy Church, right?
I don't know what happened at that point in time. I wasn't talking to them. From what I hear, he was living with Judy, yes. But I don't know, I don't know exactly what was going on in their lives. I wasn't
He had
talking.
been with your mother, right?
Yeah,
And he's no longer with your mother, and you found out he was with Judy Church, correct?
yes,
And your mother's still alive, but she's ill, right?
yes.
Sick. And were you resentful over that he left your sick mother to go with Judy Church?
At that point, I think my mother should have left him a long time ago. There was a lot before Judy.
Well, didn't you tell the police that he came back to help her?
He always came back to help her. He wasn't a,
So either you disliked him or you thought he was a good guy, even though he left your mother. Yep, I'll skip that question.
huh?
Now, you don't have any particular training or education, sir, in being able to tell how people's emotional states reflect their mindset, right? You don't have any training.
No,
And the amount of times that you spent with Mr. Fowler and Judy Church, would any of that have been over Judy Church's house?
no, not really. I mean, a couple of times I went in and just came in for a second and left. I don't know Miss Church that great. I've only met her probably 6 or 7 times. Maybe more, but not that I can remember. Not many.
When you know, are you making characterizations of people? You do that because you might have a social relationship with them, right? You might go to a couple of the joints in Salisbury, have a beer together, right?
Can you rephrase that? Can you rephrase that? I don't understand what you asked.
So you never went out to dinner with Leroy?
No.
Judy Church?
No.
You never, you said Leroy didn't drink, so he wouldn't go to bars, right?
He didn't when I was every day in his life. No, he wasn't a drinker.
And
Later on, he started socially drinking, I think.
And There weren't cookouts at Judy Church's house that you'd go to and see.
I think I went to one day. I
Oh,
believe
that-
I
that's
went
one
and
of the-
stopped in for a few minutes.
For a few minutes.
Yeah, I believe he was trying to give me a jet ski out of the yard or something.
So over the years, the total amount of time you might have spent with Judy Church might equal a week?
Not even.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Did you ever, at any point in time after the meeting with the police on November 12th, 2022, contact them and go back to their station to update any information they may have?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Camilio, any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Mr. Narkunis showed you the transcript of your conversation with the police on November 12th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he showed you only page 5 of that particular transcript, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ian, 17. Fair to say, sir, that this document here is the same document that he showed you. Here's page 5 that he showed you.
Yes.
And then there was another, as he said, another 30 pages. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's all contained within this particular document here. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on page 16 of the document, Detective Verney, who was one of the two officers who was having the conversation with you, Detective Verney and Trooper Williams, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on page 16 of the transcript, Detective Verney says to you, one last question about the ride up, because, I mean, that was 2.5 weeks ago. And you answered, yeah. And then Detective Verney said, how did that conversation kind of start? Did he just bring it up out of the blue? And you said he just brought it up out of the blue because we were driving up there and it was early in the morning. It was 5 o'clock. And then you go on to say it was a 2.5 hour ride. You continued.
Objection, Judge.
Well, you're just simply reading from his transcript?
I
right
am,
now?
Judge.
I'll see counsel at sidebar so I can see the transcript.
I was actually reading from the transcript of your interview with the police on November 12, 2022, when we went to sidebar. So I'm just going to pick up. Now on page 17, and you stated we were just driving about an hour in the drive, and he's like, yeah, I've been feeling like shit again. I think she's poisoning me. And Detective Verney then asked, did he describe what the sickness was? And you said, throwing up, vomiting, dizziness, diarrhea, having a hard time breathing. You know what I mean? And when we stayed in the motel up there, he was hardly breathing. Like that night, I had to get up and check on him and say, hey, are you all right? And just ask you, sir, just take a look at page 17. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. So the implication that you didn't tell the police about that back in November 12th, 2022 was not correct, was it?
Yeah, it was false.
Nothing further.
Mr. Narkunis.
How many days were you up there, sir, doing construction?
I think that time we were there 3 days, 3 or 4 days.
Mr. Fowler worked 8 hours a day with you on construction?
The last 3 days,
Okay.
probably. But like I said, the first day we were missing some materials that we needed to get started. So we only did, laying out and stuff like that.
You gotta get materials.
Yeah.
You gotta get all set up.
Yeah.
Start a construction project, right?
Yes.
And then he worked full-time with you, right?
Until we left, however many days it was until we left. Yeah.
And then you drive 3.5 hours home, right?
Yeah.
And your statement was, he made statements to you on the way up, right?
Yeah.
And then you thought he was breathing hard in the evening, right?
Yeah.
After you didn't know whether that was attributable to the cocaine he took, right? Or the construction project, right?
Like I said, I never seen him take any cocaine. Never once in my life. Never
You took
once.
cocaine.
I knew he took it, but I never saw him take it.
Now, and you didn't feel it was necessary to encourage him, tell him, let's go to the hospital. Let's have a doctor check you.
He had a pacemaker. He had other ailments, I believe.
Hmm?
He had a pacemaker and other ailments. He was away from his machine. I never encouraged him to go to the doctors.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll take the morning recess now. We got going late, so we took the break right. We'll take a 20-minute morning recess.
All right. Judge, leave your notebooks on the chair. Judge on the floor.
Well, no other witnesses are testifying on Thursday, so that's why we tried to do it.
We'll be in recess for 20 minutes. Oh, yes, Mr.
Is there any chance we could address the microphone issue? I would like to get some clarification.
Okay, clarification of what?
Open court or sidebar, Judge?
Regarding the recording issue?
Yes, so, well, my concern is, I think the court suggested that we were being overheard.
I wasn't quite sure.
Again.
Ms. Draper, what was it that,
Your Honor, when I saw Ms. Strasnick and Mr. Scully confer, they were conferring with the microphone in the middle. I don't know if the mute button was pressed. It just,
Okay.
it just raised that I should alert the court just to remind the parties that if in fact they are going to confer near a microphone, to please be sure to press the mute
so
button.
my admonition or caution was only based on Ms. Draper telling me that. I wasn't exactly sure what she was basing her.
I wasn't
request
either. And just for the record, why I brought it up is I had been scrupulously using the button to speak to Ms. Church.
Okay.
Wanted to make sure we weren't learning
no
that was
issue.
flawed.
No,
But Ms. Strasnick and I didn't. We just leaned over.
Okay, all right.
Out of habit.
That's what prompted it.
I need
All
a
right.
reminder.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Court, all rise. Court will stand in recess for 20 minutes.
All right, we do have another Massachusetts case. It is Massachusetts versus Kelsey Simmons. We are going to run that while the Judy Church trial is on a short break. So let me get this up and running for you guys. All right, here we go.
Superior Court, announcing the Lawrence that before the County of Essex, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this most honorable court. Court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Yes.
This is March 23rd, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for jury waived trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. James Judy Church on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marina Moriarty, also for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and with me is my paralegal, Courtney Gila, which I thank you for allowing me to be at council table with my client, Ms. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons. You may have a seat. Folks, before we formally start the trial, I just want to tell our media members and our audience a couple things. First, you probably all know that I issued an order early this morning about what is expected of our audience members and our media here in the courtroom. And I'd like to just emphasize 4 aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as neutral and impartial as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that, just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the Supreme Judicial Court, I'm allowing authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among the media. Next, other than these 3 cameras, no one else is allowed to use a cell phone camera or any electronic device to photograph, record, or transmit any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom, or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members of the media, may photograph or video anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So in other words, out in the hallway and other public areas of the courthouse, do not photograph anyone, videotape, etc., or any of the places. You should treat any orders or requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should at this time check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a courtroom. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right. Now, counsel, just wanted to go over a couple of procedural things, expectations, I guess. So with a few exceptions, I think I mentioned this at the last hearing, with a few exceptions other than a pre-charge, I'd like to treat this trial as I would a jury trial. So in other words, using the same process, which would include openings, closings, obviously, but also a charge conference before I deliberate. If you folks have pre-marked exhibits, I thank you for that. Anytime you do that, that's great. It speeds things up. I'd like to have an opportunity to quickly look at the exhibit before it's either displayed in open court or handed to the witness, just so I can familiarize myself. Don't assume I've seen anything because I haven't. Let's try to keep our sidebars to a minimum if we can. I'd like to have Ms. Fitzsimmons at each sidebar. Would be great. And also you should know that at the end of the trial, after I deliberate, I intend to announce a public verdict. I intend to explain my reasons for the verdict. I intend to have a transcript of my reasons generated and filed in our public record. All right. With that, any preliminary matters that you folks want to go over? No?
I have some preliminary matters.
Okay. Oh, and you know what? And there's one of them may be paper. There was a motion for review, and I don't know if I still have it, but paper 88 maybe. Yeah. Okay. So on the motion for review, I'm going to take no action for now. I want to hear the evidence. I want to see the evidence. The Commonwealth didn't request one. I don't know if the Commonwealth will be objecting, but let me just see as the evidence comes in and whether I think it's necessary. All right.
That's exactly my suggestion. That's
okay.
what I was going to say, Your Honor. So that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And what else, Mr. Brado?
Yes, Your Honor. The sequestration order.
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's several folks in here that are on the witness list. And there's also something I took note of, which is that there's several close family members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. So I would ask the court to issue a order in open court to those people. You don't need to single anyone out, of course, but I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that you cannot be a conduit to a witness and deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal sequestration orders, but why don't I do this, given that it's been raised by the defense? I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up being called to testify, you should know that I have issued what's called the sequestration order. And what's most, I guess, pertinent for you to know is that you may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness with anyone else on the witness list at all. All right. So get to know who's on the witness list, and you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps broad enough because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Brado heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Brado?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Brado?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett did an investigation into the propriety of the actions of Officer Noonan, a witness in the case, and the person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements of witnesses that were the product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did,
asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
Can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying, so this outside entity, private entity, CIC,
yes, sir.
Conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay. And you're saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes.
You have that?
I do. And it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements.
Okay.
Which I don't have.
All right. So that's the issue. You're saying that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those statements. That's what you're looking
Correct.
for.
The actual real statements. And there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Noonan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it. But we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements, those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police, because they bought the statements. They own the statements. They have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
All right. So, Mr. Brado, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all of the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript, is my guess. But they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team, as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Mr. Brado, it seems to me that this is a Rule 17 issue. I can't. I can't just order a third party, which this would be, because again, the Commonwealth is required to turn over statements and information that's in their possession, custody, and control. We all know what that means. Members of the prosecution team. The North Andover Police Department doing some kind of external investigation does not make them members of the prosecution team under our law. So for you to get those, you would need to follow the Rule 17 requirements.
It just seems to me, Judge, that the chief of police, who retains and controls the investigation, he was literally present at the scene of this incident. He's a part of the prosecution team. And so he's the one that controls the report. And for him to put on blinders and say, oh, we don't have that. No, that's not the standard. Is do you have it or not? The standard is it in your possession, custody, or control? And it is. And so he was literally at the scene. So he's the guy who's the decision maker. So I don't see how this is a third party issue. It's really just something that is so germane to the right to a fair trial that the police department in the very case And the guy that makes the decision is the one who is a recipient witness, is saying, putting on both hats, and now he's saying, oh, administratively, oh, I don't have that.
When were you provided the 80-page report? When was it produced?
I don't recall, Judge. At some point in discovery, I don't.
When was it produced?
Not like last week or anything.
Months ago.
Months ago? Okay. Why are you waiting until 9 o'clock on the morning of trial to raise this? You folks were before me for the very purpose of me weighing in on Rule 17 motions, not a peep from you. Why now?
Because I thought we were going to get it. I asked for it last week, and maybe even before that. And, you know, I got the answer that, oh, they don't have it. So.
Commonwealth?
It's an independent report. I called the chief at council's request and asked them what they got from Attorney Bennett. They said they got the report. I asked if they had any reporting statements, transcripts, and the chief told me no.
Okay. So what I would suggest at this point, Mr. Bradel, is you issue a summons under Rule 17. I mean, it really, at this point, I don't know.
I think it's a trial. I'm sorry to talk over you.
No, just hold on one second. Let me just finish my thought. Maybe Rule 17 isn't the right vehicle. Maybe just a summons, a subpoena, which then the police department can, you know, report whether they, you know, if they don't have them, they could seek to quash or something. But because it seems to me that we're beyond Rule 17.
Yes.
So that's what I would suggest doing. I'd suggest getting that out ASAP. As I said, I'd like this trial, in a perfect world, the trial and the verdict to be done this week. We don't live in a perfect world. I'm aware of that. So if things come up, we'll do the best that we can. All right. Anything else, Mr. Bradel?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. So like any trial, we're going to start with opening statements.
Can I send the defendant to the bar, Your
Oh,
Honor?
I'm sorry. I missed that part.
That's
Yes,
okay.
of course.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. ADA Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth. Does the Commonwealth move for trial?
The Commonwealth moves for trial.
Attorney Bradel on behalf of the defendant. Does the defendant answer ready for trial?
Ready for trial, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? You are now set to the bar to be tried before the Honorable Justice Jeff Karp, Justice of the Lawrence Superior Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now proceed with opening statements. The Commonwealth will go first because they have the burden. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the witnesses be ordered to exit the room for the opening statements, please.
Okay. Yes, I thought that the sequestration order was that part of the sequestration order was that witnesses wouldn't be in the present during courtroom proceedings. Is that not the case? Is that not what I ordered?
That's what I asked for, and that's what you ordered, and that's what I expect. And I don't know why these people are sitting here.
Okay. So any objection?
No.
Okay. So members of the audience, if you are on the witness list, if you have been told that you've been identified as a possible witness at this trial, you must leave the courtroom. And remember my order about what I called a sequestration order. Thank you very much. There may come a time where I need to make exceptions to that rule, counsel, and you'll let me know when those exceptions are needed.
Thank you.
We'll just give everyone a moment to filter in and out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradel, are you content? Do you want to take a
Yes.
look around?
I believe
More people came in, so.
Yes, no, I know those folks. That's no problem.
So I'll just say it again, folks that just came into the courtroom. If you've been told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom during these proceedings. All right, unless you're told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Noonan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. With specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations, barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department. And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, he was a detective, had his specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daley, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Noonan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Elaine, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Elaine came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court, and Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Newman to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officers, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Elaine at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtney. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that. So the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Elaine. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left, is the baby room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door on the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. We're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom, and Mr. Elaine comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me. Because she's upset with Mr. Elaine. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Elaine, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement. Because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home who was in Stowe, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly is down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs of the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Elaine's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house. Officer Noonan is standing on the landing watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Noonan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click.
I'm sorry.
It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire. Officer Noonan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it. She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tap rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it. She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noonan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. Kelsey, don't do it. She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it, puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat. That is eventually collected by Officer Poor, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I would suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you guys.
Breaking news.
We have some very sad breaking news coming out from LaGuardia Airport. We're going to play that for you guys.
heard from a senior Port Authority official after the breaking news overnight when a plane crashed into another vehicle at LaGuardia Airport with 2 people now confirmed dead. You are watching Fox and Friends First on this Monday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I am Todd Pyro. Here is what we know just moments ago from that press conference. 41 people on that plane were transported to the hospital. 32 were released, but it does appear there are 9 individuals with serious injuries at this time still in the hospital. 2 pilots, as you see on your screen right there, confirmed dead. LaGuardia will be closed until at least 2 p.m., could be longer, depending upon how long the investigation takes. With that, let's go live now to CB Cotton, live at LaGuardia with the very latest. CB.
Todd, Carly, good morning. An absolute tragedy here on the ground at LaGuardia Airport as we get that official confirmation that 2 pilots have been killed in this collision between a passenger plane and a fire truck. Let's take a look at this crash site because this was a gut-wrenching scene. You can see here on the screen that Air Canada Express plane on the tarmac with its nose completely torn off. And nearby, there appears to be the overturned, damaged Port Authority fire truck. To give some context, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey operates this airport. It just held a news conference and said the Air Canada flight was landing at around 11:40 p.m. Eastern last night, coming in from Montreal when it collided with a Port Authority fire truck that was responding to a United aircraft that had previously reported an issue with an odor. The Port Authority released an earlier statement saying, quote, at approximately 11:40 p.m. on Sunday, a Jazz Aviation flight operating on behalf of Air Canada was involved in an accident on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport, in which the aircraft struck a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle that was responding to a separate incident. And again, moments ago, we got more details about how this unfolded. So Air Canada, again, says that flight was traveling from Montreal to New York, operated by Jazz Aviation. We also learned the flight had 72 passengers and 4 crew members on board. Port Authority recapping moments ago that 41 passengers and crew members were taken to the hospital. 32 people have now been released, but we've been told there are serious injuries. There was light rain, fog, and mist when the collision occurred, but it's too soon to say how and if the weather played a role. Here's one injured passenger recounting the harrowing moments.
We were coming in pretty fast. It was like a regular flight, like always. But as we were arriving, we came down really hard, and then we stopped really quickly. And then, and about 2 seconds later, we just had an absolute like slam. Everybody was flying everywhere. I mean, like the plane started veering off left and right, and there was, I mean, just it was chaos. I mean, it didn't feel like there was anybody in control of anything.
And our thoughts and prayers are with everyone who was involved in this collision this morning. Todd, as you mentioned, there will be no flights into or out of LaGuardia Airport until at least 2 p.m. local time. The NTSB will now lead the investigation. Back to you in the studio.
Remarkable to hear that firsthand account from that passenger, CB. CB Cotton live for us at LaGuardia Airport. CB, we thank you so much. Let's bring in former NTSB investigator Charlie Pereira. Charlie, we do know that the NTSB is launching a GO team to investigate this collision. So what are your thoughts on what led to this crash and what we know so far?
Well, we're going to need to get all of the data before we can make an evaluation. The NTSB, of course, launching a GO team. The initial things that will determine exactly what happened are going to be the ADSB data, which is going to give you the position of the airplane once every couple seconds. And then we're going to have some ground radar possibly that might have the fire truck, might show the fire truck movement as well. And there might be airport video recording sources and possibly some private individual video recording sources that can give us the time history of the vehicle movements as well. So once the NTSB is able to collect and analyze those along with the air traffic control audio transcripts, then they'll be able to piece together what happened and why it happened and how to prevent it from happening again.
Charlie, there was a guest on with Ashley Strohmeyer during our breaking news overnight coverage who said the plane was possibly going at this point in the landing process between 20 and 30 miles an hour. But when you look at this footage, this does not look like an interaction between two vehicles going 20 to 30 miles an hour. We've all seen accidents on the side of a road where a car's gone 30 miles an hour. It doesn't look like this. How fast do you think these two vehicles, the plane and the fire vehicle from Port Authority, were possibly going at this point?
Well, I'm assuming that they've taken a look at preliminary ADSB data to determine the aircraft speed. But keep in mind, the aircraft is mostly an aluminum fuselage, and that fire truck is more than likely mostly a steel structure. And their combined velocities together are going to result in significant damage to that aluminum airplane. I liken them to flying beer cans, basically, compared to the structural integrity of a fire truck. So if they used initial preliminary ADSB data to come up with that number, that might be true. And especially if they were coming at each other, if their velocity vectors were pointing at each other, then the combined velocity could have been significantly higher. So if the truck was going 50 miles an hour and the airplane was going 30 miles an hour, if they were going right at each other, that would be a combined impact of 80.
Mhm.
So, we're just going to have to take a look at what the data show. But when I first saw the pictures last night, when you guys called me at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., whatever it was, to discuss my coming on the show, the only thing it showed was the initial pictures. And my first thoughts were, wow, the pilot compartment on that airplane, I'd be really surprised if the pilots didn't suffer at least significant injuries. And it sounds now like the pilots were killed. So that's a terrible thing to have happen. The cockpit voice recorder audio in this one is going to be important. That'll give us a lot of the audio leading, or all of the audio leading up to the crash. And it'll certainly help establish the timeline, but it'll be a tragic cockpit voice recorder recording.
And Charlie, speaking of audio, there are reports on the air traffic control recordings already, and they say that the vehicle had requested permission and had been cleared by the air traffic controllers to cross the runway 4. And then shortly after being cleared, the air traffic controller tells the vehicle to stop several times right before that collision. When you hear something like that, what do you think?
Well, we're going to basically, an animation will show everybody exactly what happened in real time and allow us to visualize and hear exactly what's going on in this tragedy. And it sounds to me from what you're saying like there may be some hearing issues on the part of the fire truck that will be examined later. It's required that the fire truck be authorized in its path along the airport surfaces there. So it sounds like the air traffic controller or possibly the ground controller, I'm not sure which one was speaking to him, whether it was tower or ground control, that told him to stop, but they obviously realized that they had a conflict going on. And sounds from what you're saying that the driver of the fire truck was not able to hear that and take action in a timely basis to comply with the air traffic controller, ground controller instructions.
To follow up on Carly's question, if in fact the initial command was given to the fire truck to proceed down the runway, and I completely understand, Charlie, you work for the NTSB, everything is a process and you go through a very dutiful and detailed process to get the answers. But your initial gut instinct when you hear if the fire truck is saying what it's saying and it did receive clearance, does this appear to you like an air traffic control error at this point?
It's way too early for me to be declaring probable cause in this case, but from the evidence that you've provided thus far, although it might be speculation at this point, if that is the case and the facts do lead us to that finding, then yes, there are going to be obviously air traffic and ground control issues, especially with respect to coordinating with as they call it, ARF, Airport Rescue and Firefighting vehicles. And it's not surprising. We've had accidents in the past where there have been, as we call them, ARF findings and issues and recommendations. For example, on the San Francisco Asiana crash over a decade ago that I worked on, if you recall, we didn't have any fatalities caused by the initial crash, but some of the passengers that were on the runway surface were run over by ARF vehicles and killed in the process and injured. So this is going to be yet another tragic airplane accident that leads us to some improvements and safety recommendations in the airport rescue and firefighting ARF category.
Yeah, listen, Charlie, LaGuardia is now closed until 2 p.m. at the earliest, which means there are going to be major impacts to flyers, considering there are already bottlenecks at the airport right now. But our thoughts and prayers certainly go out to those 2 pilots who have been confirmed dead. Charlie Pereira, we thank you so much for your time.
Be sure to like and
All right, we are heading back to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, so that way we can finish opening statements, and then we will head over to the Judy Church trial.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed when her fiance, Justin Elaine, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden in an ex parte fashion. The North Andover police had to serve that order. And in the late afternoon of the 30th, 3 male officers, Lieutenant Daly, Officers Noonan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms, and give the baby to Mr. Elaine. And that day, Your Honor, Kelsey stood in her house in humiliation in front of her police colleagues and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with. from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. She decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another location in the home. She's told that she needs to pack a bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Noonan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and books and thereabouts and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's evidence of her state of mind, that she has no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason to, and her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself because her life's over in her mind. So at that point, Your Honor, apparently what was later learned to be her mom comes in the house. She's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away a baby from their mother? That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Noonan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. It's a pretty simple layout. Noonan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's room where she got some stuff across the landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when I don't want to say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here. And Houston goes downstairs. Noonan, in a moment after Houston went downstairs, Noonan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Noonan. I told you about Houston. Noonan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Noonan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Noonan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor. So I don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence. The evidence will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Noonan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to no other. And we've discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed as it relates to or doesn't relate to Noonan's state of mind, Your Honor, that he's, as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor. Getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Noonan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face. The evidence here, Judge, will show that he was trying to tell her not to kill herself. The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting. How do we know this even more so? Besides the lack of motive and the utterances that he made. We know because of the location of the firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daly will tell you that she's on her back. The gun was under her leg. If Miss Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Noonan, and falls backwards, how does that gun swing around to get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Noonan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics. It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun to their temple, so it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So the location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened. Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away. Hits the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action. That's panic. So Daly comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive, what makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful. Anything that's doubtful is obviously not consistent with what the Commonwealth wants to have happen here. It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence. Only 2 people were in that room. There were no body cameras. The police never interviewed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They circled the wagons immediately, right at the scene. You'll see everybody treating Noonan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Noonan. And everybody wants to defend Noonan in this situation. And no one even took a minute to think about whether Kelsey may have a different take on things, may have something different to say. Why? Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Noonan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer, no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never point a firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case. And I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daly, please.
Sean Daly.
Okay, everybody, we have a pleasant surprise. If you take a look, we have Miss Ada in the house. So,
Hey, how are y'all doing? I hope
we're
you're
doing
doing
fine.
good. Update me. What happened on that airplane thing?
Apparently, a plane was landing. The fire truck got permission to cross over. And as the plane was coming down, the fire truck was in the way and it took off the face of the plane, where the plane collided into the fire truck. Right now, 2 are reported dead. Approximately 60 went to the hospital. 45 of them was released, and the other ones are all in critical condition.
Holy crap! So miscommunications, huh, with the towers.
Yeah, unless something went wrong with the plane or if it was like a weather incident. We don't know. The NTSB is taking over the investigation.
Airport's closed.
The airport's closed until 2 p.m., at least until 2 p.m. their time, if not longer.
Gosh.
So you can imagine that this is going to have a major ripple effect throughout the country and even the world, with that airport being shut down, because that's one of the largest international airport on the East Coast.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Okay, I want to take a quick break a second. We have a poll up for Kelsey Fitzsimmons opening on who do you believe gave the better opening statement, the Commonwealth or defense. Okay, Ada, I'm going to mute and let you talk for a little bit, and then we're going to go back to the church trial.
Okay, well, what's happening with me? I've not been following anything because Saturday started having a migraine, and it got to the point that Sunday I ended up in the hospital. They did the migraine cocktail, and I'm just now coming out of it. So not much has gotten done, but I'm getting ready to go now. I got to take an exam. I got to take an exam in my master's program, and then I'm going to go start packing. I have help tomorrow, thank God, and we have some help Tuesday, Wednesday. So yay! So it's not a good time to get a bad migraine. I will tell you that. A horrible time to get a bad migraine, but it just wasn't released. So I'm not going to stay on long because I've got to take this quiz and then I'm going to get packing. But I am going to start listening in my ears. I haven't really had my hearing aids on since the migraine started. Just can't handle it. So I'm going to go back and listen to the closing arguments this morning and catch up with y'all. And y'all, thank you for being so kind to my mods. Angela, why is there a puppy dog and a turtle avatar? Okay.
There, there is a puppy and Tuxie on the screen because Miss June lost StreamYard for a little bit. And in order to wanted to pop up something quick while she was trying to get back in.
Oh, that's cute though. I love it. Well,
Thank
you know what, guys? Technology, what can I say? We're doing the best that we can, right, y'all?
Yes, yes. And I will speak for myself. I am not a pro at the streaming like Miss Ada is. So we are learning and dealing with the gremlins and taking it one step at a time. We appreciate everyone and their patience and understanding that June and I are not pros at this.
I totally agree with that. We're learning by the seat of our pants, and we're sending out messages to Ada, like on what thumbnails we need to be made. We made a generic one, and Ada graciously went in there and put the graphic on that one for tomorrow. So all the thumbnails that you're going to see are still Ada. They're not me or Angela. They're actually Ada. So she's not out of it. She's still with us and still lurks in the background and watching the show to make sure that she doesn't have to come in and rescue us from a disaster. And so far, she hasn't done that.
Well, they know how to get a hold of me if there's a true disaster. But I will, now that I'm trying to get vertical and moving again. Anybody who suffers from migraines understands the struggle it is, trying to recover from them, and just knowing that my poor my head is swimming, and you just feel kind of like you were kind of underwater for a while, just kind of not there. So anyway, we just really grateful for my wonderful team. So I'm gonna hop off. I am on a time-based situation right now. I gotta take a test. So y'all enjoy the rest of this morning. I'll pop in a little bit.
All right. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back in a little bit.
Thank you Thank you for joining us. Good luck.
Who's that?
Lab, crime lab.
So Judge, we got a couple of things worth bringing up, I think. One is I prepared an exhibit, which is all the photographs Jessica Brown took at the crime lab on a thumb drive. I also added to that a set of other photographs taken by an adjacent department, I think evidence collection. I don't think there's no dispute as to what those photographs are, but I'm not sure, she didn't take them, I don't think. But I would seek to introduce the full set and ask her to comment on what she knows and doesn't know. I think what she doesn't know is, from a defense perspective, potentially as important as what she does know. The photographs are of what? the evidence that was collected at the search warrant.
Okay, from 108 Central.
Right. So in particular, she didn't photograph the sun-kissed orange, and the sun-kissed orange can is not, as of yet, an exhibit.
Okay.
But there was one taken, and it is photographed, and that in particular photograph, I would like to question her about because contents were taken from that sun-kissed orange in the photograph, removed, put in a vial, sent to NMS for testing to see if it had ethylene glycol. So I think she's the only crime lab witness coming in. I don't think there's another witness that could.
So she can authenticate the photos she took, but there's additional photographs that she may not be able to authenticate, but they were from the scene, and you're hoping to get those in as well.
Well, I'd make the motion to get them in right now to clarify as the next exhibit, so that there's no issue about their admissibility, because I think it's just a foundation question. We've been
Well,
stipulating a foundation.
Mr. Camilio, what's your position with respect to the photographs?
Well, I have no problem with admitting all the photographs that she took, but the other ones, I don't think it's fair to ask her about photographs that she didn't take or evidence that she didn't look at. So
She may or may not be able to speak to those things. I mean, people can if she's at the scene, looked at photographs of a bunch of items, she may or may not be able to comment knowledgeably about other photographs. Do you have any objection to him putting the questions and see if she can speak to them or not?
no, I mean, if she can talk about them, she can talk about them. I just don't think, based on what she's told me, she hasn't. Those photographs are not ones that she took or saw.
Are these photographs of the same items or different items?
Well, she never took a photograph of the Fanta can because she never looked at the Fanta can. So
Okay.
if that's the particular issue, then I think she's going to say, I didn't look at the Fanta can.
Which may be the point that Mr. Scully wants to elicit.
Perhaps.
But in terms of the jury having access to the other photographs that she can't herself authenticate, do you have any issue with that?
Mr. Scully just showed them to me. I don't think so, but I just sort of an abundance of caution, I would have no problem with the ones she took. The other ones I'm going to have to look at again with Mr. Scully.
All right. They're all on the same thumb drive at the moment, but the jury's only going to see whatever any one of you are choosing to put in front of this witness right now.
Right. So we'll need a break before cross-examination. The photographs the prosecutor will recognize them in 30 seconds. They provided us to discovery in a thumb drive. He'll see there, I think 27 of them or 33 of them in a row. He'll recognize them all. So, but we will need a break, it sounds like.
Well,
No, I don't think we need a break. You can pull up any individual photograph even and ask if the witness can comment on it. The only question is whether Mr. Camillo is objecting to all of them being part of the evidence. Right. But you can see if she can comment on any of these other photographs.
But my issue is before she comments on it, right, I'm moving them in as an exhibit. And then I'll pull them up on the screen and say, what's been marked exhibit so-and-so? Do you recognize it, yes or no? I know for 17 photos, she's going to recognize it.
Pull them up now and let them take a look at it.
Yeah, we can put them on the screen.
Go ahead.
Can you pull them up? Well, while we're pulling them up, the other thing I wanted to mention is there's another witness on the witness list for the prosecution today, Delaria. He was the one wearing the body-worn camera at the when the first responders came. That body-worn camera is already in as an exhibit. It's already been watched. Our objection would be he can't come in and now narrate the body-worn camera, what he sees and what's on it.
Only the defense gets to do that. It's my memory.
Well, what are you intending to do with Delaria?
I intend to have him say what he saw and heard and did while he was at the house.
Okay.
This is that same objection that Your Honor said you didn't want us to do. I did it, right? I asked them questions. I kind of narrowed the focus to
You asked who?
I asked the officer who testified about the video footage that Judy Church took of Leroy Fowler. And I asked a series of questions about what was on that footage,
Right.
what was said, what was heard, and I kind of focused on a few areas. And after, there was no objection. After, the court said, no more of that, and wouldn't have let attorney Norkunis do it to the next set of camera. But this seems to be what the prosecution wants to do now.
I don't know what they will do, but I made a point at sidebar when we had this discussion that I make a distinction between somebody who's in no better position than the jury to say what the jury has just seen. I typically don't permit that. If someone is involved on the scene, I do permit some explanation of what's going on at a particular moment in the video, because they're there and they can shed some light beyond what the jury may be able to see. I don't know what the Commonwealth's intending to do. If you've got an objection to any what you call narration that's going on, I'll rule on it at the time.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll
now
try
we-
to figure it out, but I'm still trying to tease out how that's different. What's about to happen is different from what I did.
Well,
And
what
Mr. Norquist was not allowed
the
to do.
difference is what you were playing a video of the videos that Miss Church had taken of Mr. Fowler, correct? That's what you were talking about? All right. Those videos that Miss Church took of Miss Fowler, the Sergeant Strong or whoever was on the stand wasn't involved, wasn't there, wasn't a participant in these things. And you're saying, did you hear him say this? Did you hear him say that? Did you see him do this? Did you see him do that? That was simply highlighting for the jury what they saw. Strong's in no better position than the jury to say any of those things. That's different than somebody who was present in a scene captured by a surveillance video, for example, who can say this, yeah, you can't see it, but right off the camera, there's somebody standing right here, or those sorts of things. That's the point I'm making.
But what you didn't let Mr. Norquist do is there was a body-worn camera of a sidewalk interview.
Judge, just
Wait, let me finish, Mr.
maybe I
Prosecutor.
could just
Let me just finish.
a little faster. If I could just say one thing, I have no intention of asking him to narrate the video.
Okay, there we go. He's not going to have him narrate the video.
Objection
All right.
withdrawn.
Did you pull up the photos?
Yeah.
Mr. Camilio,
I can only see one, Judge.
I'm sorry?
We have to go. Yeah, I can only see. I'm looking at them. No, she didn't take them, but it's her.
Those are her initials on there.
Are we seeing right now the witness's actual photographs?
No.
No, those are on a different file, not
Okay.
objected to.
Okay, so these are the ones that were not taken by the witness.
Right. Taken at the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Her initials are on the bags, at least some of them.
I would like to avoid having to bring in somebody else to merely authenticate these photos. I mean, I don't know what,
These are the most important ones here, because this is the only photographs from the crime lab of the Sunkus can, which was collected, but we don't know which of the two. And then was, a sample was taken out of it and sent to the laboratory. So I'm trying to show, like, here it is at the crime lab. This is the one, or the Fanta, I'm sorry, I called it Sunkus, but Fanta. So this is really kind of ground zero for these, but there is also, the Powerade is in there.
is that the end of the photos? Have they ended?
That's the last one.
All right, Mr. Camilio?
I certainly don't have any objection to the Fanta photographs. The other ones, I don't have any idea what they're relevant to, but whatever. You know, they don't seem to.
I don't know that they have any relevance either. I don't think they're going to shed much light for the jury on anything, but they also may be neither here nor there, and so therefore not prejudicial. If they're on the same thumb drive, I don't have a problem with them coming in. So, all right, we'll be able to mark the thumb drive.
Thank you. Should we do that now, Judge?
Sure. Let's bring our jury in.
This will be 33, so Mark, thank you.
Ms. Morrissey, in case anyone wants to look at it, she has her, you guys can see.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Bill, we're good to go.
All right for the juice? But yes, not right.
Be seated. Jessica Brown.
You'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and a nice loud voice. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Jessica Brown, Brown.
And ma'am, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you been an employee of the State Police Crime Lab?
A little over 20 years.
Okay. And what is your current position, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist 3, which is a supervisor in the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit.
Okay. And real briefly, could you tell the jury a little bit about your education prior to coming to the lab?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry from Colgate University and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from Florida International University.
Okay. And after getting those degrees, did you go into forensic science as a profession?
Yes, I actually received my graduate degree while I was employed at the crime lab.
Okay. So since graduating from college, you've been at the crime lab and got that master's degree while working at the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you do continuing education and training as a member of the crime lab?
Yes.
What sort of training and ongoing trainings do you participate in?
So you would do an in-house training at the start of your employment, regardless of which unit you're in. You would be trained in whatever testing for that unit. We are also required to have continuing education annually. That could be a specialized training by instrument manufacturers for the instrumentation that we utilize in casework. Could be specialized training by our federal entities like the FBI, DEA, or ATF. Or it could be professional membership meetings for various forensic science organizations.
As a member of the Trace, Arson, and Explosives Unit, what are your normal duties?
So I oversee other forensic scientists in that unit, as well as performing casework in fire debris analysis, which are arson cases, in primer gunshot residue cases, in explosives cases, and other miscellaneous cases, which tend to be poisonings.
Okay, so you got involved in the investigation into the death of an individual named Leroy Fowler. That's sort of one of those miscellaneous type cases.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And fair to say that your role in this particular case was just to actually sample some liquids. And by sample, I mean take them out of containers, put them in other containers, and have them sent to a lab that could do some additional testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Back in 2022, when this case started, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab did not test for ethylene glycol, correct?
In non-biological samples, correct.
Okay. So that means that if someone wanted to test for ethylene glycol in liquid or in like water or whatever, that's not a test the lab could do.
At the time of the case in 2022, correct.
Okay. So you were asked to sample initially in January of 2023. You were asked to prepare 3 samples for a send out to another forensic lab called NMS, correct?
I actually sampled those in December of 2022, but yes, those samples were prepared at that time for send out.
Okay, so December 2022. And what were the 3 samples of liquid that you were asked to send out at that period of time?
So at that period of time, there was an item labeled 2-1. It was a Rain-X de-icer container, and that contained an orange liquid. Item 2-2 was a Powerade fruit punch bottle, and that contained also an orange liquid. And item 2-4 was a sealed specimen container that also had an orange liquid.
With respect to the de-icer bottle, ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 22 in this case. And does that look essentially what item 2-1 appeared to be at the time that you took it?
Aside from being able to look at the numbers specifically for the UPC code and the lot number print that was on it, it does appear similar to that bottle that I examined.
All right. And then show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. Does that appear also to be similar to the Powerade bottle that you sampled back in December 2022?
It is a Powerade bottle, but again, without referencing the UPC codes or other documented numbers that I noted in my case file, I would not be able to confirm.
Up on the top little part of the bottle, there is a lab number.
Yes.
Is that something you would have put on there or somebody else at the lab would have put on there just to mark it as the actual Powerade bottle?
I myself did not mark that, but yes, that would have been added at the laboratory. I couldn't say for sure who did, but that is the laboratory associated for this case.
Judge, I would make a motion to stipulate. I don't know if you want to hear that at sidebar or just do it on the fly.
A motion to stipulate to what?
That these are the items that were taken from Judy Church's house and put to this crime lab for her examination.
You agree to the stipulation, Mr. Camille? Right. A stipulation, jurors, is simply an agreement by counsel for both sides that whatever facts are stipulated to are true and can be accepted as true by you without the need for any further supporting evidence. So in this case, the parties are stipulating orally that those 2 items are in fact the items that the ones just shown to the witness, Ms. Brown, are the items that were seized from Ms. Church's house.
All right. And the third item that you described for us was, you said, a specimen jar that had an orange liquid in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think the defense might also agree to this, but I'll just ask the question. You understood that to have been a liquid that had been taken out of a Fanta can and put into an open Fanta can and put into that specimen jar so that it wouldn't leak all over the place?
Yes, that's my understanding.
We so stipulate.
All right. So with respect to the item that's been described as 2-4 by the witness, which I think she had said was a sealed specimen container, there's a stipulation by the parties, which you may now accept, that the liquid in that particular sealed container, item 2-4, came from a Fanta can.
All right.
That was taken from, I guess, the premises 108 Central.
Correct.
In Salisbury.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scully. Now, with respect to those 3 items, ma'am, what were you going to do in order to sample some of the liquid and send it out to the NMS labs for further testing?
So typically with these types of cases, we would document the items with photographs. Because 2 of those items were further requested for fingerprints and DNA analysis, we would appropriately wear personal protective equipment to ensure no contamination and minimize the handling of the evidence when sampling the liquid. So for item 2-1 and 2-2, I did those appropriate measures and steps to ensure no contamination, sampled the liquids and put them in the supplied containers to be sent for send out to NMS. For item 2-4, since it had already been removed from the container that fingerprints and DNA had been requested on, that was not further submitted to our crime scene services unit or criminalistics unit for that type of testing and preparation. So I just sampled it after taking photographs.
And to sample the Powerade and to sample the de-icer, just take a little pipette and pipette out a little bit and put it in the little cylinder supplied by NMS. Is that fair?
Yes. So yes, a pipette was utilized to sample out the liquids.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you a photograph, ma'am. Okay, great. And do you recognize what I'm showing you in that particular photograph right there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is item 2-2 for laboratory number 22-24257. It has the date as well as my initials in this photograph.
And is that true and accurate representation of the way the Powerade bottle looked when you first received it?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not presenting this exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Scully?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next exhibit.
Exhibit 34, so much. Put that up for a second on the screen. Everyone can see it. Is that
Yes.
something you can see? Okay,
Yes.
great. And that is a true and accurate representation of what we just marked as exhibit 34?
Yes.
All right. So it was that little orange liquid at the bottom you would have sampled out of. How much did you take out approximately?
It was more than 5 milliliters. It's my understanding that NMS has a restriction on the amount of liquid that they would test, so I had to take out at least 5 millimeters.
5 milliliters?
Milliliters, excuse me.
All right, and so that would go into a little cylinder provided by NMS, gets sealed up, and that one is ready to go out. Fair?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Do the same thing with the Rain-X?
Yes.
Okay, take a little 5 millimeters, 7 milliliters out or so, and put it in a little cylinder, and that goes off to NMS?
Yes.
Okay, and then same with the liquid that was in the specimen jar. Take a little sample of that, put it in the little cylinder, and off it goes.
Yes.
Okay. While sampling the Powerade, did you make any observations about the liquid that was inside of the Powerade?
Yes. So as part of our examinations, we will typically note if there are characteristic odors. This is more so for our fire debris cases, but also for miscellaneous cases. So we will note if there is a specific odor that can be characterized. For the item 2-2, I noted that there was a fruity odor.
All right. Now, later on in the as the investigation continued, were you provided with 2 more samples, 2 more items that you were asked to sample to send off for further testing at NMS Labs?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those 2 items that you were asked to sample and send out to NMS?
So as part of submission 6 to the laboratory, there were 2 unopened containers that were submitted, items 6-1 and 6-2. Those were an unopened container of the Rain-X de-icer and an unopened container of Shop Pro antifreeze.
Okay. And again, perhaps Mr. Scully would stipulate that those were the 2 items that were purchased by the state police and sent to the crime lab for comparison testing, and those had nothing to do with anything ever owned by Miss Church or anyone else involved in the case. Those were purchased at the store just for a comparison of the contents of those items.
No objection. I would stipulate to that.
All right, so that stipulation has been entered. So when you hear about unopened bottles of Rain-X and antifreeze, you now understand they were purchased by the state police for comparison purposes and sent to the lab for sampling and sending out to this NMS entity.
And so you did the same thing with those liquids that you did with the other liquids that we just discussed as part of the submission number 2-1, 2-2, 2-4?
Yes.
Okay. Right. And just hopefully it was clear, but just so it's clear, all you did was facilitate getting those liquids from the crime lab in Massachusetts to NMS so that they could do the testing, and you actually yourself didn't do any testing on any of those liquids.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Scully.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few, I think, questions and follow-up, if that's all right.
Certainly.
Okay. So if we could pull up what's been previously marked Exhibit 33, Judge, during the break for cross-examination purposes and to show the jury.
Ms. Jurors, I doubt any of you are keeping track of the exhibits, but if you are, we admitted an exhibit in your absence. Exhibit 33 is a thumb drive containing photographs taken by lab personnel. Some, I think you'll hear, were taken by Ms. Brown, some by other, at least one other person. But these are photographs of various items that ended up with the Mass State Police Crime Laboratory. So it's Exhibit 33, and there's a photograph up on the screen right now from this exhibit. Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So the first photograph here is of the Rain-X de-icer, item number 2-1. It has a ruler and your initials in the foreground, correct?
Correct.
And did you actually take that photograph?
I did.
And there's a stipulation that basically provides that this is the item that you photographed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
What's the exhibit number that
sorry,
you're holding?
thank you for the clarification on it. Exhibit 22 is the Rain-X bottle. Right?
Is there a question for the witness?
I just need a moment if I could, Your Honor. Okay. And this bottle of de-icer by Rain-X, Exhibit 22, contains an orange fluid in it, right?
Yes, an orange liquid.
An orange liquid. And it has a label affixed to it explaining certain ingredients and precautions, right?
Yes.
And it does say on the label, this product contains a bittering agent, right?
Unfortunately, I'd have to actually read the label to
approach?
confirm that.
You may.
That line right there.
Yes, it says this product contains a bittering agent.
Okay, and there's a sentence under that that looks like it's tough to read, but can you read it?
It is partially obscured. It appears to be talking about how to store and transport it.
Okay. All right, but you can clearly see that there's a bittering agent, at least on the label here, right?
It is labeled that it contains a bittering agent.
Okay. Now, are you aware of a product called denatonium benzoate?
That is definitely a compound.
Okay, and do you know what it is?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Are you aware of Mass General Law? Just a minute, Judge. Sorry. Chapter 94, Section 303N, that requires a product called denatonium benzoate to be included in engine coolant and antifreeze products in Massachusetts that have more than 10% ethylene glycol?
I'm not familiar with that general law.
Okay. In your role at the Mass State Police lab in 2022, you've got this bottle. It says bittering agent on it. Did you take any steps to determine whether or not there was in fact a bittering agent in that bottle?
I performed no testing for this case.
Okay. And what about samples were prepared from that bottle, correct?
A sample was taken from the bottle and sent out for testing.
To NMS, the laboratory, right?
Correct.
And with instructions to test for ethylene glycol, is that correct?
Yes.
Were instructions given to also test for a bittering agent?
You'd have to ask the NMS folks.
But wouldn't the instructions come from Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab? Like, this is what we want you to do?
Since my unit does not do the send outs for that type of testing, I couldn't confirm what type of communication is made between NMS and the laboratory.
Okay. All right, so you don't know, and is there somebody at the crime lab? You've got different units, right?
Yes,
You got a DNA unit to check DNA,
a DNA test for DNA,
and you've got a unit that specializes in fingerprints,
crime scene services,
crime scene services, and you've got your unit, which was trace arson.
trace arson and explosives.
Right, so you've got these different units, and you've got a case like this that comes in the door that's, I think you described it as miscellaneous.
That's the type of testing that would be performed within my unit.
Okay. And so you've got this evidence coming in, fair to say, to the crime lab, and it's going to go through these different departments, right?
Yes.
Is there one person at the crime lab whose job it is to know what each of the different units are doing?
Not sure if I understand your question.
So in other words, you don't know what happened in the fingerprint unit, right?
You mean as far as the type of testing that they perform?
Yeah, in this case, do you know what happened?
All I know is that I sent those containers on for fingerprints by our crime scene services section.
Okay. And you didn't participate in the DNA testing that was done, right?
Correct. I performed
Right.
no testing in this case.
Right. So you've got these different departments, including yours. What I'm wondering is there one person at the lab who's sort of the captain, the team leader, who's going to make sure that that they know what everybody's doing and what the results are?
I don't know if it's really about what the results are. We do have a case management unit that is sort of like a point person for requests for testing. But I can't confirm what that unit does or does not communicate to agencies
Right.
and or NMS.
To your knowledge, was there a single person at the crime lab who would have an overview of all the different steps taken and where the evidence went and how it was tested and what the results were? One person with a name.
Again, I would anticipate that that person would reside in case management, but I couldn't tell you who that was.
In this case, you don't know who that was.
No, I don't know if there was one person who was responsible for all of the testing as well as all the results and communications.
Okay, fair enough. So a sample from the Rain-X gets sent to NMS to be tested for ethylene glycol, right?
That is my understanding of what the send out testing was requested.
But unknown about a bittering agent, right?
Again, I can't speak for NMS and what they test for.
Okay. Or even what Mass State Police Crime Lab asked them to test for. You can't speak to that either.
Correct.
But you can speak to the fact that they were told to test for ethylene glycol.
The sample was submitted to the laboratory with the request to test for ethylene glycol. And since my
Right.
unit at the time did not do that testing, we had to send it out to NMS for that type of testing.
Okay. Next picture, please. We could just scroll through next. All right, this is a photograph of the Powerade bottle, right?
Correct.
And this is the same, is this your initials again on that, right?
Yes.
Correct? And this is item 2-2, right?
Correct.
And in that Powerade bottle is an orange liquid, right?
Correct.
And there seems to be some condensation that appears visible that looks like it's inside that bottle. Is that correct?
There are droplets of liquid inside the bottle. As to whether that's condensation, I cannot confirm that. But there are droplets of liquid on the inside of the bottle.
Okay. And that liquid, do you know when it was put in the bottle?
No.
Do you know what that liquid is?
Again, I did not do any testing for this case.
Okay, so you've got the bottle itself, the label, a little hard to see there, but it says fruit punch, right?
Yes, the label did indicate that that Powerade was a fruit punch flavor.
And that's red, right? Fruit punch Powerade, red?
Typically, it is red.
Okay, and this is orange, right?
Correct.
So is that Powerade in there?
Again, I did not perform any testing, so I cannot tell you what that liquid is.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, test to see whether that the liquid is Powerade?
Again, I cannot comment on the testing that NMS performed.
Okay, or anyone at Mass State Police Crime Lab?
Correct.
Okay. And red, if this was, it's possible that this would be a mixture of liquids, right?
I guess I don't really understand what your question is since I don't know the nature of the liquid.
Right.
Can't really comment on whether it is or is not a mixture.
Okay, well, if it was originally red Powerade and now it's orange liquid, to make it orange, to make red turn orange, you have to add yellow, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd have to add enough yellow that it gets all the way to that orange, which is a true orange, right?
That is a true orange. I can't really comment as to how you would make that orange color since, again, didn't do any testing on this liquid, cannot confirm what it is. But based on my experience in my lifetime, red mixed with yellow does make orange.
The extent of your testing was to smell it and describe it as fruity.
No, the extent of what I did was take photos, sample it, and note any characteristic odors if there were any.
Okay. And you came up with fruity.
Yes.
And that would have been from putting your nose in the bottle.
Not in the bottle. You sort of hold the open container and waft with your hand so that you're not getting into the space since the container had been requested for fingerprints and DNA. You try not to manipulate the container as much as possible.
And do you record that fruity flavor in your notes somewhere?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you could detect it wafting.
Yes.
All right. Now, and is that a scientific process?
It is part of the process that we do for certain types of cases. Whether you would define it as scientific,
Right.
I leave that up to you.
Well, the problem is it's so subjective, right?
I suppose odors are subjective.
Somebody might describe something as fruity. Somebody else might smell the same thing, describe it differently, right?
That is possible.
Somebody might notice it. Somebody might not, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes what we smell is influenced by our eyeballs, right?
No.
In other words, you look at a glass of red wine and you think, oh, that's probably red wine, and you smell it and it kind of reaffirms what you thought.
That is possible. However, based on the type of testing that I do at the laboratory involving fire debris cases, a lot of times those cases are charred debris. Doesn't mean that I always smell.
No, I don't mean always. I just mean we're
Yeah.
human beings and our senses work as a team. They work in tandem, right?
Based on the cases that I work on and my experience, I describe odors based on what I smell, not what I see.
And denatonium benzoate, what does that smell like?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Okay. All right. So you take a sample from item 2-2. That photograph, has the sample already been taken out or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. That's the full sample that came in that bottle up there from Judy Church's house where the search warrant was executed, right?
It was submitted to the laboratory where it was seized from. You'd have to speak to the
Well,
troopers.
that's the stipulation we have, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that full amount before anything was taken out of it, was an exact measurement taken?
No, it was not.
So you don't know exactly scientifically how much is in there?
No.
All right, and then you used a some kind of you transferred that orange liquid into something else. Is that correct?
I transferred a portion of that liquid into a supplied specimen container that NMS utilizes for their send-out testing.
Okay, so where was the pipette inserted into this container and then the liquid drawn?
Yes. So as you see it, it's capped currently.
Yes.
I opened the cap.
Yes.
The pipette was put into
Thank
the
you.
container. A portion of the liquid was pulled out and put into the specimen container for NMS.
Was an exact measurement of how much was taken out in the pipette done?
So I did an approximation. The containers that NMS provide are sort of these plastic graduated containers. So they sort of have what the volume is on the side of it. And so I sort of looked at that, but I did not measure with a graduated cylinder or something more precise for what the volume was.
Okay, so we don't have an exact measurement, fair to say?
I did not provide an exact
Right.
volume or measurement for this
And then
liquid.
you use the pipette to put it into the container that was provided by NMS. Is that right?
The specimen container, yes.
Yeah. So now you've got that ready to ship to NMS for further testing, right?
Yes, I couldn't personally put it for send out through NMS, but
Okay.
our toxicology unit did.
Okay. And so, and the purpose of the testing of that sample when it goes to NMS is going to be to test for something called ethylene glycol, right?
Again, when the samples came to the laboratory, that was the request for testing. And since my laboratory and my specific unit did not do that testing, it needed to be sent out to NMS.
Okay. So I don't know I don't know if you answered my question or not.
Well, I think what the witness has said a couple of times is that she didn't give a direction to MSS.
Right.
And it went out from another lab, but because she knows the sample came to her lab for ethanol glycol testing, which they don't do, is her understanding or belief that it was going to NMS for that NMS for that purpose.
For the purpose of testing for ethylene glycol. That
Do I
was
have
your
that correct, Ms.
understanding.
Brown?
Yes.
So she didn't give the instructions. She doesn't see exactly what NMS were told, but because it came to their lab for that testing and they couldn't do it, and that's why it was going to NMS, it's her belief that that's what NMS would have been told to test for, but she doesn't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Right.
That's why she's not answering those questions so directly.
And you've been involved with this case for a long time, right?
Well, the items were submitted to our laboratory in 2022.
And you've testified in court previously, right?
In motions, yes.
And you've met with the prosecutor multiple times, right?
I have spoken to the prosecutor multiple times.
So being around the case, you know what the basic issues in the case are relative to ethylene glycol and a bittering agent, right?
Yes.
You're aware of that? Okay.
Yes.
So you're aware, after the judge's questions, I think you're aware that the sample that you took out was sent to NMS for testing for ethylene glycol.
Yes.
Right? You're unaware of whether it was sent to NMS for the purpose of testing for any type of bittering agent, correct?
Asked and answered for like the fourth time.
Well, I'll allow you to answer that with respect to the bittering question. Or are you aware whether it was sent for that or not?
Again, I'm not aware of what type of testing was requested at NMS and what type of testing NMS performed on this item.
Okay. And so now you've got this, after you've used I hope I say it right, the pipette to withdraw some amount of this liquid from that Powerade bottle. Now you've got a Powerade bottle with the remaining liquid in it, correct?
Yes.
Do you take the remaining liquid and separate it from the bottle?
I did not for this case.
Okay, because the bottle is up there marked as an exhibit. It's now empty, right?
It appears empty.
Okay. Do you know when that bottle got emptied?
No, I do not.
Okay. But at some point it did.
It appears empty now.
So, and now you have this remaining sample that's at your State Police Crime Lab, right?
Do you mean the liquid or?
Yep. So 2022.
Yep.
You took a pipette worth out. You've got a portion of the liquid left in the Powerade, right?
Yes.
Do you screw the top back on?
Yes, I did.
Screw the top back on. Okay, great. Now, where does that Powerade bottle go?
So for item 2-2 and 2-1, since.
Just 2-2 for now.
Okay. So for item 2-2, since fingerprints and DNA were requested on the container, that item was submitted subsequently to our evidence control unit to be sent to those additional units for testing.
Okay. And do you know whether the liquid was taken out before or in conjunction with any of that testing?
As I had mentioned, I'm unaware of when the liquid was removed from that bottle.
Okay. And then that bottle and that liquid are stored somewhere at the, stored somewhere between then and trial now, right?
Yes, we would be able to see its chain of custody while it remained at the laboratory.
Okay.
But once it leaves the laboratory, we wouldn't be in control of that chain of custody.
Do you know, do you know where it was stored? In other words, was it refrigerated? Was it in a cabinet? Was it on a shelf? Know anything about that?
Do you mean prior to my testing or after my testing?
After you used the pipette to take the liquid out, where was it stored? The liquid or the Powerade bottle?
I'd be able to reference that if you had a chain of custody for that item that was after I had seen it.
Okay.
I only have the chain of custody in my case file for prior to my testing.
Okay, so you don't know what happened to it after that?
Correct.
Okay. And just so I think the record is clear, so ethylene glycol is a product that is commonly used in antifreeze and engine coolant and products along those lines, right?
It is a compound that is present in those types of products.
Okay. Next photo, please. Next. 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 Okay, this photograph here, you recognize that? That is item number 2-4.
Yes.
Is that the item that was sent to NMS?
So a portion of the liquid that was present in that sealed specimen container was sent to NMS.
So that is item 2-4, what's inside of that container that's depicted there?
An orange liquid.
The orange liquid. And is that the orange liquid that's taken from the Rain-X, or is that the orange liquid taken from the Fanta?
This was labeled as coming from the Fanta can.
From the Fanta can, okay. All right, now, did you prepare this sample?
Do you mean that
Okay.
how it is depicted in this
Yeah.
picture?
Well, let me back up. Somewhere back there's a Fanta can, right?
Yes, there is a Fanta can.
It has liquid in it.
Whether it had liquid in it or not, I
Did
can't
you ever
speak to
see
that.
it?
No, I did not.
Okay. So tell me what you think happened, right? Because here,
Objection, Judge. The objection to what she think happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got to testify to what her knowledge is.
okay, so I appreciate that, Judge. So here, your initials are on this sample, and inside it is, tell me what?
So inside this container is an orange liquid. Based on the labeling that was supplied to the laboratory, it is my understanding that this liquid was removed from a open Fanta container.
Okay. Is it all the liquid that was removed from the open Fanta container, or a portion of it?
I'm not sure.
Who would know?
Whoever removed the liquid from that open Fanta container.
What department would that be?
Since it came into the laboratory like this,
Yeah.
I can't tell you how it was removed.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Next picture. Okay, is this the same item? Just a different view?
Yes, this is the heat sealed plastic bag that the item was contained in.
Okay, next picture. Next picture. Okay, this completes, I believe, the photographs that were taken that have your initials. I think you took all those photographs. Is that correct?
I did take all those photos. It's actually not a complete representation. Item There were some photos, I believe, that you sort of like skipped through, but yes,
But they were on there, but I just didn't spend a lot of time asking you questions about them.
correct.
Okay, and they're all marked as part of the exhibit, right?
Yes.
Now, there was a second file on this exhibit number 33 has those photographs, and then there's a set of other evidentiary photographs that have been admitted as part of this exhibit. That number 24257 Salisbury, do you recognize that number?
That is the laboratory the laboratory number associated with this case.
And there are some initials on there, HAS, right?
I couldn't really speak to those initials, but I can speak to the initials that are exhibited on the top of the box, which are mine.
Oh, yeah. And then number 3354, right?
Yes, that is what appears to be 3354.
What's that mean?
That would typically be the trooper or sergeant number
Okay.
for identification,
All right.
usually with the crime scene services section.
And 24257, that's the number for the crime lab that you gave these items, right?
I didn't personally give it that laboratory number, but that is the laboratory number associated with this case.
Okay. Next picture. And just next picture. Next. Next. Okay, next. There's a bag of evidence. Your initials are on it, right?
Yes.
Next. 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 All right, and then this is another photograph of the Rain-X, right?
It is a photograph of a Rain-X bottle, and based on the previous photographs, which indicated that it was item 2-1.
Okay, next.
Mr. Scully, I'm going to stop you there. We've hit the lunch hour.
Okay.
So we're going to take the lunch recess for an hour, jurors, and then we'll continue with the cross-examination of Ms. Brown at 2 o'clock or 2:03.
All right. Just leave your notebooks on the chair.
We'll be in recess for an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, while they are at lunch, we do have the Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They are calling their first witness, so we are going to cover that until they get back from lunch.
Ron David.
So first things first, why don't you swear to witness? We may need to, swear to witness.
Could you raise your right hand? Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Excellent.
Good. Folks, can you, I just need to speak with our assistant chief for a moment. All right, folks, in our audience, folks that are listening on our live feed, it's come to my attention, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything because we're all making our way through this trial, trying to figure out the rules proceedings are being so-called live streamed, and obviously, or maybe not obvious, we also have a public phone line open that's court sanctioned that is broadcasting the audio of the trial. I want folks to know that those folks that are on the witness list may not watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, or listen to our court-sanctioned open telephone line of any of the court proceedings. The whole point of removing those folks from the courtroom is so that their testimony will be their own testimony, their own memory, and not that of other witnesses. Right? So I've instructed both sides to tell the folks that are here on their side of the witness list that they are not to watch the live stream, listen to the live stream while it is going on, listen to our open phone line. That also means that at the end of the day today, they're also, until they testify, they're also not to listen or watch any rebroadcast of those things. Again, we want a transparent, impartial, open trial that where folks are testifying based on their own memories. Okay? Thank you. And Commonwealth, you may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name's Sean Daly, Seandaley.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your career path at North Andover?
Yeah, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I went into I filled in as the SRO at the school for about 1.5 years. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, which was I was assigned to a drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016, and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Justin Yalian and his sister came into the station into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay. And did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiance at the time.
Okay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant. Okay. And so what was her role as as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024, not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025, she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay.
According to the CJIS printout when we ran her prior to going over to serving it, I believe there were 2 other firearms that showed up.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the basic procedure of what a restraining order is, and what you do as a police officer when you get a copy to serve.
A 219A order it's a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's, in imminent fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And a judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, how did you guys get it? How did the PD get it? Do you remember?
It comes through our email to the OIC at NAPD.us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Comes through
Our email system through the courts. The court sends it to, I believe every police department's like that now.
Okay. You use some letters to the
OIC at NAPD.us. Short for officer in charge.
officer in charge.
Yep.
Okay.
And all the supervisors get it.
Okay. So you got it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Fitzsimmons had a small child?
Yes.
Were you able to review the contents of the restraining order itself? Not the affidavit, but what the court ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the court ordering?
She was to have no contact with Justin, the alien, or the child. She couldn't go within 100 yards of the residence in another town, I believe where his parents live. She had to surrender her firearms license to carry. Could have no contact with him.
As a result of getting that order, were you yourself going to serve it?
Yes.
Were you going to bring anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a decision as to who to bring?
Yes.
Why?
Based on their experiences, the way they've performed in the past, they're both calm, cool, and collected. And they've demonstrated that throughout their careers.
Okay, and who are we talking about?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
So what did you do to get in contact with them?
I called Tim Houston on the phone. I asked him to drive by Kelsey Fitzsimmons' residence to see if the vehicle was there. He drove by. The vehicle was parked away from the house by the Atkinson School over in the corner of the parking lot. He saw the car, and then I asked him to call Pat Noonan or get in touch with Pat Noonan, and I would meet them over at the Early Childhood Center. From that point, you could still see her car where he was situated, but she wouldn't have been able to see the cruisers.
Okay, and so you did that?
Yes.
Did you make your way over to the meetup spot?
I did.
And who was there when you got there?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
Did you formulate a plan as to how you were going to serve the order?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So I explained the order to both of them, let them know exactly what we were there to do. Explained that we had to deal with the custody of the child or the exchange also, and that she had firearms in the house. We were going to have to seize those.
Did you make a plan with Justin Alayan concerning the child?
Yes.
What was that?
I took his phone number before I left. I told him to stay in the lobby of the police department until I called him. When I called him, he'd come over to pick up the child.
Did you make your way over to the residence?
Yes.
And what was that address? Do you remember?
No.
No problem. How did you get there?
It's Phillips Brooks Road. I'm not sure of the number.
Was it 125 maybe?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I'm sorry, what road?
Phillips Brooks.
Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you.
How did you get there from where you originally met up with Noonan and Houston?
We drove.
Okay. Where'd you park?
We parked in the school parking lot, which if you were looking at her house, it would be over on like the right side of the house. There's some trees and fencing there. We parked right over there.
And did you walk over?
We did.
All three of you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you got to the house.
We walked up to the house. I believe I rang the bell and I knocked on the door, and she came out holding the baby.
And when you say she,
Kelsey Fitzsimmons came out holding the baby.
and so can you tell us about your initial interaction with her?
Kelsey opened the door. I told her that we had paid documentation for her, and if we could come in, and she let us come in.
Did you tell her what the documentation was originally?
At the door?
Yes.
No.
So where did you go in the house?
So when you walk in that door, it's like an enclosed front porch area. We walked into there, then the front door, the main part of the house is there. We entered that, if you go to the left there, it's like a living room. We went into that room.
Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes. So I asked her to put the baby in, there was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to put the child down?
Justin had told us that he had concerns. Justin, the alien, told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her. That Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay. And did you explain the orders that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him. Couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living. It was in.
Yeah, whatever. Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I said we were taking your guns?
Yeah.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Okay. Did she respond to that at all when you said that?
No.
Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes.
She has?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over to pick up the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry. Repeat it.
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have any. She said she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called her mother on her cell phone.
What happened next?
Sorry to interrupt, no, excuse me, just, Ms. Fitzsimmons is the defendant here, and she cannot see the witness.
No.
Can she kind of move her over here, Judge?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want her to be able to see.
Yeah, of course, no, absolutely. We can move, maybe you folks slide down a little bit. Is it because of the angle or is it because of the screen?
The computers.
Oh, the computers, okay. So Ms. Fitzsimmons, it's important that you and all counsel are able to see everything, okay? Thank you. Can you see?
Yes, I can.
Can't see, you may have to sit 2 rows back there. I don't think that there's much that we can do about it. Maybe you can move the table up or something.
Council, you all set? Everyone set in the back row? Hold on one second. Ms. Moriarty, can you see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So what happened next? She called her mother.
She called her mother.
Okay.
Yep.
Did she ask if she could gather anything for the baby?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about that.
She asked if she could get some items for the baby. So the baby started getting fussy in like the bouncy chair. Officer Newton ended up holding the baby for a little bit. And Tim Houston and I went around with Ms. Fitzsimmons into the kitchen first. She opened some drawers. There were some like jars and formula bottles, whatnot, that she was grabbing and putting in a bag. And then we came around. She went upstairs to the bedroom where the shooting occurred. I was with her. She walked in, looked around. We walked back out, went back down the stairs, and then she went into the room. If you're looking at the house, it'd be the room on the right. It had like storage shelves along the wall. There were some diapers and other things like that she grabbed.
Okay. Why did you escort her around?
Because it's serving an order like that, you don't let anyone, I mean, we control the house, we control movements.
Okay. So you wouldn't let her be in a room by herself?
No.
Or out of your sight?
Correct.
Okay. What were you looking for as she was walking around the house?
Any potential weapons.
So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house, and her mother showed up right around that point.
Who had the baby when her mother showed up? Do you remember?
Officer Houston had the baby when her mother showed up.
Was there a handoff at that point?
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah, the mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
Okay. So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order. And the statement was made again that we were taking her baby. And I told her, we're not taking your baby, Justin is. And she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Elaine arrive?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Elaine arrived with his sister. They came in the house. Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend. He had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him, or give them to him.
So he had left the house. Excuse me. Do you know her name to be Courtney Alien?
Yes.
Elaine, excuse me. And she took the baby outside.
Yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things, including a suitcase in the basement.
Okay. And did he go down the basement?
He did.
Okay. After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Noonan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. At some point, did Officer Houston come down?
He did.
And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there because we didn't want them interacting. So Officer Houston was going to hold Justin the alien at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen. And
okay, and Officer Noonan is still upstairs overseeing the defendant?
Yes.
What happened next?
Maybe a minute later, I'm down in the family room with Kelsey's mother and the child, they're over by the couch. She's holding the baby. I'm standing right basically on the wall of where if you pivot around the stairs would be to go upstairs, and the front door opens kind of funny. So I was just standing there waiting, and then I heard Officer Newman.
Was the baby still in the house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
The baby was
Yes.
gone at that point. Okay, so how close are you?
So Kelsey's mother's still downstairs in the living room or family room with me. She's over by the couch, and I was standing by the wall.
By the wall near the
Closest to the staircase to go up the stairs.
Okay, did you ever hear Officer Noonan or anybody else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
What happened, I heard Officer Noonan call out in like a loud authoritative voice, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey.
Okay, and what happened after?
Hold on one sec, so I can catch up, please. Well said, thank you.
Did you hear anything after that?
Gunshots.
How many of you remember?
2.
Coming from upstairs?
Yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Noonan call out, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey, I pivoted, looked up the stairs and started running up the stairs.
When did you hear the gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Noonan, was he at the top of the landing?
He was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured?
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see the gun was, she had a firearm down by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed. I'm between her and the bed, and then we started dealing with it, like rendering it.
Where was Officer Noonan at this point?
In the bedroom.
Did you have your gun out?
No.
Did he have his gun out?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the gun on the bed?
The gun on the bed, at some point when I was trying to wrap gauze around her, Officer Noonan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
Okay.
Sorry, Officer who?
Noonan handed it to Officer Core, C-O-R-R.
Did you, can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yeah, so she had a gunshot wound to her chest or lower, between the abdomen and the chest, like right below like the breastplate. And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need medics or something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
Fire personnel arrive?
Yes.
They take her away?
They did.
Okay. What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What happened with the gun? If you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had next to her when you walked into the room? Do you know where that ended up?
Yeah. So if you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was a gun safe on the floor right there. And Officer Core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to, things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question, did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so.
You can rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Bradle, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike anything?
I am moving to strike and asking for a rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What Core?
What Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden. I'll look out for it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been
pre-marked.
They've been pre-marked. Okay.
Yes.
Well, no, you're going to display them there. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive in an envelope. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive in an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
Okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
Those are agreed to.
Okay. All right. So no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Simmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house. I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to Your Honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the house.
May I approach you?
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Thank you. Okay, I get it. So do you want to take another look?
Oh, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
And that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes.
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
Yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Did you recognize that?
Yes, it's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come into the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same.
stairs going up?
Yeah, stairs going up, yeah.
Can I'm sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay, thank you.
Showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize?
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door. It's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes.
What stairs are those?
Those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'll show you exhibit number 13. Recognize what that is.
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
Yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
So right here?
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle?
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct, same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you just?
I'm sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen?
Yep. Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, like a cabinet that she'd opened, and there were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe formula.
That's exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As the kitchen, yeah, part of the kitchen, just different angle.
I'm going to display, to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to the, in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
No,
Would that be the stairs down, going down to the basement?
potentially, yeah,
Okay. I'll get that in a second.
sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes,
What room is that?
it's,
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
it's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house. in a circle.
Yeah,
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
yes.
Okay, what is that?
There'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
All right, you all, the Judy Church trial is back from lunch. We are going to go ahead and switch over there and get that running for you guys.
We have all our jurors here. Shall the
right.
witness resume the stand?
I'm sorry?
Witness.
Yes, please.
Witness may resume the stand.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they go right in.
Billy, you can line them up and bring them right in.
All right, for the jurors. Be seated.
Go ahead, Mr. Scully.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few more questions about the pictures from Exhibit 33 that we left off on. I'm going to scroll through a few to get to the end. So if we could get help with that, Ms. Moore. Okay, if we could back it up one. All right, so this image on Exhibit 33 appears to be the top of a can of soda or something with orange underneath. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And if we go to the next image, see the Fanta soda can, right?
Yes.
And so that means that that's the Fanta soda can that would have been delivered from the collection of evidence to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in this case, right?
Again, I didn't see this item, so I really can't speak to
Right.
where it came from.
You did testify on direct examination, I think, though, to some of your actions with the contents that were believed to be from that can. Is that right?
Yes.
And the contents were assigned 2-4 as a number. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that can there, do you happen to know whether that can still has liquid in it?
Again, I did not see this item, so I really can't speak to the nature of it.
Okay. And we may have covered this earlier, I just forget. So was a portion of the item 2-4 saved at the Massachusetts Crime Lab, or was it all sent, the whole portion sent to NMS for testing?
So for item 2-4, which was the liquid in the specimen container, a portion of that was sampled out and sent to NMS. The remainder would have been retained in that specimen container and sealed.
Okay, and sealed. All right. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Camellia.
Just a couple. You said on direct examination that you wore protective clothing or gear when you sampled the Powerade bottle so as not to compromise fingerprints or DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, it's referred to as personal protective equipment.
All right, PPE. What sort of PPE were you wearing when you did the Powerade sample?
So I had a clean laboratory coat on, as well as safety goggles, a mask, and gloves that were changed out frequently.
And with regard to the other two items, item 2-1, which was the de-icer, and 2-4, which was the liquid in the specimen, did you note any odors or smells associated with those two items? We'll start with 2-1, the de-icer. Did you notice any odors associated with that?
So I did not note any characteristic odors for 2-1.
How about 2-4, the specimen, the liquid in the specimen container?
So for item 2-4, that orange liquid had a very subtle fruity odor, not as strong as the fruity odor in 2-2.
Great, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Scully.
Just a quick follow-up on the fruity odor. So are you aware that denatonium benzoate is an odorless substance?
I don't know any specifics about that chemical.
Okay, and are you aware that that's a bittering agent?
Again, I don't know anything about that chemical.
Thank you, fair enough. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, I'll return Exhibit 33 for the record to the table.
Dr. Naomi Shin.
Let us know.
Right this way.
Can I ask you to stand behind this blue line?
If you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, ma'am. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Hi, I'm Naomi Shin, last name Shin.
And ma'am, what do you do for work?
I'm a nephrologist, a kidney doctor at Mount Auburn Hospital and actually Cambridge Health Alliance Hospital too.
All right. And could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational training and background, please?
Oh, certainly. So after finishing medical school at UMass, I went to residency at Mount Auburn Hospital and then further trained in nephrology specifically for about 5 years at Yale University in Connecticut. And then I came back to be an attending physician in nephrology at both, like I said, Mount Auburn and Cambridge Health Alliance hospitals.
Okay. And so obviously a nephrologist is what sort of doctor?
A kidney doctor.
Okay. What is it? Well, let me start over again. What is it that nephrologists, kidney doctors do, sort of aside from the obvious, which is, treat kidneys, but what is it that you all do as a specialty?
Sure. When patients come into the hospital, we treat acute injuries to the kidney from whatever etiology or cause. So whether it's from low blood pressure, which is a very common cause of kidney injury, to hereditary causes, to patients who need dialysis, which is a machine that does the job of the kidneys. It takes your blood, it cleans it up, and then it gives it back to you. So the kidneys do a lot. They clear your blood of toxins. They make sure that you're not volume overloaded. In other words, what you put into your body needs to come out. Otherwise, we'd all balloon up. The kidneys help with that. Blood pressure. Electrolytes management. So any of those arenas that patients have trouble with in the hospital, I help take care of if requested as a consultant.
Okay. So you kind of anticipated my next question about what is it that the kidney does for the body? And it sort of functions to process a lot of the waste in the body. Is that one thing?
Definitely. So the kidneys do a lot. They take your blood, they filter it, they get rid of all the waste products that we generate normally ourselves, right? Just by living, we generate waste products and it gets rid of that through the urine. We eat and drink what we drink. We don't want to balloon up. We need to get rid of that fluid if we're not using it for whatever reason, right? Exercising, we need a little bit of extra hydration, etc. The kidneys know and figure out how much fluid you need to keep or lose. Blood pressure management is really important. The kidneys have sensors and they can figure out if your blood pressure is low or high and respond accordingly. Electrolytes is a big thing, sodium, potassium, again, things that you generally consume. The kidneys will be able to figure out and get rid of anything that you don't need. And then extraneous waste, so things that normally aren't in the body, medications, breakdown products, the kidneys know to kind of get rid of that in the urine.
All right. And so you were saying essentially that the kidney can be injured in lots of different ways. Is that right?
Exactly. Anything from straightforward trauma, right? Blood loss is but the most common though. So the kidneys are very sensitive to blood flow. They demand a certain amount of it. So if you have low blood pressure, the kidneys don't like that and they will be injured. And the cells within the kidney will start to die. Sorry, what was the original
No,
question?
that was the question.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, I want to ask you some specific questions about a specific patient that you assisted with by the name of Leroy Fowler back on November 12th of 2022. Do you remember that particular case?
I do.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look over the medical records from Mount Auburn associated with Mr. Fowler's care at Mount Auburn Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to look at the medical records from Anna Jake's hospital where he was before he came to Mount Auburn for that particular illness?
Yes.
Had you, the Anna Jake's hospital records, had you seen or were you familiar with the information contained in those at the time you were actually treating Mr. Fowler on November 12, 2022?
I did have most of the critical pieces of information from Anna Jakes because we have access to some of the notes that the physicians write, and that's in our system. So I read all of those notes.
Okay. So when was it that you first became involved in the treatment of Mr. Fowler?
So on the morning of November 12th, which was a Saturday, I was paged pretty early from our intensive care unit at Mount Auburn Hospital. And they were concerned about his kidney injury. He clearly had it per his blood tests. But then a slew of other findings made them very concerned that the kidney injury was preventing him from getting better. So when I was paged and I spoke to the the ICU resident, I believe it was a he, but he was concerned that there might have been some sort of ingestion involved because of the abnormal lab results, the metabolic acidosis, the osmolar gap, which I could talk more about in a second. But when that kind of information comes to me, they're red flags, because the combination of kidney injury with severe acidosis with an osmolar gap makes me think of very few things. Each individually could be any number of things, can cause any of those individual pieces, but together that heightened my sense of urgency. And so then I went to see the patient. He was already intubated, sedated. So, I couldn't really examine him. He wasn't able to talk to me, but I collected a urine sample and I brought that back to my office and I spun it in my lab. Spinning is a very common technique that we are supposed to do to look at the urine to see if there are any diagnostic clues about what's going on in the kidney, right? So the kidneys filter blood, they make urine. So that urine is kind of like liquid gold. It can give us a lot of important information about what's going on in the kidney level.
So when you spun the kidney, that kind of separating out various parts of the urine so you can look at them, or what is that doing?
So when we spin urine, it's actually just because the urine sample is so diverse between lots of people, right? We want to make sure that we just look at the cells and the crystals and any other components in the urine that's important. So when you spin something, the cells and everything get pushed to the end and kind of clumped together and concentrated. And that's what we want to look at. And that's standardized. That's how we're trained, so that this person's urine is we're comparing apples to apples. This person's urine is now comparable to that person's urine and compared to somebody else's urine, right? So because we're concentrating the findings instead of, if you look at something that's very dilute, then you might just miss it, right? Because there's only like one or two little particles that you're interested in this big sample, and we don't want to miss something. So that's why we have to spin it down into a little pellet and then look at that under the microscope.
So what did you see when you spun the urine and you looked at this kind of critical part of the urine that you're looking at for diagnostic purposes?
So I've seen thousands of urine samples, and what just stood out immediately were the number of crystals in the urine. Again, certain crystals by themselves are non-specific, but the backstory plus the fact that there were so many of these calcium oxalate crystals, they were mostly fan-shaped, some of them were needle-shaped, is just classic poisoning by ethylene glycol was the top of my mind as soon as I saw that, because now the four pieces together just really hones the diagnosis.
All right, so the first thing that you see is these calcium oxalate crystals. And you said that they're in multiple different kinds of shapes?
Correct.
All right, and so you mentioned one as a fan shape. Is that like a hand fan, kind of like if you're
Exactly. It's a little fan. Sometimes there's two of them, so that we call them dumbbells because they kind of look like the dumbbells that you work out with. A lot of calcium oxalate crystals are actually kind of needle shaped. And there's also the envelope, which is a hydrate calcium oxalate crystal. The dumbbells or the fans are monohydrate calcium oxalate crystals.
And we're starting to get into it, but why are these particular crystals so concerning for you when you look at a urine sample, and in particular when you looked at Mr. Fowler's urine sample?
Because again, it's the combination of the sick patient who's altered, the acidosis, the osmolar gap, plus the urine crystals in the setting of kidney injury that really, I mean, honestly, in my years of training and experience as a attending nephrologist, it's a must not miss diagnosis. It's ethylene glycol poisoning. Those are the top three things that you're thinking about. And then maybe there's something else that the person ingested, which is kind of secondary because the treatment often overlaps, like the treatment for any of those other ingestions. The treatment of urgent hemodialysis can often be life-saving.
Okay. So you've mentioned a couple of times a couple of other things that were very concerning to you. One of them was metabolic acidosis. What is that?
So our body is exposed to acid, right? In the form of diet, in the form of our cells when they break down certain compounds, they release acid. It's a waste product. We're only supposed to have a very small amount of acid in our body, and our kidneys are very smart, and they will balance that so that you're not constantly in an acidic state. If you have acid, then the kidneys will generate more bicarb, which is an alkaline compound, and then together it's neutral. You get neutral pH in your blood. That's supposed to be normal. When somebody has acidosis, what that means is that that acid level is just rising. And especially with kidney injury, the kidney's not able to work normally. So the amount of bicarb and alkaline material it's trying to generate is low. It's not normal. So now you do have an acidic state in your blood instead of a neutral pH. And so that's why I was concerned. Something was generating all these extra acid molecules. And ethylene glycol breakdown, it's one of the first breakdown products in our body is glycolic acid. And that's the driver of this anion gap metabolic acidosis. It's a term for a specific type of acid buildup in the blood.
All right. So you just mentioned the next term I was going to ask you about, an anion gap. What is that, and why is that something that you look at when you have a concern about someone's kidney?
It's a way for physicians to be able to figure out where this acid is coming from. Is it because they're having massive diarrhea and they're losing a lot of alkaline material, and so the amount of acid to alkaline material in your body is off because of that? Or is it because of you ingested something, or because you're very sick and your blood?
My kidneys don't work. What happens to me?
So actually, people who have kidney disease, they generally die from their heart. The heart cannot tolerate the environment that has been created because the kidneys are failing. Acid levels rising, blood pressure is abnormal, electrolytes are so abnormal, the heart is no longer able to pump normally because we use the calcium, we use potassium to be able to regulate our heart signaling and pumping. And so when the calcium and the potassium are not normal because the kidneys have failed, that's when people get into big trouble and they have cardiac events. So I can speak to end-stage kidney disease, but ethylene glycol toxicity, usually kidney failure is blamed as a big part of why the patient died. But again, in the setting of kidney failure, it's usually the final thing that does it is usually the heart gives out, right? Because it's almost like semantics, right? Like if the kidneys have created an environment that is so bad, your heart will stop because of that. So are you going to blame the heart? You're going to blame the kidneys? I would say both.
At some point in time, though, on the 12th of November, your hospital, it might have been under your direction, you gave him dialysis and cured him of any ethylene glycol anymore, correct?
Yes, exactly. We removed ethylene glycol and its metabolites. However, many studies have shown that you can't predict with 100% certainty how much you're going to remove. So after the dialysis is done, then we continue to do testing like the osmolar gap, like the anion gap, to see if there's indication for further dialysis. Because like at most places, the ethylene glycol results just don't come back fast enough for us to be able to say, hey, we cleared the ethylene glycol, let's stop the dialysis. We have to, again, go by those very, very suggestive blood tests that we had at the very beginning of his presentation as well. The osmolar gap, the anion gap acidosis.
After the dialysis was done and that process indicated that the ethanol glycol was on, did you do those other 3 tests again? And did that show you that those were back to normal for Mr. Fowler?
So they were back to normal, but he was transferred to BI at that point. He became so unstable, he had a seizure, that the Beth Israel Hospital is a larger tertiary hospital. They have a neuro ICU. They've got they've got ECMO. They've got more things that could have been done. And so we had transferred him. And I know, because I reviewed the chart, that at that point it had resolved. The anion gap had resolved. The osmolar gap had resolved. And actually, I think you're right. Right before we transferred him, I think we also did measure at Mount Auburn as well, but BI confirmed it, like they're both resolved. And he didn't need any more dialysis immediately when he was transferred.
Mr. Camilio had asked you, you had looked at the
results that came back from the lab that tested the Jake's blood, and they came back. I think it's 52. Is it
Milligrams per deciliter.
per deciliter?
Mhm.
And that, would you be able to transform that into grams? Is that equal to approximately 26 grams, the equivalent of it, the 52 per deciliter?
Oh, I didn't do the math. You just would need the molecular weight, though. Yeah, so you would divide that by the molecular weight of ethylene glycol.
I'm not being good at math. I can't make that. You can make the equation from that system to the dry system. That's a liquid system, and then you're going into a dry system of
Mhm.
grams. Is it approximately somewhere around 26 grams might be a good estimate?
Yes.
Okay. I can have a moment, doctor, and judge. I have a moment.
Yes, you may.
Hmm.
Within the context of treating ethylene glycol ingestion on individuals, is there a timeline within the hospitals that you can get to a person within so many hours you can rectify the damage that the ethylene glycol may be doing? You were talking about the 3 stages. So if you get to be in stage 1 in 3 or 4 or 5 hours, might I be saved?
So there isn't very good data on this because we don't randomize people to be exposed to something that toxic. So we have a lot of observations. What that means is, somebody comes into the hospital, they report that they took X, Y, and Z a certain amount of hours ago. So we have to take their word for it. We can't even necessarily be sure that that's true. So we've got all these reports, but I can't say with any certainty that, he would definitely have been saved if he were treated, within an X amount of hours. What we do know from all of these reports is that generally the people who are treated earlier tend to do better. People who have delayed treatment tend to do a lot worse and not be able to survive. But what that exact hour cutoff is, nobody could tell you that.
There had been an old, fisherman's type tale. If you knew someone had that, you give them a fifth of Johnny Walker Red right away, and that may save them.
I smile, but that's actually true. So remember, the breakdown of ethylene glycol in the liver to glycolic acid is done by ADH. It's an enzyme. We only have a certain amount of it at a given time. ADH also breaks down ethanol, which is alcohol, the alcohol that we're talking about when we talk about drinking alcohol. So if you give ethanol, then it will actually trick the enzyme into working and breaking that down, and it won't break down the ethylene glycol as effectively. So yes, that was an old treatment that we had for ethylene glycol and even like methanol toxicity, because you would divert and you would prevent the breakdown of ethylene glycol.
Thank you, Doc. I don't have anything further else, Judge. Thank you, Doc.
Mr. Camilio, anything further?
Just one thing I wanted to clear up, Doctor. You said that a lot of the numbers, the osmolar gap, the anion gap, they went back to normal after dialysis.
Mm-hmm.
Now, dialysis can help to clear the ethylene glycol and the metabolites from the system, but the dialysis does not repair the damage that they have already done to the liver, to the heart, to the brain, to anything else. Correct?
No. Nope, not even the kidney. They do not actually help repair the kidney. They just literally are doing what the kidney should or would do if it weren't severely injured.
So if the injury is to the heart, the brain, the kidney, the liver are already too great, then it doesn't matter. You've already gotten the ethylene glycol out of the body.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any follow-up on that, Mr. Narconis?
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
William Eaton.
Judge, could I have a moment with the prosecutor?
Yes.
You can still come forward.
Just gonna ask you to stand behind this blue line. I'm Faze the clerk.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Seated.
Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Push your chair toward the microphone.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is William Eaton. My last name is spelled Eaton.
And sir, where do you live?
40 Woodley Ave, Seabrook, New Hampshire.
And how long you been living in Seabrook, sir?
Since I'd say 2000.
All right. So a long time. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a general contractor.
Okay. Any sort of specialties that you have as a GC?
I ran a roofing company, Tri-State Roofing, for 35 years.
Okay. And still involved in that business?
No.
No, new business now?
Excuse me?
New business now?
No, kind of retired.
Okay, kind of retired now. All right. And how long you been retired, sir?
I got COVID in mid 2020, probably 21. So probably since 23.
Okay. Now, did you know an individual named Leroy Fowler, who I'm going to refer to during the testimony today as Big Leroy?
Sure.
All right. How long did you know Big Leroy?
I knew Leroy since 1978.
Okay, so your whole life, basically.
Well, his whole life.
Well,
but,
his
you
whole
know.
life. All right, fair. Did you guys grow up together?
No, I dated his sister and had a child with his sister, and he also had a child with my sister. So we were kind of brother-in-laws both ways.
Okay. And did he ever work for you? Well, you own that roofing company?
Yes, hundreds of times.
So did you hire him as a sort of like a contractor, or?
Leroy was an actual employee for me for a long time, and then he went on to do his thing, and I hired him whenever I needed him.
Okay. And when he was an employee of your company, what sort of work did he do?
Roofing, siding, framing, whatever we were into that day.
Okay. And did he help you with any other aspects of the business, maintaining vehicles or doing any of the other things that your
Yeah,
business
I
was
had
involved in?
I had a garage in my yard, and we had broke down vehicles at time, and Leroy was pretty mechanically inclined, so
Okay.
he helped out doing that stuff.
All right. And as he got a little bit older, did he stop doing quite as much work with you at the company?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention, sir, to the week of November 5th into November 11th and 12th. Okay.
Yep.
Did you were you seeing Leroy during that time period?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that you saw Leroy?
The last time I seen Leroy was Thursday, the day before.
The day before he went to the hospital?
The day before he was admitted to the hospital, yes.
Okay. And where did you see Leroy?
In my yard.
Okay. And so Leroy had come over to your house?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
He was with Judy, but she stayed in the car that day. She
Okay.
didn't-
So you knew Judy from Leroy's relationship with her?
Yes, we had rode motorcycles together. We had gone to like a bike week event, a couple of those, and we had hung out a couple of times with Judy and them.
Okay. The day in question, why did Mr. Fowler come over to your house?
I had an enclosed trailer, like a little box trailer, like 12 feet long, and he was planning on filling it with some belongings and going to Florida with it.
Were you going to sell it to him?
Yes, I was going to sell it to him.
How long had you been talking to him about him actually buying the trailer?
It started in like late October. He had asked me if I was interested in selling the trailer, and then it kind of went away. And then that week, he had reapproached me probably on Monday about buying the trailer. So and he came with Judy that day, and then me and him had talked about it for the next 2 days, and he was supposed to come on Friday morning to pay me and pick up the trailer. So he didn't show up. So I texted him Friday morning, hey, what's up? And he never responded.
So the time earlier in the week when he came, that was both him and Judy who came again that day?
The first time they did, I don't know if she was there the second time, but
Okay. Was the first time the one when she waited in the car?
no,
No, second time first time she came out?
yeah,
Okay. And so they looked at the trailer together?
yes.
How on Thursday when you saw him, do you remember about what time it was?
It was in the morning.
Okay. How was Leroy looking at that point in time? When you saw him?
Leroy was fine.
Okay.
Leroy
No issues with stumbling around or dizziness or anything like that?
Nothing. I've known, like I said, I've known Leroy since 1978, worked with him on a daily basis. He was fine.
Okay. Did you speak to him at all, either on the phone or via text at all later in the day?
I had spoke to him. I think he called me and said that he was going to be late because we had talked Thursday about him coming, first thing in the morning, and I was going to wait around for him, but he called me and told me, look, I got to do some banking and figure the rest of this out. And I'm going to be a little late. So that's why noontime, I texted him and said, hey, I want to get going with my day.
Okay. And so, so after the last time you saw him at your house, did you ever speak to him again?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone that evening, at some point. Evening, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to him on the phone Thursday evening, how did he sound?
He was totally fine.
No issues understanding him. No.
Clear as a bell.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Got this witness, Mr. Scully?
I have no questions for this witness, Judge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eaton. You may step down.
Thank you.
Richard Delaria.
Judge, can we go to sidebar briefly?
Yes.
All right, they are at a sidebar. Hopefully they won't take too long with their sidebar.
This issue with counsel.
All right.
All right, well, it looks like they are taking a break. We are going to switch back over to another Massachusetts court with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes,
What is that?
it's the staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see.
Exhibit 37, can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs, looking straight on.
And appears that there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Gubitosi, do you mind, on exhibit 38, I had trouble picking up what that was.
Sure.
Could you just ask them again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase. I guess you'd call it a hallway in between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room.
Different angle.
Different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay. Thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is? Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way
Sure.
just a little bit. It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows to the left as you walk into the room.
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner. You can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left.
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
furthest from the door. So
over here?
Probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way?
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say to that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left. That, you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph, or her left?
No, I'm sorry, our left is, we're looking at the photograph. So it would be her right if her head was towards the air conditioner.
May I ask the witness to get that down in the first screen?
Yes.
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here. Like if my hand was a body, it was kind of laid like this. Her head was right over in here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg. She was laying on her back. It was somewhere right in here. But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in, right? It'd be like the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Or the bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were tending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, we were both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs. And I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion strike.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you, after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
And counsel?
I would object, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation, but if it qualifies, I'll.
Now, you stated it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him and he said something to you, correct?
Yes.
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
Yes.
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you talked to him at the station.
Yeah, definitely.
And how so?
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed and a little bit trying to process what just happened, bewildered.
Sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor? What was his emotional state, etc.
I wouldn't say he wasn't emotional. He appeared shaken a bit.
I'd redo my request, Your Honor.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what, this sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right, so we will stand in recess, say, for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone? Okay. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Let's stand in a 15-minute recess. Please exit quietly. Thank you. Be seated.
Well, then you can see it. Yeah. Oh, right. Paper airplane. No, I know, it's cool. I do the same stuff. Here's my keys. Yes, they're just like those ICs. Yep, yeah, they're all. They can get big exciting. Yeah. Yeah, I said it's thick. So I think they took that to me now. Definitely has that like.
Judge, could I have a moment with the prosecutor?
Yes.
You can come forward.
Just gonna ask you to stand behind this blue line and face the clock.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Push your chair toward the microphone.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
My name is William Eaton. My last name is spelled Eaton.
And sir, where do you live?
40 Woodley Ave, Seabrook, New Hampshire.
And how long you been living in Seabrook, sir?
Since I'd say 2000.
All right. So a long time. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a general contractor.
Okay. Any sort of specialties that you have as a GC?
I ran a roofing company, Tri-State Roofing, for 35 years.
Okay. And you're still involved in that business?
No.
No, new business now?
Excuse me?
New business now?
No, kind of retired.
Okay, kind of retired now. All right. And how long you been retired, sir?
I got COVID in mid 2020, probably 21. So probably since 23.
Okay. Now, did you know an individual named Leroy Fowler, who I'm going to refer to during the testimony today as Big Leroy?
Sure.
All right. How long did you know Big Leroy?
I knew Leroy since 1978.
Okay, so your whole life, basically.
Well, his whole life.
Oh,
but,
his
yeah.
whole life. All right, fair. Did you guys grow up together?
No, I dated his sister and had a child with his sister. And he also had a child with my sister. So we were kind of brother-in-laws both ways.
Okay. And did he ever work for you? Will you own that roofing company?
Yes, hundreds of times.
So did you hire him as a sort of like a contractor, or
Leroy was an actual employee for me for a long time, and then he went on to do his thing, and I hired him whenever I needed him.
Okay. And when he was an employee of your company, what sort of work did he do?
Roofing, siding, framing, whatever we were into that day.
Okay. And did he help you with any other aspects of the business, maintaining vehicles or doing any of the other things that your
Yeah,
business was involved in?
I had a garage in my yard, and we had broke down vehicles at time. And Leroy was pretty mechanically inclined, so
Okay.
he helped out doing that stuff.
All right. And as he got a little bit older, did he stop doing quite as much work with you at the company?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention, sir, to the week of November 5th into November 11th and 12th. Okay. Did you were you seeing Leroy during that time period?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that you saw Leroy?
The last time I seen Leroy was Thursday, the day before.
The day before you went to the hospital?
The day before he was admitted to the hospital, yes.
Okay. And where did you see Leroy?
In my yard.
Okay. And so Leroy had come over to your house?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
He was with Judy, but she stayed in the car that day. She
Okay.
didn't-
So you knew Judy from Leroy's relationship with her?
Yes, we had rode motorcycles together. We had gone to like a bike week event, a couple of those, and we had hung out a couple of times with Judy and them.
Okay. The day in question, why did Mr. Fowler come over to your house?
I had an enclosed trailer, like a little box trailer, like 12 feet long, and he was planning on filling it with some belongings and going to Florida with it.
Were you going to sell it to him?
Yes, I was going to sell it to him.
How long had you been talking to him about him actually buying the trailer?
It started in like late October. He had asked me if I was interested in selling the trailer, and then it kind of went away. And then that week he had reapproached me probably on Monday about buying the trailer. So he came with Judy that day, and then me and him had talked about it for the next 2 days, and he was supposed to come on Friday morning to pay me and pick up the trailer. So he didn't show up. So I texted him Friday morning, hey, what's up? And he never responded.
So the time earlier in the week when he came, that was both him and Judy who came again that day?
The first time they did, I don't know if she was there the second time, but
Okay. Was the first time the one when she waited in the car?
no,
No, second time first time she came out?
yeah,
Okay. And so they looked at the trailer together?
yes.
How, on Thursday when you saw him, do you remember about what time it was?
It was in the morning.
Okay. How was Leroy looking at that point in time? When you saw him?
Leroy was fine.
Okay.
Leroy was
No issues with stumbling around or dizziness or anything like that?
nothing. I've known, like I said, I've known Leroy since 1978, worked with him on a daily basis. He was fine.
Okay. Did you speak to him at all, either on the phone or via text at all later in the day?
I had spoke to him. I think he called me and said that he was going to be late because we had talked Thursday about him coming, first thing in the morning, and I was going to wait around for him, but he called me and told me, look, I got to do some banking and figure the rest of this out, and I'm going to be a little late. So that's why noontime, I texted him and said, hey, I want to get going with my day.
Okay. And so, so after the last time you saw him at your house, did you ever speak to him again?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone that evening, at some point. Evening, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to him on the phone Thursday evening, how did he sound?
He was totally fine.
No issues understanding him. No.
Clear as a bell.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Got this witness, Mr. Scully?
I have no questions for this witness, Judge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eaton. You may step down.
Thank you.
Richard Delaria.
Judge, can we go to sidebar briefly?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
You can have that witness approach so we can swear the witness in, please.
Please follow me, okay?
Stand right on the blue line for me.
And Judge, this is the last witness I have today.
That's fine.
Come right in, we're good to go. All right, judge.
Be seated.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Richard Dellaria, Dellaria.
And sir, where do you work?
Salisbury Police Department,
How long have you been a police officer in Salisbury, sir?
18 years.
What is your current rank, sir?
Lieutenant.
What is your current assignment?
As lieutenant, I oversee all patrol operations as well as all administrative functions of the department.
All right. As a patrol supervisor in Salisbury, as a lieutenant in charge of the patrol, do you generally wear a uniform?
Not usually.
Usually plain clothes?
Correct.
Okay. When you do you ever do shifts where you do wear a uniform?
Yes.
What are those types of shifts that you're doing?
I can take extra supplemental patrol shifts, cover on holidays, overtime shifts, regular patrol.
All right. And when you do those regular patrol shifts, are you generally wearing a body camera?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, last week, when a couple of other witnesses testified in this case, the jury saw what has now been marked as Exhibit 2, which was a body camera footage of a response that was made to 108 Central Ave in Salisbury on November 11, 2022. Were you wearing the body cam that filmed that particular call for service?
I was.
Okay. Were you the only person that responded that day who was wearing a body cam?
I was the only officer that entered the house that was wearing a body camera.
Okay. Now, when you entered the home, what observations were you able to make of Mr. Leroy Fowler?
Mr. Fowler was seated in the bedroom on the floor. I didn't have direct contact with him, but over the other medical personnel, I could see that he was struggling, grunting. He was in obvious distress. It appeared like he was grasping out, trying to use his hands to grab onto something to possibly pull himself up. He was struggling.
Okay. Now, the medical personnel that were in there asked Mr. Fowler a number of questions. Is that fair?
Correct.
Was he able to answer any of the questions that they asked while you were standing there watching them provide treatment to him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Who answered the questions that were being put to him by the medical personnel?
His girlfriend.
Is that Miss Church?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were observing Mr. Fowler, were you able to observe the floor in the bedroom around where he was sitting?
A little bit, yes.
Did you notice any signs of drug use there? Any pills, any cocaine, any paraphernalia of any sort?
Nothing.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Fowler was carried out from the apartment or the unit, whatever you want to call it, was he able to start talking at that point?
No.
No. At any time that you were present with Mr. Fowler, from when you entered the apartment until they put him into the ambulance, was he able to say anything?
From the time he was picked up off the stretcher and put in the ambulance, I was able to make out something about a dog or his dog.
Okay. And that was it?
That was it.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Just a few questions, I think. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So when you responded to this scene, you had body worn camera on, right?
Correct.
And people were moving through the house and dealing with Mr. Fowler, right?
Correct.
And EMTs and fire were arriving, right?
Correct.
He was being taken out, right?
Correct.
Judy Church, who's seated over here, was present and providing some information, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, one thing that you did is you deactivated your body worn camera at 16:15.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that was before Mr. Fowler was loaded into the ambulance, right?
Yes, it was just after he was walked out past me down the ramp.
Right. And he's with Jonathan Lemke at that point, right? You know who that is?
I don't.
And are you aware that Jonathan Lemke participated in a recorded interview with Trooper Williams about his interactions with Leroy Fowler?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and are you aware that Lemke had in fact conversations that you weren't present?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. He sustained.
Right.
He doesn't know Lemke. He's not going to be questioned about what Lemke might have said.
All right, well, you weren't recording because you shut your recorder off, the conversations if they were taking place between Lemke and Fowler, right?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Camellia? Thank you very much, Lieutenant. You may step down. I'll see counsel at sidebar. Go ahead. Play on through. That was the last witness for today, so I'm about to let you go, but I just want to get a sense of scheduling before I let you go. Completing the testimony of Trooper Williams, and whenever that's done, you're done for the day tomorrow. They're trying to line up witnesses for the rest of the week, but I wanted to let you know that's how tomorrow looks. So that's where things stand. I want to thank you all for your time and your attention as always today. We're very appreciative of that. And so I'm going to excuse you with the usual cautions. Until we see each other again, don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves. Please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, or overhear anything from any outside source about any aspect of this case. Thank you so much, folks. You're excused until tomorrow morning. Oh, one last thing. We will be dealing with a few issues having to do with Trooper Williams' testimony. We're going to discuss a couple right now. Those discussions may extend a little bit into tomorrow morning. So it's likely that we'll be starting around 9:30 tomorrow morning, just as we did this morning. When I say start at 9:30, I mean from when you come into the courtroom. We're usually here before then. So if you want to alter your plans accordingly, I think you can count on that it will be probably about 9:30 when you come into the courtroom tomorrow. Thank you. Now with that, you may be excused.
All rise.
We're going to remain in session.
Put it back in session, maybe seated, silence all cell phones.
So understanding that Trooper Williams is testifying tomorrow, and I gather that he is the witness through whom the defense would seek to admit the text messages between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler. I think we should have a discussion about those. We can discuss anything else either now or tomorrow morning, including proposed redactions or disputes about the second recorded interview. But with respect to the texts, let me make a few observations, unless the council has something. Have they come to some agreement now?
We have not come to
Okay.
any agreement. Judge.
All right. Well, let me make a few observations to set up our discussion of the texts. I've reviewed the texts between the defendant and Mr. Fowler, which are, as far as I can tell, over a 10-day period leading up to Mr. Fowler's death. That is, they're from November 2nd to November 12th, I believe, of 2022. It appears, as I think the Commonwealth had indicated to me, that the majority of them are explicit sexual talk between the two correspondents. Although I can't see what links Mr. Fowler was providing to Ms. Church in these texts. I can see there's little thumbnails, photos of some kind. I can't really see what they are, but I gather from the text commentary back and forth that he was sending Ms. Church pornography clips, and that the clips involved, again, I gather from the correspondence, a number of men having sex with a woman. And the texts appear to reflect, I guess what one might say was an intense and highly sexually charged relationship between Ms. Church and Mr. Fowler in that time period in November of 2022. That being so, I can see two potential bases for admission of the texts. The first, which was the reason cited by defense counsel, is in aid of a Bowdoin defense. the defense contention, as I understand it, is that given that investigators had access to the texts, a review of the text should have led them to question whether the defendant was the appropriate principal suspect. I'm not exactly sure where that, according to the defense, should have led them, but that, I gather, is the gist of the Bowden contention with respect to these texts. The second basis for admission or potential admission is that the texts could be viewed as reflecting a state of mind by Ms. Church during that time period that is, I suppose one would say, certainly not homicidal with respect to Mr. Fowler. One of the things I want to bring up is that if I accept that the texts have some relevance for those two purposes, I question whether those purposes wouldn't be fully served by asking the lead investigator, that is Trooper Williams, to affirm the tenor of the text by simply having counsel describe their gist in more general and less explicit terms than the texts themselves. I don't purport to know how most people would react to reading this text correspondence, but I have to imagine that there may be jurors who are somewhat appalled and disgusted by it. Not only are the texts sexually explicit and graphic, with much discussion about, at least as I can understand it, whether on a planned trip to New Hampshire, the defendant and Mr. Fowler can recreate the scenario depicted in the pornography links with multiple men having sex with Miss Church while Mr. Fowler watches. But there are many statements by both of them that could be viewed as racist, or at least as perpetuating racial stereotypes about Black men. The text may be seen as highly offensive by some jurors, and I would expect maybe by nearly all of them. Mr. Scully, I ask you, have you made a reasoned strategic judgment that it would be advantageous to Miss Church to seek to admit all of these texts rather than eliciting a description of them?
You bring up some good points. So
Well, I mean, you can't read these without thinking, why in the world does the defense want the jury to get this particular portrait of Miss Church?
Well, I guess Your Honor said it very succinctly. This shows that her state of mind during that period was not homicidal. It would be great if it was much nicer and more palatable and more mainstream and, more acceptable to many eyes, I think. And it's not what we have. So I have to make a choice. Do I want the non-homicidal state of mind text or not? And the choice is we do.
Okay, I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I had no doubt that you and Mr. Norkunis have thought about this, discussed it fully with Miss Church, and I want the record to reflect that because there's certainly a potential downside to this. It certainly doesn't seem to cast either of the correspondence in a light that's going to that is I think flattering in the eyes of most people who would be reading them. This is in any event, I just want the record to reflect that you understand how these can be viewed by jurors, and there's a reason why you want these texts in. This is you've told me that you have, and you might have preferred them to be written in a different way, but they are what they are, and you think you need them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. That said, if the court is inclined to let that universe of text in.
Well, I will tell you right now, I'm not letting any text in once the correspondence is stopped. It appears to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the very last text by Mr. Fowler is on page 5280 at 5:27 a.m. And so it appears that he is texting, and right up to that last text, he's still texting basically about these sexual matters. But that's just hours before the ambulance is coming. Am I correct?
Right.
But there's no texts after that one, and so every text by Miss Church thereafter is not a correspondence. It's not a back and forth. It's a soliloquy by her at a time when she knows she's not getting a response, and I don't see a basis for admitting those.
what I would say, Judge, is we have,
And I haven't made a ruling yet because I want to hear from the Commonwealth, but I've told you I think there's some potential relevance for the texts up through that last one by Mr. Fowler at 5:27 a.m. And then I'll hear from the Commonwealth after we've had our discussion.
so what the defense is thinking is we wanted to present the court with the universe of the text we're looking at, and you can now see,
Yeah.
some of the problems we have. What I would like to do is separate them into two sections now. The first section up until the last text of Leroy Fowler that he replies to. That's section 1.
Okay.
And we would seek those in. My plan would be, I think, to follow the court's suggestion, ask Trooper Williams a little bit generally about the nature of those texts. There's nothing in them homicidal, something like that, to show the nature of it. And then to just offer it as an exhibit that the jury can look at later.
Without eliciting the specifics in any of the texts.
Shock and awe that it'll have.
Okay.
The other thing I'm thinking about that is now that, well, if the court rules that that universe is admissible, what we would probably do is now take a second look at culling out some that we think are just unnecessary, redundant, inflammatory, so that we have a smaller subset, which I didn't want to do to start with. I wanted the court to see the full subset. But if that goes from, 1,000 text messages to, 500, it probably cover, or if that's the ratio, right? But, probably the point is made, the state of mind point is made. But I didn't want to withhold anything from the court when you're making that ruling. So we would take a second look at now narrowing that set of text messages.
All right. I understand.
And then I could address sort of the second text message, which I agree stand on different footing.
All right. Well, first, let's talk about the first section. Let me just hear from the Commonwealth on the text up through Mr. Fowler's last text. Mr. Camellia, you've heard my analysis of the potential relevance. And
Yes. Well, 2 points that I want to make, Judge. First, with regard to access, which you had mentioned. So the search warrant that the Commonwealth obtained for Ms. Church's phone allowed the Commonwealth to look at text messages between November 8 and November 12. So when I had shown these text messages to Sergeant Williams on Friday when they were provided to us by the defense, Trooper Williams rightly pointed out to me that the ones from before the 8th were ones that he's never looked at because they were outside of the scope of the search warrant authorization. We were not allowed to look at text messages before the 8th unless they had a certain keyword in them, like poison or murder or whatever.
so the ones from the second, November 2nd to November 8th were not text messages that he was able to review.
Based on the search warrant. Exactly.
So for purposes of the Bowden component of the analysis, at least a portion of these texts don't really.
They don't have, he didn't look at them, so they don't have any reflection on Bowden for.
Because he couldn't. It's not something he should have done and couldn't. Therefore, it was a fault in the investigation. He was following the parameters of the authorized search.
Exactly.
All right. I accept that. I think. All right. That's the Bowden component. There is the state of mind portion of it.
Yes. And while I think given the nature of the relationship between these two individuals, as it has been testified to over the course of the trial, I mean, I don't know how to describe it other than sort of toxic and dysfunctional. So I don't know that them trading what can only be described as sort of vile text messages between the two of them really go to Miss Church's state of mind with regard to whether or not she was homicidal. I think it goes far more to the state of mind of Mr. Fowler about whether he wanted to have some form of sex or watch some form of sex that Miss Church was participating in. But he's the one that's sending the vast majority of these pretty disgusting text messages. So one, I think it's an attempt to sort of smear Mr. Fowler, because I don't think it makes Ms. Church look as bad as it does Mr. Fowler. I'm not going to say she's not involved or engaged back in these text messages, but for the most part, these are coming from him, not from her. So I think it goes to his state of mind. Her state of mind, I mean, she's agreeing, but I think it's a lot less relevant to her state of mind. And again, I think it goes to their state of mind about whether or not they were in a toxic and kind of vile relationship, but whether or not it goes to whether or not she was wanted to kill him on November 11th, I don't really see that it provides much support for that proposition.
Well, what I really ask myself is not whether your interpretation, which is a reasonable one, is the right one. It's whether a reasonable jury reading these texts could draw an inference that at that particular point, leading right up to hours before the ambulance arrives to care for Mr. Fowler, Miss Church was interacting with Mr. Fowler in a way that would be contrary to a contention that she was affirmatively trying to kill him. And I make the determination that the jury could. It's not the only interpretation, and that's what argument's for. You've made your points as to why you think that this speaks much more about Mr. Fowler than Miss Church. And I've also considered the 403 concerns about how this makes Mr. Fowler look, the decedent in this case. I'm very sensitive to the idea of whether this is just a smear of him, because it doesn't. I don't think make either party to the texts look particularly good in the eyes of a jury. Yet I also understand that these are private texts between two consenting adults, and what they choose to say to each other when they think only the two of them are seeing these texts is really between the two of them. Now, it turns out that a lot more people are seeing these now, but I try to bear in mind that the way they struck me is not necessarily the way they'll strike everybody else. And Miss Church and Mr. Fowler had every right, if they wished, to interact with each other in this particular manner. But I do think that on balance, I don't find that the probativity in terms of Miss Church's state of mind at a crucial time period is outweighed by the danger that the jury will really think ill of Mr. Fowler, the decedent in this case. I think there's a construction of the texts that would support a defense argument that Miss Church was engaged in what I refer to as a highly charged relationship with Mr. Fowler's at that point, and that may be contrary to a contention that she had a specific intent to kill him at that time.
If that's the case, Judge, if that's the court's ruling, I don't want the defense to be able to cherry pick out the ones that make Miss Fowler look the worst, and I want them all in. If we're going to put them in, I want them all.
Well, and so that's fine. Mr. Scully can engage in that exercise, but it may be that I agree with you. If some are coming in, they should get it's a relatively short period of time. They should see them all, but I will tell you that I won't preclude him from telling me if he thinks there are some that should come out. But that's my ruling with respect. I'm sorry, with respect to the text up to Mr. Fowler's text on page 5280 at 5:27 a.m. Now, with respect to Ms. Church's unresponded to texts thereafter, Mr. Scully, what is it you wish to tell me about those?
So these would be texts from, well, Mr. Fowler was in the hospital. And again, I think it's the same two basic grounds. The primary reason that we would ask that they be admitted, or do ask that they be admitted, is the state of mind of Miss Church, which was called into question, primarily by the witness Tammy Carbone, and secondarily by the witness Leroy Fowler III. who, Tammy Carbone, came up with her interpretation of Judy's silence being malicious. And coincidentally, what Judy does in those texts, especially at the beginning, is really explain so that Leroy can someday wake up and she has defended herself and can explain, how she was with him and by him and tracking him, and how she waited to notify the family, why she waited to notify the family, and so forth. So again, she has no idea, obviously, at this time, that these are going to be seized or searched. They're not statements, made in furtherance of a self-interest. These are just her communications to the guy that she loves, who's now unconscious in a hospital bed. And she has received information that has made her think he's going to come through and prevail. And she wanted to have this explanation waiting for him. So I think that for the same reason, those are admissible to the extent that they fall inside certainly inside the search warrant ambit. Where I think there's still a Bowden issue is, as the prosecution is developing this very specific theory that law enforcement is developing, that she wanted to kill Leroy Fowler out of revenge for his relationship with Barbara Randall. I think these fly right in the face of that motive that they opened on. And that's my summary of how the motive that they gave at the beginning of the case. And that drove this whole prosecution. So I think that they should come in still, and under Bowden, the reason I think they should come in is that the Trooper Williams gets his search warrant. It allows a certain search of the phone. They should have looked at all these text messages in this area that they had access to, and then they should have seen which way those are going, which should have led them to look for more messages outside those narrower parameters. That they had the messages, I think, from the 8th to the 11th, and they saw or should have seen what was being said between these two individuals, and that should have led them to take a look at, well, what happens, on the next several days, what had happened on the few days before them. So I still think there's a live Bowden issue there.
I don't quite understand what you think a review of these texts should have led the police to do differently. The basic Bowden contention that they had access to some information that may, at least in your theory, undercut the Commonwealth's theory of a motive on Miss Church's part, I gather. But what you think the police should have done differently if they were fully comprehending your interpretation of these texts is what? What should they have done?
Well, number one, they could have presented them to the grand jury. Number two, they could have.
But presenting to the grand jury for what purpose? Again, I told you we haven't gotten back to this issue, but I don't see litigating before this jury the grand jury presentation. We're not. This isn't an Odell motion, so they're not going to be hearing claims that the grand jury was misled or was given incomplete information. The indictment stands as a charge, and we're not relitigating the indictment process here. So what, in terms of investigation, do you believe should have been done that these texts would have led the police to do?
Well, first of all, I think the stronger argument is under the state of mind. Okay. Second of all, under a Bowden or a bias issue, which I think are similar in this case. Okay. But in particular, there's a bias issue that what the police did is they didn't look at any other alternatives. They zeroed in on Judy. So they did the interviews, the interview with her on the sidewalk. They did the interviews with the Fowler side of the witnesses, the 4 witnesses at Mr. Eaton's house. Right. 2 days later, they'd interviewed Barbara Randall, and that was it for interviews. They didn't do anything else after that in terms of investigating which way the case could have gone. Leroy Fowler's phone at that time had not been opened. They had it. They would have seen all this information because this was what was on it from Judy's phone. They also had access to Leroy's phone, all the text messages that they got because they got Barbara Randall's phone was presented right after her November 16th interview. And if they opened that and they saw it, they would have seen all of the abuse and emotional abuse and physical abuse that was documented on that phone. And I think they should have taken that all into consideration in bringing the charges against Judy Church, but they didn't. So I do think they had developed, all along, it's been our theory that they jumped to the conclusion that Judy must have done it right away, partially based on some Google searches that Trooper Williams did. The lab work wasn't back at that time. The time they were arresting her, forget the grand jury, the time they arrest her, the laboratory work from NMS isn't even back. So we know at that time, I believe they had evidence at that time that Judy Church was arrested, that he had died from ethylene glycol poisoning. Their phone conversation with the medical examiner is what I think. I don't think they had an autopsy report at that time. They had seized these two items from her home, one being Powerade, one being the Rain-X, okay? At that time, they thought, oh, we've got it. 1 + 1 = 2, there it is. But they hadn't even done the laboratory testing. So there was not even a laboratory test yet that said that even the Powerade contained ethylene glycol, right? And they had the Rain-X, but they hadn't, it says it contains a bittering agent, but they had done nothing with that. And then most importantly, at that point, what they also hadn't learned is that the Rain-X, which was originally thought to be the likely source of the poisoning, is scientifically excluded as the source because there's such a small amount of ethylene glycol by percentage in the Rain-X and such a large amount by percentage in the fluid from the Powerade that it can't be from each other. And yet, they didn't pause 1 second and consider anything else.
So, yeah, I understand the argument is, generally speaking, you contend that there was a rush to judgment on imperfect and incomplete information. And that's something you're going to be permitted to pursue. I have no doubt you're going to be asking about, the NMS testing and why no test for bittering agent and all those sorts of things. But what I'm focused on right now is whether these texts after Mr. Fowler goes off to the hospital should come in. I'm going to go back and look at these, each of these. I will tell you, though, that I start with a disinclination because these texts are being sent by Ms. Church after Mr. Fowler has gone off to the hospital with what we ultimately know or come to know was, lethal ethylene glycol poisoning. It's like somebody, a defendant, just deciding in the midst of the events leading up to an arrest to take out a recorder and start putting down all their thoughts and then say, I want the jury to hear these things. That's what this is like to me. Mr. Fowler's gone off to the hospital. He's in dire straits. We've seen what he looked like on those videos that Ms. Church took. And she's taking this time to put all these things down in these texts that she knows he's not going to be responding to. And many of them would strike an objective observer as self-serving statements by her. And so I have a disinclination to say, oh, these come in as valid state of mind statements by Ms. Church. I'm going to look them over and we can have a more focused discussion once I've had an opportunity to do that. And so we'll table that discussion until then. I remind you, Mr. Scully, of what I'm sure you already know, but Mr. Camilio made reference to this way back when we started discussing Bowdoin, but there is pretty broad leeway given in Bowden rebuttal. And so when you're asking questions of Trooper Williams, why not this, why not that, why he's going to be permitted to give his explanation for why the focus was on Miss Church and not on other people, including who had access to the Powerade bottle and all these other things.
Right, I recognize that, but the Bowden in this case is very specific too. We're not challenging specifically under Bowden grounds what happened, and basically until they have all the evidence that they've seized, the phone seized, all the evidence from the search warrant seized, right? Now the Bowden defense is, what do they do with the lab? It's all laboratory stuff, right? The rush to judgment is a bias issue, not a specifically Bowden issue. So when we're talking about your interview with 4 people and maybe rushing to judgment, that's not necessarily Bowden. So what did they not do? What would they have done differently, now that they know we're challenging the lab stuff?
What is a bias issue? I know what bias is when there's a claim that a particular witness is biased, such that the jury shouldn't credit what the witness is saying. But you're talking more generally speaking of sort of generally an overarching antecedent bias against Miss Church. But ultimately, this case rises or falls on the evidence that's presented in this courtroom. So what's the bias issue you're talking about?
Well, it strikes me that that interview on November 14th with the family members at William Eaton's house, that those people got together and decided to tell police what they thought that might connect Judy Church to this case. And essentially what the police did is try to solve the whole case in one meeting. That's it. That's basically there it is. We got the whole answer right here. They interviewed Barbara Randall after that. And John Haywood pops up out of the blue 2 years later. So he's not really part of the investigation. He just pops up in the middle of the litigation, I think after the motion to dismiss case was heard. And there was some media on it, but setting him aside. So I think that's the bias. It's not racial bias. It's not necessarily gender bias, although you wonder. It's that, they wanted to resolve this case quickly without necessarily doing any more work. And I think that's a bias that developed, the law enforcement bias.
Well, you calling it bias, I think that is a form of Bowden. It's still a claim that it was a rush to justice with an incomplete and imperfect investigation for various reasons that you wish to highlight for the jury, and you're permitted to do so. Anyway, I don't think we need to belabor that.
Yeah, right. What I really don't think we're opening the door to, is anything that was excluded in terms of when she lawfully said, I don't want to let you search my house.
No, you are not opening the door. Someone standing on their constitutional rights, that door doesn't really get opened. So what I'm talking about is if the questions is asked, a trooper's generally permitted to respond why they thought that the evidence was strongly leading them in one direction. In this case, it may be whatever Trooper Williams may choose to say, but I would imagine the fact that Mr. Fowler's living with Miss Church, there's a bottle found in the recycling that has this liquid that ultimately they think is the murder substance. Nobody else is there. She's the one who has access to it. All those sorts of things. Those are generally fair rebuttal to a contention that they should have been looking elsewhere or doing other things.
Fair enough. We're on notice. I don't know where the Commonwealth's going to go, but my biggest
I don't either.
constitutional issue.
No, I don't. Who's handling Trooper Williams?
I am.
Yeah, we're not talking about any belief on your part the door's been open to say Miss Church wouldn't let you search her house without a warrant, would she?
I can't imagine that door being opened.
Nor can I.
But I mean, I guess if it is, we'll come to sidebar first. But I do expect just about everything else that has been sort of discussed in motions in limine and things that I obviously chose not to put in because it is, it might have been hearsay or whatever. That stuff is all fair game on Bowden. And I do expect all of those statements that are attributed to Miss Church by various witnesses or attributed to Mr. Fowler, by various witnesses about what Miss Church said. I do expect all of that to be Bowden related rebuttal. So I made that pretty clear in the motions in limine last week. And I think the court is fully aware of that. So I do expect that I mean, as far as I'm concerned at this point, the Bowden door has been kicked as wide open as possible based on the opening and the cross-examinations of various witnesses here, both in terms of what the police knew prior to Mr. Fowler's death or what they did at the lab after. This is the entire defense has been Bowden and
All right.
with hints of third-party culprit. So I'm not looking to put in anything that is a constitutional right for Ms. Church. I'm not, I don't expect to say, oh, you had a lawyer, and you stop talking. Obviously I'm not doing that, but everything else is fair game.
All right. Last thing, Mr. Camilio, just before I recess and take a look at those texts that came after Mr. Fowler went off to the hospital, is there anything you want me to think about in reading those texts?
Well, yeah, the court made a point the other day that, we used to have a state of mind exception that basically swallowed all the other hearsay exceptions, and that's no longer the case. And this is classic denial by the defendant, which the SJC has told us is not admissible. This is a statement from the defendant: I did not commit the crime. Right? I mean, that's the summary of what these 25 or 30 text messages are. And to allow a defendant to, as you said, either write it all down or do a taped deposition or a taped statement where they explain all the reasons why they're not guilty. I mean, if they want to put that stuff in, they should got to testify.
Well, I think you're conflating two separate things a little bit in terms of what the SJC says. When they talk about exculpatory denials being inadmissible, first of all, I'll say it, I've said it umpteen times. I don't understand why the SJC says that. In the context of an interview, it seems, and defense usually don't stand on that particular objection. Context of an interview where there may be incriminating statements, generally speaking, I think it's appropriate for the jury to hear the denials as well to understand the full tenor. But what I was making reference to the other day is the fact that the SJC has made clear that the state of mind exception does not apply where you have to believe the truth of the matter asserted in the statement in order for it to have relevance to the declarant's state
And I
of
do
mind.
think that is exactly what
And
it is.
that may indeed be what's going on here. And so when that's the case, the state of mind exception does not apply because it's essentially not a hearsay exception. It's the truth of the matter. So I will be. That's why I want to go back and look at the text.
Yeah, the one other issue that we really do need to deal with today, and we can't do in the morning,
Oh,
is
okay.
the interview of Mr. Fowler, Ms. Church.
Oh, you need to make the redactions.
And
Okay.
There are two that we are sort of in dispute on. One, there is some discussion. Trooper Williams or Detective Ernie asks Ms. Church if she would take a polygraph. There's some discussion back and forth about that. She eventually says yes, but not today. A week later, we get a letter from a lawyer saying, don't talk to my client. So, there's no chance of doing a polygraph. I think getting into any of the polygraph is going to get into the reason why it didn't happen is because we got this letter from a lawyer that said, don't talk to my client. I think that's just not worth getting into. I don't see any relevance to the polygraph where she says, yes, I'll do it, but not today. It just seems like a nightmare to litigate that whole thing. I asked that the court take that out of the statement.
I don't have a copy of the statement.
I can give. I thought you did. I
Did I?
apologize, Judge.
I have a transcript of the statement.
I thought you had been given one, but it might have been only interview number one.
The only thing I got was a marked up interview 1. I never got a marked up interview 2, to my knowledge.
Right, we have C for ID, which was.
Is that number 1?
I don't think that's it.
This is Tammy Carbone.
Sorry.
I'll provide it.
Thank you.
And Judge, the other issue.
Sure. Can we keep this, Mr. Camilio?
Yeah, I'll print another copy.
All right.
Thank you. This will be.
And then so that takes place on page. Actually, it's at time, right?
There were agreements that we had that were already taken out. I can provide the court the highlighted portion that I flagged yesterday of the two things that I thought we had missed that should come out. I think those are the things that are in dispute. I believe This is an agreement to the first part?
I'm sorry, I was looking at this transcript on the interview, so
So Judge, it's at, starts at 1:17:52. It's towards the end, obviously.
117:52.
Yep.
Is this one of the ones you're talking about, Ms. Strasnick?
This is, it's one of the two that we're, I guess, not in agreement about, Judge.
this is the statement, I did not do it.
No, this is the, would you do a polygraph?
Oh, would you do the polygraph?
At 1 hour, 17 minutes and 52 seconds?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, now I see it. Would you do a polygraph so we could just clear you and move on to the next person? Okay, and she says yes, but of course my heart is like being yes, but yes, absolutely nothing to hide. Okay.
And then she goes on to say, I don't want to do it right now. Please don't. That's at 1:18:31.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So what you are proposing redaction of what, Mr.
I'm
Camilio?
proposing redaction starting at, would you do a polygraph? Up until Ms. Church says, I don't want to do it right now. Please don't.
Okay.
Which seems to convert her, yes, I'll do it, into a no, I won't. And then obviously, as I told the court, we got a letter from her lawyer at the time saying, don't talk to my client, so no more polygraph.
Okay. All right. That's one of the two. And what's the other one?
The other one is right at the end, Judge, and it is at, it's at 1:34:05 to 1:34:27 in that box, and it's at the end. She says, I did not kill that man. I think I need a lawyer. This is starting to get ridiculous to me. And I think that I did not kill that man should come out because I think it's made in the context of, I think I need a lawyer. And I don't think it's fair to leave the denial in without the full statement, which is, I think I need a lawyer.
Why does I did not kill that man? Why do you think that's linked to I think I need a lawyer?
Well, I just think because she stops and she says, we're happy, laughing, and no, I don't. And then she says, I did not kill that man. I think I need a lawyer. I don't know how to read that without those two things being part of the same thought process of Miss Church.
So you're proposing just a redaction of, well, right now, aside from I did not kill that man, you've agreed by agreement, I think I need a lawyer is being redacted.
Right, and pretty much everything that falls after that is a discussion about the lawyer. So
And so the agreed redaction, starting with I think I need a lawyer, goes down to what?
Yeah, I think it goes all the way to the.
Is that it?
There's one block at 1:36:17 where Trooper Williams says I'm going to end says the time, says I'm going to end the interview right now.
So it's the only thing the jury hears after that is I'm going to end the interview.
Yeah, he says the time is now 5:36. I'm going to end the interview. Okay, I have my card here, which I didn't have the other day. He gives her his phone extension.
Okay.
Says they'll give her a ride back to her house.
Okay, so by agreement, there'd be a redaction from I think I need a lawyer at 1:34:27, all the way down to when Trooper Williams says the time is now 5:36. Okay.
And everything that follows after that, from 1:36:51 to the end, is also coming out.
Okay. All right. So so the second dispute is about whether or not a single line gets redacted, which is I did not kill that man.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Has she not said that before during the course of the interview?
I don't know that she says it in exactly those words, but yes, she asserts her innocence at other parts of the interview.
Okay. I'm not going to require redaction of that. I don't see the reason for it. With respect to the first redaction, I don't see the reason why the jury should be hearing about the polygraph. They go back and forth. The polygraph ultimately wasn't done. The lawyer got involved. Polygraphs are not admissible. I know that that doesn't mean that statements about them might not be, but I don't see why that should be in there, given that she said yes, and she said, I don't want to do it right now. And then ultimately, with a lawyer involved, she didn't do it. So I would agree to that redaction. So those are rulings I make.
And just note our objection on the polygraph, Judge.
Yeah.
I agree, it kind of cuts both ways, that she said she would do it and then sort of backed off a little bit. We viewed it as police were basically misleading her with an offer, like daring her, trying to get her to make an admission. I think they did something similar when they suggested her fingerprints were found on antifreeze at her house earlier in the interview. And she's like, at least that's my memory, that they found antifreeze. They didn't find antifreeze. And my memory is that they said something about her fingerprints being on them. And so there was a little bit of this, sort of enticing her to see if she would admit that she did something wrong, which she adamantly denies all that. So we saw it as coming in on that. Just note my objection on that.
I do. All right. Anything further? Mr. Camillo, you look absolutely shocked and dismayed that I've made that ruling.
I guess I apologize for my lack of a poker face, Judge. I just don't understand how a denial, it's just a straight denial by the defendant that doesn't provide any context to the rest of the interview. And so I guess I'll have to go back and look at the law, but my understanding of straight denials by the defendant that don't shed any light on any other portion of the interview are not, I don't have to admit it, right?
Well, you're right, and I guess I wasn't thinking about this in terms of the doctrine of completeness, because and I don't know how much has been taken out, but where you're putting in, a substantial interview, I have to believe that there's all kinds of things that are in here that are not just the cherry pick statements that the Commonwealth has chosen to put in, and anything that may be necessary to explain those particular statements, which the Commonwealth has a right to do.
Right.
They could put in a statement on page 1. They could put in a statement on page 10. Exactly. But where that's one of the reasons why I ask is she making professions of innocence elsewhere?
I mean, like I said, she never comes right out and says, I did not kill him. She does not. She never admits to having done anything. She doesn't admit to having, killed him. Obviously she makes no admissions. Otherwise I'd be putting those in specifically or highlighting those specifically. But I guess my feeling and my understanding of the law is the Commonwealth can put in whatever portion of the statement it wants to. The defendant can only put in statements of the defendant that are subject to the rule of completeness. That statement, in my view, is not subject to the rule of completeness. So
You're right. You're right. It's not necessary. I'm looking at what's immediately coming before it, which is some discussions about how is she coping with him leaving and going to Barbara's, and then she says she gets upset. I don't do anything about it. He comes home and he has little ways of making it up, and we're happy and laughing and no. And then she adds, I did not kill that man. So basically what you're telling me is you're offering the first part of that, and that the I did not kill that man is not explaining anything about what she's just said that you are offering.
Correct.
All right. So now we're focused more on the doctrine of completeness and what the Commonwealth is choosing to put in. It's just choosing to put in a lot of this, but Mr. Scully, why is that not correct? That statement doesn't shed any light on the statement right before it that the Commonwealth is choosing to put in.
I think it does in context that what Judy Church has been faced with is a series of accusations and an unfolding amount of evidence that they're disclosing to her, some of which is not true, including that they found antifreeze at her house. And then they spring these notebooks, which they've just recovered in the search, on her, and her response to this cumulative interview is to say, I did not kill that man. It's the first time she says so specifically, because it's the first time after all of these suggestions that she has done something wrong and that the investigation is focusing on her and that evidence is building against her, this is her response to that. It's not to just one sentence before it. It's to everything that came before. There was also the sidewalk interview in the background. But really, the building momentum here of the police interview into an accusation. And I think it's unfair because that's how it reads when you see it. And she would be expected to make a response at this point.
Well,
And she says, I did not kill this man. That's
well,
her response.
that's not an expected response to anything that's under discussion right then and there. And it doesn't shed light on anything that I see is immediately before it. I don't have the benefit of simply saying, let me go through all this again and I'll finalize my decision, because the thing has to be edited so it's ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. I understand your argument, Mr. Scully, and I know that I'm reversing myself here, but that's why I always try to be open-minded about such things. But I don't see that statement as shedding any particular light on anything that's said right before it. And if she makes no overt admissions to anything, I take it, in this interview, Mr. Camilio?
No, Judge, she does not.
So it's not like it's needed to understand that she may have said, I did something, and then she's taking it back. She's made no admissions to anything in particular. So it's really just a freestanding assertion of innocence, which doesn't really shed light on anything else. So no, I think on further reflection that the Commonwealth's not required to put it in, and I don't think that statement is necessary for the jury to fairly consider the statements that are being put in. So that too may be redacted. That's it for today.
Thank you for that.
I do.
One more thing to add, if I could, Judge.
Okay.
Sorry to everybody. As a court, so note our objection to court's rulings. As the court's going back to consider now the potential admissibility of the ongoing text messages that Judy sent to Leroy when he was at the hospital, one other thing that I just want to put on the court's radar screen is that in assessing her state of mind, take a look at her text messages that she had been sending all that evening and that Leroy had been sending to her. Because what it shows is that Leroy had excellent dexterity and a focused chain of thought process all night long. Okay, we know on Thursday he was good because William Meaton saw him and talked to him. And then all night long, he's texting her, he's sending her links, he's proposing scenario. There's a lot of dexterity involved with that. Clarity of thought and dexterity, hand-eye coordination, all being sent to Judy, which goes to her belief that he's going to be okay, which is what she's basically under the impression of when she is cut off from being in the medical care, which goes against the idea, I would submit, that these are self-serving statements and show that they are, true state of mind exception statements.
Well, anybody who observed what Ms. Church observed firsthand and videotaped and was shown to the jury would understand that Mr. Fowler was in pretty dire straits when he went off to the hospital. Something was grievously wrong. So he may have been dexterous in his texting up to 5:24 in the morning, but by 8 a.m., he was in serious and dire medical condition. So that was the reality at the time of those texts. But I'll read over the texts and we'll have that discussion. We'll be in recess till tomorrow.
All right.
All right, Massachusetts versus Judy Church. Looks like they will be back tomorrow morning. Should be interesting. See what the judge decides on those text messages and what will and won't come in. We do have the rest of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I'm going to go ahead and share that with you guys so we can go ahead and watch this trial. Again, this is Massachusetts and versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
All right, so we left off, and the Commonwealth seeks to admit a statement made by Officer Noonan at the scene as a spontaneous utterance. The defense has objected. Does either side want to be heard more?
I would, Judge.
Please.
I would like to be heard. So the government wants to have it both ways here. You know, they want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, you know, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect. So, you know, statements that are excited utterances are, you know, they can't be made after there's been time for reflection, you know, and time for possible fabrication. And here it's 5 minutes goes by.
Well, it looks like we have some gremlins. Court TV decided to jump. And it looks like we have some video that is unavailable. Going to try to get us some court.
Okay, so please just make sure that that happens. You're only to film while we're off, okay? Cameras issued Altman's matter. But
Apparently, something happened and maybe they filmed something that shouldn't have been filmed. I'm not sure. We will hear from the judge on exactly what happened.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Right, before the Commonwealth calls its next witness, I want to just make sure that the media folks and our audience members are, we're all on the same page. My order, my media order that I issued this morning specifically says that when I leave the bench, cameras go off, recordings go off, audio goes off. Okay, so please just make sure that that happens. You're only to film while we're in session and only to record audio or broadcast audio while we're in session. All right, Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. Before our next witness, the Commonwealth offers a copy of the restraining order that the North Andover Police served on the defendant.
Any objection? Okay, maybe admitted as the next exhibit.
Exhibit 74, so marked.
And Courtney Elaine, please.
Yeah, that's right. I'll look at it. Good afternoon.
Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this pause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
You may have a seat. Thank you. All set. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Elaine, COURTNEYAYLAIAN.
And did you pronounce your last name Elaine?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes, I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Olayan is 34. Justin Olayan is 32. Ashley Olayan is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
Next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She is right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. You know, they've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts. And I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Kamala?
Your Honor, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of the exciting event. And the court should consider the factors such as whether it's made in the same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is not claiming that, Officer Noonan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Noonan is present, is going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value you see fit.
Okay.
So the last thing, Judge, if I may respond, is sorry. It's just that, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive. It's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass. Strike that. 476 Mass 1041 at page 1042 of 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection. This will be somewhat of a double negative, but I'm strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection sustained. All right, you may continue, Mr. Gubitosi.
Thank you. Just one other question. You were on scene at the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of Mr. Randless outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound to, or is it?
No.
Can you folks in the back row see all right?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Just, you can see when it's on the screen.
That's okay.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can, in my questioning, I can play it after when we have it all set.
Okay, well, Mr. Roy, you think you can just in a couple minutes, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. All right, so, yeah, why don't we maybe try to fix it at the lunch break? Would that work? Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
All right, but if we're going to do that, Mr. Roy, you, oh, is that? That's okay.
I have IT here, I haven't come up with the break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, so do you have questions? Do you have additional questions?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you had additional questions.
No, that's what I said. I wasn't asking any additional questions,
You
so I
weren't
can,
that. Okay.
I can sit down.
So I guess, Mr. Bradle,
Yes.
we started to watch Exhibit 73, it cut off. We're having some audio visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross? Without it?
But it is my problem now, Judge, I guess. I just
It is,
would like
okay.
it to work at
So,
some point.
so to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it. So where's our IT folks?
On his way up.
Okay, excellent. Is it?
His name is Khan.
Well, it looks like we're not the only ones having gremlins. It looks like the courtroom is also having gremlins.
Can I see counsel at sidebar?
And this is Exhibit 73. And now, of course, it won't work because I've said too much. conclusion? Okay. And, all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay. All right, so cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Photographs. What do you need? Yes, photographs. Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
All right, that's all right. I just need to be able to see Mr. Brady. All set, Mr. Bradle.
Sorry, did something just happen? Sorry, I was hoping to just see that.
Oh, you're going to replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right. So
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you ready?
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right.
to?
When did you write it?
Afterwards,
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Okay. Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
And when was that?
Friday. Last Friday.
Last Friday. Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Alayan at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere
about
this?
If I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event,
I mean about this incident, about the service of the restraining order.
just in the lobby.
So
and
once-
then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him other than
All right. How did you get a hold of his phone number?
because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why?
I
was
would
he-
assume he drove, but I
Well,
don't
you
know.
interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
All right. Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
All right. And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Elaine, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order, no.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Elaine went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living, I knew he wasn't living at the residence because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
There you go.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
Or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
All right. And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
Okay. So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order, did you call Justin to come to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Newman.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker?
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the,
When you said DCF, are you asking?
I'll ask a more detailed question, sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that to, you didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF, no.
All right, aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
What, report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house?
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what? We're
told
going to
her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I told her was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever, and that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this, sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff, is how what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
Thank you.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby, didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was a sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying.
Correct.
And she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
I don't know that.
So
there was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there.
Okay.
There was a bottle with formula or whatever there. Yes.
And she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Noonan.
Correct.
Right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
It's somewhat argumentative, overruled.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said.
You asked the question again?
She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh,
and
yes.
she gave him the bottle and he fed her, right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025? That's what I have in my notes. That's not
no,
right,
it was
is it?
Before, I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23.
Okay.
Is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill instructor?
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right. So she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby.
I'm sorry, Officer Houston?
Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive.
So at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby
And where were you?
in the living room.
So you're with her?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happen, he's downstairs, but he's not joined with me. He's around in like the kitchen right at the top of the staircase,
So he's,
according to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs. I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like maybe like a landing, like the top
Door.
landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet
Where were they?
over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes.
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
Yes.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
All right. And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were interviewed.
By her left leg. Like,
Well, under is different than by.
when I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her, I could
There's no
not see
question
it.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes.
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach your arm?
Yes.
Page 21.
And Mr. Prater, yeah, you can approach. Can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness case 21,
of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Raymond PD.
Okay. You wanted to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Kelly, do me a favor, look. You can look anywhere you want on the page, but I want to invite your attention to right here. You can look up and down.
Yep.
Just take a look. Familiarize yourself when you're comfortable.
Okay.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to read something, and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Why did you roll her over?
To see if there was an exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes.
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her. We're trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag. I don't know.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to her?
The same thing.
Now, you were asked if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
Okay. What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No.
What do you mean?
What happened? Just physically? Did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics. They'll get emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. And may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had the gun checked.
I appreciate you trying to help. Just my question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time?
What did you see? Who got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, if you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were three of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Okay. Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being given up and checked?
I never witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from him, his firearm.
Okay.
So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? We
Fair
agree on
enough.
that? Okay. Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Okay. Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was
the
part of the
question.
quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is that
it's a
correct?
fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was actually, yes. Well,
Did you-
everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider, I'm sorry, can you
Did
ask
you
me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right?
Sustained.
Well, he was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
Sustained. I'll strike it.
Sure. Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
All right, so you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that he said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Nate, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Lieutenant Daly, after the shooting and the crime scene's established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's Officer Seaway,
Yes,
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seawade?
Seawade, Sewade, Your Honor. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
yes,
He didn't come for Kelsey, he came for Noonan, right?
yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
When you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes,
You don't serve an affidavit.
never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and one in the chamber. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Great. Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes,
And you didn't give it to him,
that's correct.
and you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document I printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit. So you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served her.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you? And you know of no rule that says you should.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on. We, are we going out to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
Nothing else, thank you.
Do you have any recross? No? Sure? All right. Let me just see if I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and come, and then we can come back at 10 of 2? Great, okay, we'll stand in recess.
All right. Stand for the lunch recess. Up to 1:50. Please exit the court.
Do you know that exhibit
All right, we are going to room past the lunch break since we have that ability. Here we go.
Okay, maybe admitted as an X exhibit.
Exhibit 74, so marked.
And Courtney Elaine, please.
I'll look at it. Good afternoon.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this pause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
You may have a seat, thank you. All set, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Elaine, COURTNEYAYLAIAN.
And did you pronounce your last name Elaine?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes, I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. Well, I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Elaine is 34. Justin Elaine is 32. Ashley Elaine is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
Next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She is right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant.
It may.
Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of June 28th and June 29th, 2025.
Objection.
Okay, ground.
Relevance, 403.
Okay, so let's take it a question at a time, okay? All right, next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who is we?
Myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So Kelsey, Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle, Deandra, Cassie, Maddie, Kelsey's sister. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of what's known as a Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end early?
Yes, it did.
And did you go home?
Yes, I fled the house.
For exploring this, judge, is,
Okay.
they're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer and my client.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar, only so that we don't have to have the witness leave. I'll see everyone at sidebar. Sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes, if that is the, sorry, I'm trying to think of the days. Yes. I stayed at a hotel the night before.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
Absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes. It was Hunter, myself, and two of her friends, two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay. Without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse.
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
To file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order and custody.
And get custody of?
Of Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation, said he believed his son was.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you help Justin fill out a form?
Per the clerk's advice, yes. Justin was shaking.
And where did you go from there?
From there, we drove to the North Andover Police Department.
And what did you do at the police department?
We both walked in and I spoke with a couple of her lieutenants daily. I'm not sure who it exactly was I was speaking to. And I told them that I thought she would.
And without telling me what you said, did you give the police something?
I didn't hear the question.
Did you give the police a copy of the restraining order?
It was faxed to them, yes.
And did the police?
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
And did you stay at the police station for a period of time?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We were at the police station praying and we got a call from one of the lieutenants saying that Caden was safe and to come to the house and get him.
And what house were you going to?
125 Phillips Brooks Road.
Had you been to that house before?
I have.
How did you get there?
We had driven separately, so we both drove our cars to the house.
So you drove your car and Justin drove his car?
Correct.
And did you, approximately how long were you waiting at the police station before you got that call?
It was much quicker than we thought, probably 20 minutes maybe. I could be a little off, but 20 minutes.
And about how long did it take you to get from the police station to 125 Phillips Brooks Road?
Not long, but less than 10 minutes.
And what happened once you got there?
We got there. We were welcomed in the door by an officer. He said Kelsey's upstairs getting some clothes for Caden.
Motion to strike.
Okay, without telling me what the officer said.
All right, hold on. There's an objection. Overruled. Next question.
You said you were let inside by a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Caden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine. Justin's.
Sustained.
Hearsay, Judge. Please.
All right, ma'am, you don't, no one expects you to know these legal rules, but unless you're specifically asked, you can't repeat what people told you, okay? All right, thanks very much.
Of course, Your Honor.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside?
Yes.
And then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Caden.
And who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay, and you and her had a conversation?
Justin and Her did.
Okay. And then what happened? And she was holding the baby?
Yep.
And then what happened next?
She handed Caden to Justin. Justin then handed Caden to me. And I said, why don't I take a step outside? I wanted to avoid a confrontation. So he took the carrier, the baby car seat. We walked outside.
And so you took Caden in your arms?
In my arms.
And you walked outside?
Yes.
And did Justin walk out with you?
Yes.
And did Justin take anything with him?
He took the carrier, the car seat.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a phone call?
I did.
Who did you call?
I called my mother.
Okay. And this is while you were outside?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know that they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like. There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no personal knowledge to any of this.
All right. Is this what you saw or
I saw the smoke.
overruled?
And where were you standing when you heard the gunshots?
I was near the side where the school parking lot is. I was next to our cars in the yard
And
on the property.
approximately how many you said gunshots plural, how many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
And then after you looked back at the house and you saw the smoke?
I was right in front of the house, yes.
And what did you do next?
I knew I needed to run. I started to back up and I was scanning the house, just praying to see Justin come out. Sorry, I'm trying to say what I'm not supposed to, I guess, say here, but I feared he was not coming out of that house.
So
And
where did you go?
Objection.
I backed up.
Sustained, I'll strike it.
I object to the further line of questioning, and the witness can't follow the rules. I ask you to strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overruled. All right, I know you're nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran, put my arms around Caden and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone. So I cut behind a house and hid behind trees and I waited.
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross?
A couple of questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, you said you were let into the property?
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you ring the bell? Did Justin ring the bell? Did you knock on the door? Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't recall if we called him or if he saw us pull in, but we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
Which officer opened the door for you?
I don't remember. I think it was Daly, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
All right, is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure.
We're getting there, Judge.
Don't worry about it. Take your time. You need our IT person?
No, I hope not. This is it.
Counsel, can I just make an observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes.
Hold on, please, let me finish. Is different than what was on exhibit 74. I just want to make sure, however you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna, I'm sorry. Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm sorry, I guess it is on there. I thought it was. Okay, we're good? Okay.
So
All right.
just so we're all on the same page, to the extent that either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just
We'll
mark
make
it
sure
and get
that
it
it
into
gets,
evidence.
you have a thumb drive of it. Thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillips Brooks Road, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you play? So where's the officer that let you in?
He was right behind that door. I do not recall the exact scenario. He was right at that door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your
So
brother?
when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
You walked right in, didn't you?
I don't know. There was an officer
Well, you
right
saw
behind
What
it.
did you see on the video?
I walked in. I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too, because I
Nothing.
know he was at the door.
But I'll offer that, it's not in, but I believe it's in the thumb drive.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive, but if you find out it's not, I would offer it to.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Justin? Judge, if you write down the case.
Okay.
Watch your step.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Get up a seat. Put yourself right up to that mic.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alayan, Justin. last name Aylayan.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32,
And what town do you live in?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We would give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills. And we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay. How long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to for my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT, or how does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. She was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024. And at that point, we decided that we were going to live together and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
Were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
Sustained. And I object to any further questioning on this relative on forfeiture grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzinda's assaulted a policeman in a bedroom where it was just the two of them.
Okay. I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay. So if you walk into your home through the door,
Yes.
the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay. And it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay. What kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there. first.
And then you talked about a green safe. We're going
Yes.
to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we not now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay,
A second.
sure.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
See that screen?
I do, yes.
Recognize what that is.
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the two rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously
Hold
marked.
on. The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left, and the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was two, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing going up to the second floor on the right side that's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. And you recognize that room, first of all.
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box in the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, "Can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.?" My initial response back to that was, "For what?" She then again tried to get me to reason with me to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points. And I told her that was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay. and I feared that his life was in danger.
Abstain. Next question.
Non-responsive.
Yes, I will.
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that.
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled, just as the state of mind, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had feared for my son and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all at Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that the questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of objections sustained without an answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objectionable.
So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's?
She
yes,
had,
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation that you had with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact, it was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes. My sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order, and they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
So did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took 2 separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. 2 officers were upstairs. And Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from her mother. And then we initially started to put him in a car seat. And then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's.
Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back?
Yes.
And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we're putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open. I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
And so what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible, fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustain, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point, I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay. And then
At some point, did she appear?
she did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. I'll get you set 1 second.
Yes.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No,
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
there was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay, when you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No,
Okay, is that where she usually parked?
yes, always.
Okay, and when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then, that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the 29th, you went to that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir.
Isn't that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe, yes, sir.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any other guns, you took your guns and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This was your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was moving my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to Stowe with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were, just want to get it right. You said that you work at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not? He opened the door.
I'm sorry, objection? Relevancy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll hear you at sidebar. Discussed at sidebar.
Sir, you're not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
Allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension or whatever you want to call it?
Sustained.
How, oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brado.
Sure. Nothing further, Mark. Thank you.
Read your honor?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank
may
you, Your Honor.
step down. And Commonwealth can call its next witness.
Patrick Noonan.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent, thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, PatrickNoonan.
And how old are you, sir?
50,
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York,
How long did you stay there?
until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
Who did you move with?
My sister, mom and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Noonan.
And what was her name?
Patricia.
And your sister?
Mary.
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Where did you go to school?
For high school?
Grade school, high school?
The North Andover Public School systems, and then for high school, I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
I did.
Once you graduated, did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year, and then that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What did you get your degree in?
Criminal justice.
Where, from where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
And at some point, how long did you work there?
Couple of years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife,
Who's that?
Angie.
And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd,
Okay.
1999.
1999. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy, Joseph.
And what does Joseph do?
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4 years old?
No,
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh,
I'm sorry about that. At some point, you talked about you were in the military. What area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
And when was that?
That was in 99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, some sleep deprivation. You also have, you know, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your identity and try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things along that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you, I guess, enlist or volunteer to any special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learned various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons,
Yes.
such as?
The 60, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16 and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites.
Nuclear missile sites?
Yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
And was that your range or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your 4-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mhm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yep.
Okay. Did you at some point move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
The 37th what?
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
And when you left the service, did you go to work anywhere else?
Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant.
In what capacity?
As an armed guard.
And any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department, I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to, respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
That's the regional response team.
And what is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily, they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to, let's say, big games. If we win championships, just extra security. And also kind of like a search and rescue. If people go missing somewhere, they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC
I
at some
did.
point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants, knock and no knock, for drugs and guns. If there is a hostage situation, I mean the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so, was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout.
Mhm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders. Then you had to run 1.5 miles after that and make a specific time. After that, it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
Okay. What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when we want to stress shoot is we'll do sprints, we'll do.
Brown?
Not here as an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
Giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption that you sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training, so.
Well, I don't object to his training. We're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
Okay, so I'm gonna take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled.
Did continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right online. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
Right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot, don't shoot scenario?
As far as,
Is that a thing? Shoot, don't shoot?
oh yeah, we have shoot, don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, and did you participate in those?
We did.
What are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, no shoot.
Okay. How often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yep.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
I wanted a little faster pace.
Did you get it?
I definitely did.
Okay. Now, while you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence? Were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys, SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that, I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in the Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay.
Which was when?
2024, Your Honor.
Why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so the slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift, if you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Elaine?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So.
All right. So you got a call from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC. And he explained the situation to me.
Was he, anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
At some point, did someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Daly.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daly said that he'd do the talking, and based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there,
Yes.
and that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daly the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown. So we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daly mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but I thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an outdoor carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cradle him.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daly.
Now, do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did on a typical restraining order service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
At some point, did they come back?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
Myself and Officer Houston.
Where did you go?
We, right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay. And so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put him in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay. What did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books. You know, you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So
What did you do with the books?
she handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carrier down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
Okay. And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself.
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer.
Overruled.
I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it.
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there from where you were?
Not from my perspective, no.
What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep. So when she came around the frame here, she came up and click.
Okay. Where was it pointed?
My face.
Okay. After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. She began to the drop. Which means she had the tactical advantage over me.
Okay.
I drew my weapon she was already backpedaling and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver or the slide.
Okay, I think the judge was writing, I'd like him to see this, if I could, if you could just,
Yeah,
because you made some.
I'm trying to understand the lingo too. Is it a tap, wrap, like a
Rack,
wrap?
yes.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
Yes.
So a tap, and a rack.
Okay. So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
No rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off the top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and she began tap racking again. And I was yelling at her, "Don't do it! Don't do it!"
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
At her?
Yes.
Can you hold on one second, please? Yeah, I'll set that.
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
I kept my gun on her or in the area where she was, because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. And what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it. I'll cover you."
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay. Did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed, and she was still conscious, alert, moving. I grabbed the gun. I moved it to the other side of the room.
What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
Okay. How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding. Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daly started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Core came into the room, and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
It hurts. And I said, "Just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for."
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start working Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
So before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, I don't know, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes. And we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damage. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
Okay, hold on. Sustained.
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. So
At some point, did you,
Excuse me one second. Broken glass, where was it?
so on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
One of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor, so I chalked it up as old.
why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second one, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you a number of pictures.
Sure.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we entered.
Showing you exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door? That
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
Sure. Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 36. You recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up, the stairs leading upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that a baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38, recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, of books that you were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right down there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, into the bedroom?
Yes.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
That would be the box that was open to the left of the door frame.
Number 50, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to this picture? Where were you when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you were backed up a little?
Yep. Okay. Probably right, whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I used part of the door frame as some sort of cover, and I was leaning up against it with both my hands. So my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number.
All set, thank you.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask him to get down to point it out to you.
Okay.
Can you tell us where this Fitzsimmons was? If you may show the judge where Ms. Fitzsimmons was when she first tap racked it, if you can.
Right about here. And then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it. And I shot approximately right here when she finished.
I have nothing else.
All right, so makes sense to stop for the day at this point. And we'll pick up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow my order and rule. And that is not to watch any of the other folks' testimony. And we will pick up tomorrow morning.
All right. So we stand in recess.
Okay, it looks like it's the end of the day for the Fitzsimmons trial and also the Church trial. And in line with the Sandwell trial, we're going to look at it and see if they actually got the closing arguments or if they spent the whole day in jury instructions. So we can schedule to bring that to you all hopefully tomorrow in between breaks and lunches, as long as these courts get started on the same time. To where they're pretty close to the breaks and lunches, since both of them are in Massachusetts. Again, thank you for joining us and staying with us today. I see Ada is doing what she needs to do, but she's also enjoying our show. So I hope we're kind of sort of up to her standard. But as Angela said earlier, we are still rookies. So thank you for coming and enjoying the show with us, and we will see you tomorrow.
June, we still need to do the drawings.
Oh, okay. Please make sure if you have liked, shared, or subbed, to type in I like, I shared, or I sub, all capitals, all on different lines, so we can catch up, so we can have our end of the month drawing. If you are a new member today, like Nate was yesterday, put in I member, so we can put you in for the end of the drawing, for the end of the month drawing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angela to do the spins.
Here we go.
And by the way, we have 3 new subs today. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. June, did it pick up our sub when we typed it in for everyone else?
Yeah, we won't add those names in there.
No. All right, so we will do I shared.
But I know we picked up at least one new sub. They did put it in there, but they didn't put it in there correctly.
Yes, Nate, we put you in. We let Ada know.
Okay, here we go for the highlights. And around and around and around. And where is it going to stop? Ada. Well, is Ada qualified since she's not running the stream today?
Do we draw again?
Yeah, let's go ahead and draw one more time. But we'll put her name in.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, congratulations, June.
We can pull my name down if we want.
Well, I'm good with giving Ari
So am I.
today. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, there we
All right,
go.
Ari.
Ari, congratulations. All right. So now we have the I like.
And here we go with the I like. So that was I share. Now we go with I like.
Honey, congratulations.
Do it one more time because Ada always does an extra one when a mod wins.
Oh, yeah. And plus, we have 6 entries, and I think she does 2 for 5.
Angela!
Yay!
Do we want to do one more time or is that good?
Why not?
Okay. Ada's probably in the background going, stop, stop, stop.
No.
A non-mod.
Ari!
Hey! All right.
Congratulations. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, congratulations, everybody. See, as I was going to say, see you all tomorrow bright and early at 6 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, and don't forget tomorrow we will also have the Hawaii trial that will start between about 2:30 Central Time. We will get for sure on that time. So please make sure to hit your notification bell so you know when we go live, and so you can join us and be part of the AdaKay Media family, commonly known as the Gavel Gang. With that all, everybody have a good night, and we will talk with you later. And in the infamous word of our leader, bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.